table. This is table 1.
You all in. Legends never die, but sometimes they get eliminated from tournaments. That's how the expression goes, right?
Yeah, that is the case, but it might not be the case. Let's take a look. T-Win has called it off. 1.4 million was the jam. Big blind was essentially priced in. Ace-5 for you, and Win has called off the 4 deuce off. As we do see the 8-6-5, some more equity in the form of the straight draw. Pair of 5s does seal it from the pairs, so it's 7 or nothing. And otherwise, you will find the double up. And that's it, the king of clubs. There we have it. It's never over till it's over. You will be up to near 10 bigs. As we do see the chip counts, 89 bigs for the chip leader, all the way down to the newcomer to the table, 16 bigs. They have a bit of a misfire with 3-bet. Roman Stoica tied at the bottom. Mike Takayama battling well in the middle, as is Tian and Anton.
Yeah, Anton Rusov playing pretty well, I've found, all the way up to 53 blinds. Which is good for 4th in chips on the overall leaderboard. But it's really been the Unishow. Quite a significant chip lead over the rest of the field now. Manuel Fritz has dipped to around the 17.5 million after peaking around 20. And then a huge drop off to 13.5 for Finn, Chi Wei, and the rest of the field.
2 away from another table redraw. No doubt the players just about settling into the new tables here, but we've got to keep it fair. We'll go 8 and 8 when we hit 16.
If you are just joining us, this is the 5K mystery bounty here at Triton 1. We are playing for keeps, just short of $400,000, but also, of course, my math was correct earlier. Peter, $1.6 million just in bounties to be awarded when we pull those envelopes. 155K for the biggest bounty. We got a lot of 5Ks, 104 different 5Ks. I'm not even looking at the list. I'm just trying to remember based off my sick memory.
Well done.
I'm going to
so
say
far.
it was 104 5Ks. I'm going to skip the 7.5Ks for now, but I'll be back. 87.5Ks. 16 10Ks.
If I couldn't see you not looking.
No, I got this. 16 5Ks. 4 25Ks. I'm going to say 2 50Ks and 1 155K.
Well, you forgot the most important one. There's one draw again.
There is one try again. Did I nail everything else?
But pretty much nail everything else. 525K is the most money.
I said 4.
A+ for you.
I'll take it. But I wanted the coveted Kevin Rotterdam A++.
That's what I was thinking. That's what you did not achieve. Do you see a cool fact here, thanks to our producer Lee, about the total amount won in bounties in Triton history? Includes the super high roller, of course. Any guesses about who the #1 winner of bounties in Triton history is?
Oh gosh. I don't know, man.
Hence, he's been player of the year, and his name rhymes with Carter. Carter Rosian.
Shout out to Steel Toe Morning Show. My guy Aaron M. Holt.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Cool.
What, you can be friends with Brennan? I'm friends with Aaron M. Holt.
Brian is different.
No, he's not. He's less talented than Aaron M. Holt.
Aaron M. Holt makes some good points, but
yeah, Aaron M. Holt is better than Kevin Brennan by far. are.
Like serenade his crowd.
Like it's not even close. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Brennan like has these like gigantic 5-minute pauses.
Oh, he's funny. He's funny.
Imholt's better. I mean, I'm just being real. So
Because he doesn't.
shout out to Aaron Imholt, and don't worry. I can't. I mean, I'm not saying you would be worried, but we won't be in the morning time slot too often. So
Oh, is he on right now?
no, I think he comes on at what 7? I think right 6 or 7.
I wouldn't know.
It's Central Time.
I'm not
I
April
just
2.0. I don't know that shit.
well, I forget exactly, but I saw him destroy Ethan Van Sciver, which was hilarious. So shout out to him for that. And I've seen some of his recent content, and I reached out and asked him had he actually I messaged him. I said, "Have you ever been to Chicago?" This was days before I even hinted at coming to Chicago, and he said, "Yeah, I've been." And he didn't really give me an extensive, list of places to see, but basically just said have fun because I think he got the drift. But 6 Central, yeah, that's what I thought, right? Yeah, 7 Eastern. So yeah, I'm not even joking. I watched his segment on. Well, he did 2 or 3 on Ethan Van Sciver is a complete bomb and he should throw himself off a bridge. But of course, I had beef with him. We won't relitigate it. I have my reasons. He had his reasons, and this is not getting involved with him versus Ricada. This is separate. But I watched his segment. I think it was the first one on Ethan Van Sciver. And if you'll recall, he's always talked about being a top tier heel. Well, that kind of hits me right here because I consider myself a top tier heel. But there are different kinds of heels. And, there's the completely despicable villains like me, and then there are, anyway, I'll let him describe his own, you know, persona or whatever. But I was watching it and I was like, this guy's putting in work. Like I'm not even kidding. I'm not trying to glaze him. I watched him absolutely destroy Van Sciver, and so take it for what it's worth. I'm not getting involved with the Ricada stuff or anything with Melton or any of that. I like Melton. Ricada and I, we had a long history. I don't have any beef with him. It's been a long history. Is all I'll say. But I thought Imholt was hilarious in those clips, and I thought he absolutely punked. He prison punked Ethan Van Sciver, and I did send him a message, and I said that was fucking hilarious. So, and shout out to Alyssa Clips, because that's the only reason I saw it. And also, congratulations to Miss Alyssa Clips, on I believe cancer free or pretty much on the road to recovery. And that might surprise some people to hear me say that, but honestly, if you look at this whole, not just the sector, but Dabbleverse, quote unquote, Imholt, Ricada, unfortunately, Casino and stuff like that. She has kind of been a glue that now she has her own editorial slant. That's true, which is fair. A lot of these clips, you just post them. They're raw, but if you title them, I mean, that's your interpretation, and so that's the genius of it, actually. But Alyssa Clips, I'm glad to see that she's apparently on the road to recovery. She has been nothing but nice to me. I got fucked up in 2024. Said some things about her that I didn't even mean, wasn't even thinking through, and I really do appreciate her and her channel. I don't know if she might not want my endorsement, but it's not like she plays favorites. She's clipped embarrassing things from me. She's clipped decent things from me, and Mommy Scarlet, yeah, she was the first one out with that. I actually woke up from my drunken stupor and pulled out stupor, and I saw it. She was the first one that had it up, and I was like, I messaged her too. I was like, you quick. I was like, muy rapido. You're quick. You got it. And so, but you don't have to thank her because I thought that would make Miss Scarlet over here angry, but it made her something else instead. So, this trip might not have happened. I'm being a gentleman. I didn't say, but it may be. What are you laughing at? What? She's on her own PC over there.
No, I don't like being mirror on the wall. This is not Sleeping Beauty shit.
Well, you can come over here.
No, this is a mirror. This is mirror. This is a mirror.
Do you want me to turn the color on?
No, you don't got to.
No, I'm not.
Suzuki will take the draw against Byfield. Downey comes up with it around the boards. He'll get it down the ice. Novice will set it up back to the goal for Lane Hudson. Hudson hands it off for Caulfield. Swung it back for Nick Suzuki. Suzuki stops. Demidov. Will give and go with Hudson. Hudson sets it up. Suzuki to Hudson. Over to Slafkovsky. Scores! Yuri Slafkovsky, second of the night. The power play goal ties it at 3. A slashing penalty leads to the tying goal. A power play goal for Montreal. And you got to watch Demidov. When you're in a power play, move your body, move the puck. Demidov moves the puck, moves his body, and that leaves the hole for Slafkovsky to roll out into. If Demidov stays there at the top of the circle, there's no movement. And there's the movement. Demidov moves down, Slafkovsky moves up, and there's the one-timer right in the wheelhouse, into the back of the net. Slafkovsky's got a pair here tonight, and the Canadians have tied this up. Well, Montreal goes to work quickly. Remember, the Kings did dump it down the ice. They came down, got into the zone fairly quickly, and then as the Kings are setting up and trying to take the seams away, this is just a rotation along the top. It goes from Suzuki to Hudson, and then right into the wheelhouse for Slafkovsky, who made no mistake. Suzuki won the draw cleanly, back for Hudson. Played it over. Suzuki with a chance. Shot it over the net. And Hudson will chase after it center. Watch by Panarin. Dobson will settle it down. Dobson up to center. Suzuki for Slafkovsky. Here on Slafkovsky, back for Suzuki. Got it on net. Kepler with a save. Caulfield strips the puck. Played it for Slafkovsky. Suzuki scores! Nick Suzuki, the one-timer. It's in behind Kepler. The Canadians have the lead. The third period has been a really solid period on this road trip, although they haven't won a game yet in regulation. They have scored a lot of goals in the third period. They come in bunches for them, and this is just a great stripping of the puck from Moore. Remember, Moore took the penalty on Dobson that led to the first power play goal. Caulfield just strips him, and the thing about that pass, Slafkovsky takes it with his right.
Dr. Edzing Klaus, good luck to you both. Touch gloves. Good luck, lads.
And a challenger that's been working with a couple of cruisers. in Carson, California. Trying to Manny Robles, Brazil's trainer, is a very shrewd operator and knows that the fine 18-stone man. A lot of questions in this fight.
He'll drop right hand, so no, if he can get him out of there, he will.
That was a solid clubbing left hand he just landed there. Brazil felt it, but he looks very easy to hit.
He doesn't look at the quickest reflexes either, Brazil. You know, the player didn't react the way a real sharp fighter should react. Didn't have any counters.
He looks very open. His footwork is slow and ponderous. Well, he did well blocking that one. And the big, the solid, raking jab there from Joshua. Brazil. Good shot.
Punches that time. He's been throwing them to a full range. Good body shot there. He's moving.
He did, and he got off the floor his last fight. Remember though, in that fight, his opponent, but he was outweighed by 3 stone, and still Brazil hit the fences once again.
Well, Rick.
Round 2 then.
Well, Joshua's actually doing the right things because this is a man who's got 15 knockouts. And in the heavyweight division, that
Too much trial there, Brazil wobble again. How much more of this can he take as Joshua is still
life now. Scouting mission over.
He's game, isn't he? He's gutsy. Joshua missed again.
So, give him the credit.
And he promised that he would bring pressure. That's exactly what he's trying much at will.
So he's doing what we would have hoped he'd be doing. He's giving it a real go.
That he's landed solid punches, Joshua, and the opponent has taken them very well. Ducked inside there at the moment, Brazil.
Oh, good body shot.
Yeah, the legs have come from his right hand. Brazil did well to stand up now. He's got 30 seconds to try and Joshua slowly, methodically moves in for the finish. And Joshua is taking his time, measuring his raking left hand as Brazil in trouble. That left eye closed already. Brazil gritting his teeth.
On the gloves coming at you. You've got to close your eyes and hope for the best. It doesn't work.
Only passed 3 once. Dylan White, the man who took him the 4th round. Not on the evidence of what happened in that 2nd round. But he is shipping some punishment here. And you just wonder how much.
His eyes closing as well. Probably doesn't even see the left hip job properly. The power, the accuracy, the speed.
Oh, Brazil comes back with sure took that. And then lands a combination of his own and rips through again. Going to Fabian Mansour with a horrendous tongue injury. Had to quit.
I just think he can't deal with the speed of the jab. There's some big punches of his own off. He's been pushed back.
Yeah,
You know, clearly he's not winning the round, so he needs to do something different. Now, Big Mix, he's been punished for everything. He's tried to take a grip on the thing. Coworth is showing a lot of courage. He's trying to top shot down that said Joshua with one of these top shots.
it's virtually closed. Round 4, only the 2nd time Anthony Joshua has heard though. That left eye, or right eye, excuse me, of Brazil, virtually closed now.
He's got through with punches. With the upper body movements, get the replay.
Yeah, as Brazil was coming in as well. I mean, he really did land that sweetly, but Brazil missed. But he showed terrific resistance here. How long though till Joshua?
He can't cope with the speed of Joshua.
Oh, that's done.
of his trotted throwing punches to get him out of his cagey stance to land something clean.
3 rounds.
Maybe a game plan of tucking up and taking some punishment for the guy up his sleeve.
Yeah, he really is. A lot of people are saying very strong. Well, Brazil clearly stuck.
Combinations as yet, and he's just picking his shots and landing clean, crisp punches.
Combination Brazil, as we've said all night long, just can't cope with the speed.
Oh, you have to break people down, maybe work the body first, slow him down, then the big shots will come. Punch. He's taking the shots and coming forward.
Taking anything out of Joshua, is it?
He isn't. He's not putting that real sustain just outside punching distance, waiting to get hit. In that rapid adjustment, lateral movement. He needs to do something a little different if he wants to stand up.
The tempo a little bit more. Brazil continues to fight, seemingly without effect. Joshua again ripping through.
He's not really on the plate for him. Okay, will get it from him and stop better than anybody expected. Bobby comes to start changing up what he's doing at the moment. Seeing him close the show, land 3 or 4 unanswered clean punches on the button. Miss like he did then, make him pay, make every one of the blow, make him pay for them. Good shot from if you're able to see your opponent's punches coming, you can brace them, you can take the ones that take.
Brazil, 5 rounds adrift after 5. What are people's opinions of it? Whatever happens from here, at this level, too raw, too inexperienced. Well, Brazil is showing boxing for about 8-9 years.
The punches he's throwing are kind of throbbing punches, Brazil. So we have to question the thing. Well, there's no real standout tough guys that he's fought. You know, the guys who fought the typical journeyman knockouts against him. So against a real world-class opponent, we haven't really seen him yet. And the snap will actually get lessened the more he gets punched. The more punishment he takes and the less impact his own punches will have. So he needs to start moving his head or doing something different. Like a sparring session. He looks like he's going through the motions, picking his shots, practicing stuff. But remember the statement we need so often, if it hits you, it knocks you out. I'm not sure he got hit with. I didn't see any shots that land from Brazil, but his nose is a little bloody.
Minute of this 6th round on the front foot a little bit.
The temperature in here tonight is really hot. Terrific shot again. I'd like to see a little bit more punch variety from Joshua. He's trying to similarly see him sort of variant with a left hand, maybe left uppercut coming. That's why Brazil, with his slow reflexes, is able up to sit and take the shot on the glove. You know, he needs to. There you go. Joshua needs to.
Round 7 there. Brazil starting to up the tempo, rocks the headbutt. And Joshua goes to work and puts him on the floor.
That's when you know it is really hot. He didn't have the neck muscles that tense for that one. The third moment, George Jones over.
Just everybody on their feet. Brazil fighting for his life now, and he's headed to a Buster's way tonight. He's got nothing left.
Hard as he does, because the shots that landed on Brazil were clean shots to the chin, his shoulders. Yeah. To telegraph his shots a little bit when you got early on in the fight, when his opponent was still fresh, and against a certain guy who can move. So this feels like a world title fight now. It feels like a defensive.
I think those of us who wrote Brazil off as a complete no-hoper, there's a bit of humble pie getting eaten as well.
Should have called by Ace Queen. Pocket Kings. Ace Queen. Fuck. Rebuy.
to the NBA here with Alan and Wendy. Let's run the floor. Windman, we opened with the highlights of Victor Wembanyama. 29 points, 8 rebounds, 4 blocks, and just a spectacular performance and a 25-point drubbing over Houston. Are we starting this? I'm not even sure this is a question. Is Victor Wembanyama the most dominant player in the NBA right now?
You can make the case. The sport was invented in 1891. We've never seen anybody this size with this skill set. He's showing it at both ends of the court, turning defense into offense, turning offense into defense. He's a threat from anywhere on the court. And he's doing psychological damage to his opponents. That, I think, is the big difference between Victor in year 3 and Victor in year 2. He's getting inside guys' heads, stopping shots before they're taken.
He's the most dominant player at both ends of the floor that we have in the NBA. I mean, that's really the best way to describe him. And he has athletic athleticism.
Yeah.
Somebody of a size we've never seen.
Right.
So to me, the things he does in these games is what is breathtaking and what just shows you. Like something like this, which is a Euro step into a reverse dunk. It's indefensible. We say a lot of times, we use that term indefensible on certain shots. Luka hit one yesterday. That's literally indefensible. There's nothing you can do other than just get out of the way so you're not on the poster. But then there's stuff defensively, like this. He's not looking, and then bam, he just knocks it out of bounds. Doesn't need to, but sends a message by doing it. That's mental warfare as well, what he's doing there with that block shot. Meaning, don't you dare come in here with that mess again. And you see his teammates reacting to stuff like this where they can't even believe what they just saw. That, I think we all feel the same way. There is just something about him as a player. And the scariest part is he's not nearly as good as he's going to be.
No, for sure. He's 22 years old, which begs the question, like, are we getting here a little earlier than we expected? I mean, watch this team play over the last month, Wendy. It's impossible for me not to say, and they have played well when they played OKC all year long. It's impossible for me to say, here they come, and this is going to be an unbelievable team in the future. They feel like they're the best team in the NBA right now.
Well, they won 15-16, and I want to just highlight 2 plays that he had on Friday night that you might have missed over the weekend. One was a play that essentially defined the game. Sideline out of bounds play that the Clippers run. They have a great play set up where they get a back screen for a lob where they're going to get. Watch this. Watch how far away Victor is from the basket. We can't see it there. Victor is 20 feet from the basket on this play and effectively defends the rim. Okay? That is what's incredible. That's what I mean by I say he is forcing guys to make mistakes and take shots they wouldn't even try against him. It's one thing if you put the shot up and he blocks it. It's another thing when you won't even try the shot. And on Friday night, Tyronn Lue designed a play that was going to get the game to overtime. The play was open. The play worked. But because Victor Wembanyama was in the way, even though he was 20 feet from the basket, Nicolas Batum was afraid to throw it. That's the next level that could make a difference at the playoff level.
I feel like every time we talk about him, he gets an inch taller. Every conversation, the more you watch him play, he just gets taller and taller. And right now, if you said to me right now you were going to vote for him for MVP, you would get no fight out of me. Let me go to the next stop here. We'll stay in the West. Luka Doncic had 35 points, including crazy one-legged threes, as the Lakers beat the Knicks 110-97.
Intimacy.
A game that wasn't as close as that final score would make it sound. So here are the facts. The Lakers are 9-2 when Luka and Austin Reeves play and LeBron James does not. So I guess the question, Wendy, is that something or nothing?
Well, I guess in fairness, I should say that LeBron, Austin Reeves, and Luka Doncic have really not played that many minutes together. And they have, as they've continued to play together, the numbers have improved. But the data so far just screams what you just said. When Luka and Austin Reeves are on the court together, okay, they are a high-level team. Plus 6.1 per 100 possessions is the performance of a mid-50s win team. That is very strong. Obviously, now look at the bottom there. When LeBron and Luka are on the court together, minus 2.6. That differential is the difference between a play-in team or a team headed for the lottery and a team headed for a home court advantage seed. That just doesn't work. And when the three of them are together, it's getting better. And JJ Redick, if he was on this broadcast with us still, he would say, give me some more time, we're making improvements, but they don't have more time. Austin Reeves and LeBron James are free agents at the start of the season. The data points say they are better off with Luka and Reeves now and probably going forward.
We always say, is it something or is it nothing? And I'm going to say it's not nothing, right? That's the best way to put it because it might be a small sample size, but those numbers tell you all you need to know. There's also other numbers I'm looking at too. When the two of them, when it's just Luka and LeBron on the court together, you would think defense is a bigger issue. Their defensive rating together is the same as the team. So it's not bad and it's not terrible.
Right.
It's the same as the team. The offensive rating, which you would think with those two on the floor should skyrocket. It's not. In fact, they're a top 10 offense altogether. But when those two are on the floor, they would rank 25th in the league in offense. So the offense to me is what you're not getting, what you thought you would get to make up for the lack of defense.
Yes, and it's going to sound, and I understand why it will be interpreted that way by some, as though this is a criticism of LeBron James. It's not meant to be that at all. He is still a very high-level player. For his age, he's a ridiculously high-level player. But the fit of LeBron and Luka, which we thought might work great,
yep.
And this is not necessarily anybody's fault. It just doesn't necessarily work great. And so I think the future, if this was 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, you build around LeBron. At this point, you're clearly going to build around Luka.
Yeah.
So it means LeBron will likely be the one who's somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what this season has been screaming in LA is that it is time to move on from LeBron. You're always going to go with the guy under 30 instead of the guy over 40, right?
Right, of
So I think we all know the inevitable end game that's going to happen here in LA. It'll be the end of LeBron in LA.
And then the biggest and I guess best story in the NBA this weekend, the Celtics and Jason Tatum. They beat Dallas by 20 and Cleveland by 11 since the last time we were all in here on Friday. Jason Tatum had 20 points yesterday. Let me start with this. Windy, I posted I watched the game on Friday night. He played longer and much better than I was expecting for him in game one. And then now we've seen a 2-game sample size. Has it been better than you were expecting, Winman?
I can't imagine that this could have gone better for the Celtics. He is showing, no fear to make plays. He's driving to the basket. His jump shot has looked reasonably good. No, he's been streaky. He had a streak yesterday where he missed 6 straight shots. That's been Jason Tatum's career. But if he looked really shaky the first 2 games, Greeny, I would be on here today saying, don't overreact. Just wait till he looks by April, May. And I'll say that here, don't overreact. We could see some games where he doesn't look as good. But the Celtics are designed within a system where he should be able to rejoin them without disrupting them much. And that is what's happened here. And in an Eastern Conference, where I've had a very difficult time discerning between these top 4 teams, this arrival and him looking like an instantaneous contributor is a difference maker. They're absolutely the favorites in my mind now going forward, not just because of what he looked like his first weekend, but what I expect him to look like in 6 weeks.
There's concern everywhere in the East, especially in New York, right? But in New York, there is somebody that is not too far from here, uptown at the hospital for special surgery.
Right.
Dr. Martin O'Malley, who's the one who performed this surgery the day after the injury happened.
Yeah.
The speed bridge surgery that allowed him to get here. They are cheering on Jason Tatum for what he's been able to do because it's remarkable. But if you watch his highlights, his 6 buckets that he got on the Cavs yesterday, first of all, Cavs need to show up in this game. They didn't. Second of all, you're not seeing a lot of lift out of his legs yet. And so what you want to see with him playing so comfortably in the flow in that offense is if he does get his legs under him, watch out.
Yeah, absolutely. The Pistons have lost 4 straight games also for the first time this year, so they seem to be falling out to the side a little bit. You mentioned the Cavs didn't show up. Winman just said the Celtics now are the team to beat in the East. Do you think the Celtics are the team to beat in the East?
They absolutely are because they're the most complete team and they defend better than anyone. They're the one team in the East that you can trust the most because of the coaching they have, because of the season they've had, and the fact that they defend as a team. They play in a system, Winnie has talked about this, that is remarkable, that they just plug and play players that you might not have heard of, and they all know their roles.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Celtics had an unbelievable weekend. You mentioned the Cavs didn't have a great day, but they did have this one spectacular play that we wanted to show you. This is going to be, Alan, this is going to be James Harden. He's going to be looking for Evan Mobley, and that is an alley-oop from however many feet that is. That's as good a pass as any Cleveland Browns quarterback threw all of last year.
Words right
You
out of
ain't
my
kidding
mouth.
about that.
Whitney's feeling that. This pass, when you don't see the rim, right? The pass out of context looked like it was going into the 5th row, 6th row. No way that was going to be on target. An unbelievable catch and finish, but even a more precise pass. One of the best you'll see of anybody in Cleveland.
Yeah, very good. A 20-yard touchdown pass on the alley to Evan Mobley. That's exactly
They
what it
call
was.
it a post pattern.
We will have Harden and the Cavs on Wednesday night, part of our doubleheader there, the early game against the Magic. Then we'll have Jokic taking on KD, Nuggets, and
until like I don't even know, but I'm not looking for that shit. I'm not looking to bring random men home into my room, into my bed, into my sanctified personal space. And it really wouldn't be super fucking responsible of me to do that either. Be steadfast about it. Stop dropping dimes on me, horizontal reigns. Those are called technicalities and loopholes. It's just getting started, I'm afraid, hence the crocheting. Oh, I know. Next is a cat. I got a fish, though. I did get a fish. I might get another. It's all downhill from here. I'm prepared for it. I'm prepared for it. Trust me. Can find the best dates at the post office. Can see from the get-go they're responsible. True story. Cats, yeah. I don't want a cat, though. I don't want something in the house that has more attitude than I do. I'm the cats, okay? I shit in the box full of dirt. Oh. I'll go over there and hit the like button. I do love a laser pointer and string. So, and boxes, I do. Fuck.
The method to the madness.
Reverse blockers and blocker leveling. The new metas in poker. I don't have the cards that he shouldn't want me to have, so that I don't have the cards that I make him fold.
And that goes for pocket jacks as well. If you're sitting there with two jacks in that spot, and most of your opponent's bluffs you assume include a jack, again, harder to call.
You're much happier calling off a 10 than pocket jacks in that spot. Mystery hand!
Finally! First one of the day for me.
ETG open. And Yuta will clearly at least come along, given it is the mystery hand. I'm yet to get one right because I keep giving production too much credit and keep thinking they're messing with us and going for value. So far, the ones I've been in the booth for have been bluffs. So I'll tell you what, I'll leave the witness. I'm going to assume we're in for a bluff spot, or at least a tricky call spot, as we do see the 9-4-4 top for Jew. Lovely to start c-betting here.
Oh yeah, bet
Plenty of
nice and
continues.
small. Get her in there. Goes for actually half pot. Mystery.
Check call. Layuna. Very safe turn here for the ace-9. The slightest of chances you're up against a 4, barring that. Time to start putting chips in the middle and setting up for stacks against weaker 9s and charging the flush draws. Just checks behind, plays it safe, taking into account the ICM maybe. A bit too safe in terms of not getting value, but this should make Yuna interested in stealing it to the extent she didn't have a piece of the board. She still wants to go for stacks. all in, which is exactly what a 4 would do, but I am committed, Griffin. I said I would guess a bluff, so that is what I'll do. I'll go with something like the ace deuce with a heart, and it's been snap called by a 9. It's a 4.
Wow.
Production got me again. It is value this time.
How is he doing it?
Well, let me just focus on the bad news at hand for Jing Feng Zhu. He has been eliminated. I mean, with that flop, I think it was inevitable. Yuna extracting the maximum. Nothing.
You have to wear it at all times. Yeah.
As we do see the blind level increase. Tiny increment. 250k going to 300k.
It does make me kind of think of some of the craziest prop bets I've heard of. I feel like prop bets aren't as insane as they used to be. Is that just me?
Yeah, I remember hearing about some of the prop bets from the 90s. Dead Forest making running bets, and then I think there was a Bill Perkins era.
No, there's definitely been an Antonio Esfandiari era. As a matter of fact, when we're off air, I'll tell you about one that probably maybe is a bit before your time, or
I watched his cable TV show with Phil Lott called I Bet You, where all they did was go around making prop bets.
I remember there was one. I mean, this one kind of felt like animal cruelty or something, where like someone offered someone a free roll to wear the same shirt every day for a year.
Oh my goodness.
Like a poker reporter at the World Series, as fan looks for some value from this bottom pair, and Takayama almost surely going to be his Huckleberry.
Yeah, favorable flop. Chin actually has top pair, so he's hoping to get called by the bottom pair of Mike Takayama, which is exactly what happens. Mike Takayama cannot get away from this just yet, but he does think it.
Yeah, I don't think it was a crazy moment. I think he was just like, I'll give you 10K if you wear the same shirt for a year, and he did it. I think he was allowed to wash it, though.
That's so amazing.
Yeah, it's like some poor poker reporter. It's like some big pro offering this props or something. Okay. What are we going to do here, fam? All we can do really is check call.
Yeah, fam slowed things down. Mike Takayama, of course, going for value. Despite the practice of the board, trying to go too large. 1/3 pot does get called. Ace on the river. Maybe helps team get away from it as the value bet is short come in position from Mike Takayama.
The problem is the ace just doesn't change anything. The ace is the same thing as like a deuce. I know the cards look different, but because this went limp, check back, pre, an ace doesn't really complete anything. It just appears scary, but it doesn't really change the complexion of the board much.
$1.35 million, 50% pot.
I think he just paid off. Playing. Maybe yell at the dealer a bit. Don't do that. Don't yell at the dealer.
You don't see that note too often in the solver.
No. Just mean mug, maybe. No, don't do that.
Never.
Except that one time. Fam just doesn't feel like this isn't value. It would seem like such an erratic bluff. Yeah, you just kind of have to pay it off, right? Your top pair all the way to the river. I'm not blind.
Mike Takayama with a FT pickup there.
Manny.
Most of them like owning watches, but I am wearing my nice trusty G-Shock at the moment. Casio Pro. Is that how you say it in the Netherlands? Casio. I like that. It makes it sound a lot more sophisticated. Casio, we sometimes say it here.
I had one when I was a kid. As the action continues, down to 32 players. Our chip leader is still Yuna Kanaizumi from Japan. 14.2 million, 3 bounties overall. Winty after that big hand and the big call with the ace high flush on the river is now 4th in chips overall. Eugene Long, our bounty bounty hunter, Mr. Bounty. He's collected more bounties than anyone else in the field. He's down at ace to 7 of hearts.
He's running out of people to target on the table. There's two short stacks that you mentioned, 7 and 8 decks. Everybody else, other comparable, are much higher than him in stacks. So I think his first focus needs to be on playing the poker and building, and certainly using a suited ace off the button makes a lot of sense to do that.
I think there's two players with less chips than him.
Oh, sweet hungry.
He's locked in. And one of them is the man from Greece. We'll give up on the last name. One last attempt. Sotiropoulos. I think we're getting there.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but we can go with Georges.
Well, Georgios has the old 7 deuce of diamonds. It looks like he's coming along for the single big blind to call. You raise the flop, Georgios needs a lot of help, and that's a lot of help. 2 diamonds on the board. It's Winford who flops best. Moving long is left with just ace 7 of hearts. Don't see him really firing into 2 players with this board.
He really loves bounties.
For Georgios, it doesn't make much sense to bluff here as a semi-bluff. Would likely get called with his bounty in the mix. He'd much rather just see a turn and evaluate depending on what happens. Especially multi-way, if you can hit a diamond, then you can start thinking about how to extract from both players.
Checks all the way through. We are off to see a turn. The turn is the 8 of diamonds. The man from Greece receives the check mark as he improves to a 7 high flush.
Let's go. Defend the 7 deuce of diamonds and just have your opponents dead on the turn. Multi-way. And in comes the bet from the 0% hand. Winfred taking the stab. Understandable move pair and the open-ender. You would want to get value from single diamonds, even pair and flush draws possible.
Double check. It's like really this good that I've made it this far. My name is Georgios. I look gorgeous. And I've got a 7 high flush. Like this, that's it.
And you really always want to be getting it in. And that's because you're going to get called off by pretty much any hand that has a diamond. No point just trapping, of course. You'd only have 350 behind, so Jinlong can get out of the way, and I think Winfred's priced in with any 2, and he's going to find out that he has no hope. The double up and more for the short stack.
The worst feeling when you make the call. We're just drawing death. No river to save us. More than a
Welcome back to Triton 1, coming to you live from J2. Just past midnight here at Griffin Banger, and myself with us in the booth. And we just, of course, reached the final 2 tables of the 5K mystery bounty. 16 remaining, 395K up top. What are we expecting here, Griffin? It's going to be wild.
Well, quite a nice, significant chip lead for Yuna Kanizumi. Pretty impressive, 25.6 million chips, good for 66 big blinds. Got 4 bounties. She's been a lot on the feature tables, of course. Just playing great poker, aggressive. Going after those bounties, playing some nice pot control pots that we've been impressed with. And but we got a lot of heavy hitters here. Anton Rutstav's been playing really well in the feature as well. You talk about Roman Stoika. Of course, we have T-Win as well, who's having a great series so far after final table in the opening event in that 3K. Manuel Fritz, he's been someone that's been near or around the top of the leaderboards, has slipped to 11th, so a bit of a downswing for them. And of course, Winfred Yu still holding on there. 14 big blinds was pretty short there, but finding a way to stay in. 15 of 16, 4.2 million.
So we can actually take a look at both tables on the Triton Poker Plus app as you take a look at the leaderboard. I love keeping both tables on when we reach the final 2 tables. You can actually follow all the action. We will, of course, have a feature table and a secondary feature. Should be a fun one because Yuna has just been leading the way. Her chip graph I've been talking about, barely a dip. You don't see that too often in poker tournaments. She's been getting there no matter whether she has it or not. Of course, there's bounty still in the mix. Now, more so than ever, maybe not as relevant.
Yeah, and it's tricky, right? These bounties have the potential to be worth so much money, but the time to really be chasing them hard was as soon as they were introduced, sort of with 200 players left is when we were able to sort of start acquiring them. And as we take a look at the feature table, we see there's still an element of wanting to get those rips in later. probably at some point tomorrow after the conclusion of the final table as we see the stacks of both tables. And obviously, with quite a significant chip lead over the rest of the field right now. We look over on the other table. Yun Peng Bei, 55 big blinds leading the charge. Both Russians over there that we saw a lot of in that previous level. Roman Stoica and Anton Rubtsov doing well. A couple short stacks, including one in Shu Ziyane, 9 big blinds. Should be some interesting action coming up here as we have a look at our new feature table, including T-Win in the corner there. Already and all in.
If you got ace queen, buddy, you got me.
16 big blinds. And Yuna wants the count.
Not a mystery hand. The graphics simply yet to be revealed. Keep in mind, 17,500 locked out, but the pay jumps are getting hefty. 16 bigs, as you said. Griffin. Looks like Yuna will fold this one. Shang on our table, he has been mighty impressive. Did see him in the feature table coverage, coming in with 10 million, 34 bigs. New presence on the feature, but a mighty stack. It's number 2 on the tournament leaderboard. Elmer will let it go. Struggling with this last name. He is from the Philippines. I'll go with Kala Quinn. Let's go with Elmer. 15 million in his stack. One of 2 Filipinos in the mix. Mike Takayama also on our feature table. No doubt they are familiar with each other, being 2 of the winningest poker players from the Philippines. And she win here, as you mentioned, Griffin. What a story. What a series she is having after 7th place, 79,000 USD. Just finishing 2 days ago on the final table of the 3K QQPK Genesis event.
Rocking that incredibly flashy Vegas hat once again. I'm almost disappointed she's wearing that again because she wore such a cool hat as well, like a different one for the final table. And I kind of wanted the whole theme to be like she just wears some cool badass themed hat every time. But look, some people only travel with 2 hats.
Well, how's this for badass? At the 10K Mystery Bounty event at the inaugural Triton 1 Festival, she came second for 155,000 and 40,000 USD in bounties. So a tough score to beat. The real race is with herself. See if she can go one better, but the steep run is already mind-boggling. Repeat in the Mystery Bounty.
Real Bekatov finally starting to acquire some bounties. We reflected earlier, had a massive stack of no bounties. Now has 3 to his name. 13.375 million to play with. He's going to come with a call. I do like how aggressive Yuna has been pre-flop. Really wielding that chip lead to great effectiveness. Jack 8 certainly a bit loose here. We got a +2, but still freezing up some players. Kirill electing to go with a flat strategy instead of a 3-bet one. T-Win in the big blind. King 3, a good candidate to just let go. He does so.
$2 million in the pot. Average stack by about 10 million, good for about 35 bigs. Jack on the flop. Will the story just remain the same? Easy chip ups.
A bit more customary actually in this spot to play this as a check. Unit is going to fire out of bed. And with this particular combo, a quick fold from Kirill the Thrill.
Okay, I'm with you.
That's actually the nickname of one of the top 5 or 10 players in the NHL, Kirill Kaprizov, in Minnesota Wild. They call him Kirill the Thrill, so
it's not taken in the poker world, is it?
It isn't.
There we go. We will be cutting to the other table to the extent a pot is brewing. And Chiwei, 12.2 million on that table. They just mentioned two gentlemen from Russia who have been getting into some tricky pots. Anton Rubtsov battling it out with Roman Stoica. Both have decent stacks.
Come on, Yuna, have a go. Let's keep this up.
Today in Pro, don't fix it. Jack 8 of clubs worked out, now 9 8 of hearts. She has a stack where there's no point hiding what she's doing. She is going to be the table captain. She's willing to be. She is certainly willing. Looks like it's getting folded to the blinds here. Interesting dynamic on the table with the two monster stacks, Yuna and Elmer, sort of sitting opposite each other on parallel sides. They sort of get to take turns being in late position and stealing chips, stealing blinds. This one is a long range steal with the suited connectors. 750k at it each time. You have 4 starting stacks. It's picked up every time you pull a move and it works. So the player with the most bounties did leave us. Ujin Long had about 9. I think among the ladies players, I'm spotting some 5s. Elmer, Roman. Incredibly, T-Wen has 0. She's just looking to improve that second place finish. Bounties be damned. That's a pretty looking holding. Or Kirill the Thrill, did you say?
Kirill the Thrill, buddy.
Let's see if he's
Kirill the Thrill belt back to
gonna be chill or bump it up. Okay.
Applejack of clovers. Fold all the way to the blinds. 3 deuces the ticket. But what about drum roll? Queen 6 off. Playing just 7 big blinds behind. I don't think she wants anything to do with you.
Shortest stack in the tournament, 9 big blinds. That is shoe.
Must be 7 now.
He's down to 2 million, good for 7 bigs. We'll need to make a move ASAP.
Camera on. Chung Cheng. It's just an absolutely awesome alliteration of a name. It actually kind of reminds me of a little bit of one of my middle names and my last name. A lot of people know this, but my middle name on my passport is Frank, so Griffin Frank Bender. But my actual extended version of my last name is Behringer Bender. Frank Behringer Bender.
Behringer, like the audio company?
I guess so. Is that the audio company?
Where does that come from?
I haven't heard of them.
You haven't heard of the audio company named after your grandfather, Behringer? This would be pretty spicy. The 3 deuce. Big boss at. And now this time, just 5 million in a stack.
All or nothing, pal. What's it gonna be? You're gonna make a stand with the Queen Duck against the chip layer, who probably would have snapped you off. Yuna getting some respect.
Yuna's climbing up to near 30 million. Take note, there's 160 million chips in play. She has not an insignificant percentage of that already.
Yeah, almost 20%.
those of you following along. The other events in the Frightened Bulls last at the 10K event going on as well. $3.2 million in the prize pool. Left in the latest level. So 3 levels to go after. 35 minutes apiece. We're playing down to the final 9 here, the final table in the mystery bounty. Depending on how things go, of course. It's ready and they become a bit of a grind. We've seen that before. Coming into final table bubbles. Let's take a quick look at our poll in the meanwhile about which nation will end the day with the chip lead. Despite Yuna absolutely dominating, Japan has fallen behind 23% for Japan, 35% for China. With 3 Russians still in the field, fair play. Russia in 3rd place. Ace 9 releases in the cutoff. Great result for Krill thus far.
Triple C lets it go in the big.
Zero. One more pickup. Near 15. Making it look easy. I know the Thai Rail tracks all their favorite players intensely, but at those 3 and KT, two of the legends from Thailand, both over 100 bigs in the 10K event. We will be covering that event right after we close out the 5K mystery bounty, all the way down to a winner tomorrow. Stick with us. A couple of finalists from the 3K Genesis event, including Win Nam Kwang, for a pretty deep stack in the 10K. Interesting spot for Elmer to take. Has the advantage of, being a few spots away. She was on the button, but still go with the ranges. Ace King suited for Kirill. We saw the Ace Jack suited, King 9 suited, now Ace 3 suited. He's going to be involved again. And is that just a flat? I see.
It's kind of interesting, if you were to come out swinging from the big blind here, I really think you would get a huge amount of respect. Probably just take it down free. There are some ICM considerations you 16 left too. So maybe Kurok's playing this kind of as like this interesting little intricate trap in a way to keep hands like what Elmer has in the pot to represent, king high boards and the like. And right away, already making, I think, more chips than most would had he elected to go for the 3-bet. There's something to be said about when there isn't really much of a sort of bluffy 3-bet dynamic. Maybe we don't need to just 3-bet to play for stacks with this hand. You can just keep weaker hands in. I'm wondering if Kirill ends up mixing things up with a check raise.
Indeed he does. Left with pretty much nothing to continue. So yeah, you could argue made an extra 450K there. Took the tricky play pre-flop.
Very large sizing here.
Take it down. Yeah, the fact that he check raises large, trying to end the hand, as well as the fact that did not do that pre-flop, just looks like he wants to dodge tricky spots. Do see blinds go up a massive increase to 200K, 400K. This is actually going to have decent impact to the tiny stack of G1 shoe out there. 5 bigs will now be reduced to about 4. But could you also, sub 10 BB? 3.5 million for him. Worth under 9 now. Just a reminder for those of you joining us for the first time for our coverage, in case you're one of those people who did not watch the excellent 3K Genesis and the women's event, T Web, world famous not just for her Triton performance, so this amazing fold she made for World Series, holding a full house. Ace Queen was correct to do so. Opponent had pocket aces. Really looking forward to her in a tough spot to see if she can muster up the hero fold once more. Not too many hands for Bio.
Was that against Athanasios?
I think so. That sounds about right. I will say her opponent didn't become as famous as she did, but he was kind enough to show, which was very nice on the outer table.
I mean, Athanasios is a legend. He's a real beauty. One of the big community favorite. Real sweetheart.
Four spades going to the flop. Strong opens the suited connectors. Fair enough. Mike Takayama comes along with a king. I see one spade. I see two spades.
Oh, yeah.
Open-ended straight flush draw versus the two overs and the bigger flush draw.
This is fun.
Oh my goodness. There's two cards. One of them Mike Takayama possesses, the 10 of spades. So the 5 of spades would be the absolute crazy card.
Important to note that Takayama's only playing 12.5 big blinds here, so I might expect him to just play this as check raise or check shove. And of course, Chung is not going anywhere.
If Mike does check shove, which he does, he'll be happy to realize he's getting called by a worse flush draw. However, look at the equities at 60-40. Of course, Chung cannot go anywhere. It's half his stack, but he needs to call this off. He can't flop this much equity and let it go.
And he has Takayama covered quite significantly, so no real merit in waiting for any kind of pay jump or anything like that. So, you know, obviously everyone's entitled to take a little time with their decisions, but it just seems like inevitable, right? People are going to be quite amazed to see him turn up an open-ended straight flush draw with 12 big blinds in a bounce tournament and not to have called right away.
Taking his time. I don't think we're in neutral territory just yet. Yeah, it does make the call. Fair play. What a flop. The action was inevitable. 5, 8, 9, and 10. And the 5 of spades is what Chung needs. Too many outs? Question mark? The 6 is a good card for Mike. Just need to dodge the river.
Street is still live. No vote yet for Takayama. It does kill the 10 though, doesn't it?
That would make a full house. And it is a 5. Chung gets there with the straight. The pride of the Philippines, Mike Takayama, with the unfortunate exits. With that dramatic flop. Another bounty picked up for Chung. Wow, that's a huge swing. And chips. Each pot feels so big. Mike Takayama will be the 16th place finisher. Fantastic run here, no doubt. He'll be firing whatever next event he can. Does exit, which means we do have the slight pay jump now as well. Down to 15 here at the 5K mystery bounty. 19.5 locked up for everyone.
Yeah, the money's getting kind of nice. 20 grand? Could buy a house with that.
Or a nice garage that you can make into a lovely home.
Not in the Netherlands, though.
所以我这个低大音，因为他的 raise 真的可以可以是他
Buy a nice houseboat, probably. That counts. That's a domicile.
I have an annual houseboats trip. I go with my friends to the Thousand Islands in Ontario, and we have a great time. Island hop, enjoy the water.
Nice.
It's my favorite trip of the year.
So the houseboats.
So we rent a couple of houseboats.
Move.
Like each, they're like described. And each one sleeps around 6. So we usually rent anywhere between 2 to 4 houseboats. Anchor them together on these little islands. It's a good time.
You live a cozy, fulfilling life, Griffin, and this inspires me.
I mean,
And slightly angers me. I don't know why.
we really make the summers count. We get 6 months of deep cold winter.
That is fair.
Everyone is just, there's a certain gratitude around summer in Canada that unparalleled us out.
Quick takedown from the chip leader, Yuna. Just easily adding 800k. I'm gonna say easy. It's a lot of hard work. It's just that resistance has been infrequent. At some point, you do need to take a stand, but it looks like most people are just calmly getting out of the way, keeping their eyes on making it the FT, which of course will be the end of the day as well. There's always some added equity in the form of getting that mental reset. Another thing for Yuna to perhaps bounce on. Alright, Jack 10 will commit, not wanting to face the 800k burden coming up in 2 hands. Let's see, who wants the bounty? 1.9 bigs is the ask.
Thinking about it. Hungry Lioness sees a wounded gazelle. There are going to be 4 players behind, so I think she's going to think better of it. Nope.
This might be the first time we're seeing her go after a bounty this loose, and turns out she's actually got the best hand, at least for now.
I mean, this would have created folds for all these players, depending on what the big blind has here. This could turn out to be a stroke of brilliance. Ahead with the King 5. Not even suited.
How did she do it?
She did it.
Yes, but how? How do I get as good as Yuna? T-Win is wondering if she's priced in somehow. Be dominated by Yuna. That's the suited hand go. I think she will take the showdown, all things considered. Soft flip.
An impressed Shu. Who is this woman? Just representing like 5% of her stack. This elimination could turn into 155,000 bounties. Great start. Blocking, straight card in the king. I still have to dodge jacks and 10s as well, though.
37% going to the turn. It's going to be cut in half now. Like pairing up doesn't change much. Essentially a break. Kings, jacks, and 10s needed for Shu G1. And that is going to be the end of a great run. 15th place, the bounty being handed over to Yuna, who now crosses 31 million in chips. Just calls King 5, just holds, can do no wrong, collects another bounty. I feel like she's now on a side quest to collect bounty. She's already cemented herself in this tournament. Time to start collecting some bites at the 155k apple.
Yeah, not only does she have 5 bounties now, but she has almost double second place. Anton Rubstov, 17.3 million. She's up over 31 million. So a significant chip lead over the rest of the field. One to watch.
I suspect the poll will start getting momentum in the direction of Japan about which nation will end the day with a chip lead. We have a prime candidate. Almost seems insurmountable to a certain extent. Yuna with 31 million chips, Anton on the other table with 17 million, and Elmer with 16 on our table. As we do say adios to our 15th place finisher, G1 Shu. No stack below 10 bigs in the tournament. 14 players remaining, 5 eliminations away from the FT.
I love the stern table presence of Yuna. Just like, don't mess with me, man. I'm literally here to destroy you.
Oh, you love this. Of all the people in the world, you will definitely love this. I saw a comment in the chat saying Yuna was awesome in the movie Incredibles.
Nice.
I'm forgetting the name of the character, the costume designer.
Elastigirl? Oh, I see what you're saying. I was thinking Elastigirl.
Oh, maybe it is Elastigirl. You might be right.
How about QQPK, guys? Title sponsor here at Triton 1. Would we even be here without QQPK? Hard to say. It's not my job. I just work here. But they support the game at the highest level. They bring all the action to poker fans all around the world, including you. Including me, I'm a poker fan, too. Thank goodness for QQPK. Look at all those great ambassadors. Webster Lim, Danny Tang, Nishant Sharma, and, I mean, everyone's favorite. Look at that poster. Come on. Legend. Is he here yet? Enough is enough. I want to see some poetry in my life.
No.
Runner-up in the main event, last Triton 1. Graced us with his presence at the lower buy-ins compared to the super high rollers that he is obviously familiar with. Let's move on to Kirill Beketov with ace-10 in the cutoff. Going to open these up with a raise. Elmer with a rare opportunity, actually, to set mine. Don't get a lot of chances like this, sort of 15 players left in an event, but just deep enough with 40 big blinds. He is reaching for raising chips, though. It's an interesting decision, and it'll create a very interesting decision once he is faced with this all-in wager from T-Win. It might even make him more inclined to consider a call. If he just flatted this 800K, I don't even think he'd consider 8 million, but you've already put 2.5 out there. Maybe you want to take the flip equity if it's there. Elmer's going to ask for a count, I think. Represents about half of his stack.
6 million to call, 12 in the middle. This is tough. You are in that flipping at best situation, for sure.
Yeah, and the ranges do tighten up here. This isn't your standard button versus small blind raise and shove because of the original open. So it does tighten T's range a bit. She's not just looking down at pocket fives and shoving here, right? So it's going to be all those big card combos, all the ace kings and ace queens, maybe some ace jacks suited. Yeah, I don't mind this fold, even though it feels like you might be folding out some flip equity. Nice pickup there for T.
She adds 50% to her stack without a showdown. She will take it up to 30 bigs. With the old QQPK shout-out, Griffin, you were asking about the Ponad, and indeed, the other QQPK ambassador, Nishant Sharma, as well, essentially tied in the 10K event. Near a million chips, that's good for 80 bigs. And I did spot a name that excited me, tied with chips. Shu Yang, who we did see at the QQPK Genesis event.
Oh,
the absolute wild card.
Oh, I think that's what I need. You know what? Like, I'm loving all this coverage, but I just like, you know, what is this, day 5 or 6? It's like, I need a little, like a little Yang injection, you know?
Yeah.
Just like, give me some crazy, you know? We're watching such solid poker today. Give me some Yang. Hopefully, we will see him run up a stack in that 10K. If he can keep the train on the rails.
I'll tell you what, he'll either run up a stack or fire the main and try to run up a stack in every flight, because that is his playing style for sure. We went from first to near bubbling with 50 players paid in the 3K Genesis, bluffing into the nuts of Nishant Sharma. Now that's an action play right there. T with the newfound chips, likely willing to be patient with the King 6 on the button. Impatience, likely with the ace-8 suited, however. Sub-10 BB, the spot he's been looking for. Little jam, 2 bigs to pick up. Ace-9 for Tian, the snap call.
Cooler City population 10.
Do you see the chances of a tie there on your screen? 15%. It's actually lower than I would have thought. 8s and 9s are just high enough as kickers that they're likely enough to play.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
All right, 15% is pretty good.
So you did there with the 10. Tell me there's a chance. No.
I missed it, and it's on me. You get the credit.
Wow, I appreciate that.
Play.
Usually I have Randy who just, bullies me, but I like that you're malleable with my bad humor as the flop comes 3-7-7, which is a decent start for Chen as far as opportunities. Maybe not the greatest. Obviously, a 3 would be a chop. Oh, hello there.
Pleasant development on the turn for the short stack. Just needs to hold him. That's it. Chop it up. Survival is certainly a win at this stage. I mean, just the icing consideration of the stack. Worth thousands and thousands of dollars in pay jumps and potential bounties if you can spin it up. Now Chen will remain one of the shorter stacks in the tournament.
Oh, the NP.
How about Winfred Yu grinding the short stack out there on the other tables? 9 big blinds still for him. JLBlades.
It's 400. It's 400.
Sean will keep things moving along in terms of posting. Amazing to see the time bags, which is to say the Triton tempo on the Triton Poker Plus app. Looks like Winfred Yu has 0 left on his clock. One of the few players in that situation. Sean Falong, for all intents and purposes, as well, down to 0.
I feel like Winfred's, earned some, give him as much time as he wants, I don't think anyone would mind.
Plus one open, folded to the big. Left that girl doesn't mind going after the big blind of the chip leader. That's going to be a call. 4 blacks worth 100k apiece. A sideboard and a king and a monotone, which does give the baby flush draw to Yuna. Kirill is not going to get away with the C bet. He seems like he want to place one.
Yeah, I think we can anticipate a little sort of protection / hope for a fold with this small bet on the flop. Fold out some hands that could get there on the turn, and then sort of set the price against the hands we're losing against. And of course, in this case, is the King 3.
For those wondering, by the way, the red chips are the bounty tokens. So the players do know how many bounties each other have. 4 on the turn. Doesn't change much. Apparently we can have 4. It is Yuna. But with the king and the baby flash draw still active, doesn't feel the need to do anything but check and flow.
Yuna really can't do any wrong, huh? Makes the loose peel from the big blind with King 3. Constantly asserting her dominance over the men in this field. He's going to vault himself up to 33 million now with this 1-3 pot against Kirill.
Sometimes it's just your tournament, of course, we're still a ways away from a winner. 14 remaining, but smooth ride. Does wonders.
Operator.
She really is, you know. Bullet train. Running on time, smooth operating. Having a confidence has to be peaking, not to quote American Boy by Kanye West.
Does he say confidence is peaking?
That's all. Pretty sure. One of the few rap lyrics I know. Kirill has been involved every time he has a decent holding. Nothing too out of line. Ace 10 UTG. Pitches loose. Quick pause. Juna taking another stab at it. He off about 30 bigs. Same hand, but a different stack for TM. Starts the countdown.
Because you have no, well, you have a bit of fold equity. And I'm curious to see if Kirill decides to call this, because it represents about a third of his stack. Ace 10 offsuit is going to be slightly behind the range, I think, of TN10 fan. We can see he sort of has the bottom of his reshove range with Ace 10. So this is very, yeah, you know what? He's going to go for it. He's going to say, hopefully I'm up against something like nines. Maybe a king-queen suited. Or maybe I can suck out against a big hand like jacks or queens. Instead, he sees the exact same holdings. So, for all intents and purposes, we can expect these gentlemen to chop up these chips, but you never know. You see the statistics over there. 2% win. Yeah.
That's that. One quick note there, Griffin. TN10 fan was also out of time. There's 0 on the shot clock. You could hear the dealer count down. 3, 2, 1. Before he did take the jam spot. Seems to be becoming relevant in these difficult situations. Once again, a short stack survives, in fact, mimicking previous situation. Chops it up. 4 stacks, 10 bigs.
Go pop.
For the tournament. Out of 14. I think there's a decent amount of ICM pressure that can be applied to the 8 stacks or so between 25 and 40 bigs. So close to the final table. Not only are the pay jumps getting pretty meaningful, 395 up top to play for. I'd love to see her get even further activated. Although, as we said, she seems to be doing no wrong. On the other table, the big stack in the form of Rustov, Roman Stoica, his countryman, and there has been a chip up by Yunpeng Bai, who saw all in and double up against Winfred Yu.
Oh, come on.
Do no wrong.
Come on, Yuna. Just Ray, stop playing with your food. She's just killing these people. Go to the 2.5x. See if. Oh my! This is going to be the swing of the tournament here. Just 14 players remaining, and a massive 32-ish big blinds each cooler about to develop. These chips are going in 3-flop.
It's time to see if the
Unless Kirill does the flat thing again, remember? We did the cold thing with Ace King earlier?
That's right, he did flat an early position open. He won't do it here.
Well, just shoves it.
all you can eat, and this should be getting called fairly quickly. After all, he could have any small pocket pair. Wouldn't mind taking even a flip in this spot, considering her chip stack.
Yeah, I don't think he would shove a small pocket pair for this many, but certainly tens or nines, and then all of the ace, queen, ace, king combos. So against that range, you just got to call with jacks. She's got to know that you would never do this with the three better pairs, those would induce. So you just got to take your jacks here, you got to put the chips in the middle.
She does make the call, of course. We're
surprised to see that.
For the biggest flip in this tournament, 27 million chips on
I'm
offer.
going to stand up for this. I know you can't see me anymore, but I'm going to have this big all in.
We either have a new chip leader in the form of Kirill Beketov or Yuna with the absolute runaway chip lead as we head to the biggest flop thus far. Jacks need to hold against Kirill's ace
Here
king.
we go.
Ace and a king.
How about a queen or a 10 just to make things a little interesting?
We've been talking a lot about smooth sailing, and this looks like it could be the rocky situation she was trying to avoid thus far.
How much
Six of
can
diamonds.
change, right? Theodore, like, just runaway chip leader, one big cooler, queen coming a bit too late. And suddenly we have a new chip leader as Kirill Beketov. Up to 27 million chips. Clipping the wings of the unstoppable force that was Yuna Kamizumi. She goes all the way down to 20. Doesn't feel right, does it? She was a rightful chip leader.
She's still second in chips, mind you.
Yeah.
Which is the amount of buffer that she was working with. But this is going to feel like she's off stock. She's gotten up to 30 million chips the harder way. Small pots consistently winning. This is a huge bunch, but that is the nature of the beast. And with that, it's time for Kirill the Thrill Beketov to make his presence known. One of the three Russians out there in the fields, joining us at track 1 for the first time. Third place finish at the 2K side event, also a bounty event. And now it looks like the near lot to make the final table, but as we just saw, swings can happen at any moment.
We have four players between 11 and 9 big blinds. So we could be getting down to this final table. Maybe not immediately, but certainly people are going to start to fall, especially as the blinds go up. Next level, of course, is going to be 250K, $500,000. Chen, bit of a risky shove here, I have to say. 7-handed with ace-8 off.
Seeing this more and more. With wider ranges from early position before the big blind and bounty come about. Did get there with the ace-8 in the form of a chop.
Oh, outer table action?
Let's go.
What are we working with?
Always 4 Winfred U is all in and has been called by the weaker holding. Intent buy. Which did have a part whereby got the better of it. No queen, no 9, but the open ender.
And backdoor spades too. 96, 9, jack, queen.
There is the jack. That's going to be the end of the legend. Winfred U. But it in good. Nothing to look back on. That could give him pause. Fantastic run. 14th out of 836.
Yun Peng says bye, bye, bye to the legend Winfred U. So great to see him in this event. You see an incredibly accomplished Triton Super High Roller player.
So with that, we are 4 away from the FT.
And that'll evolve by all the way up to Second in chips. Froggy Yuna. Clean 20 million on the dot for 50 big blinds.
Oh, well.
Fred.
That sums it up. Oh, well. Ace 4. Queen 9. Ah. Looks like Ace 8 got away with it there. That should Shen get a bit of relief in the form of the pickup. Take no chat that the players, even if they don't log into the Trident Poker Plus app, can take a look at the stacks out there on the tournament clock, so they will be making decisions accordingly. But as Randy was pointing out yesterday, if you can't just do tables, you can't just fold your way into the final table. That's because there's not enough tables for people to bust. We just end up waiting each other out.
That was pretty close there with the diminishing time countdown. Again, Fam not working with any time banks. Decides to go with the mid-race strategy off 10 big blinds. Also could have shoved. Either way is fine. Does offer an opportunity for T in the big blind. Ooh, yeah. Call or shove.
I mean, surely we just feel tempted to get it in for the bounty, but it does represent a decent chunk of the stack. She goes with the former, though. And T enough for raising 800k. Likely looking to get it in, and we'll be pleasantly surprised.
I don't know, man. Gotta be honest with you. This kind of straights up.
Really?
Big blind shoves on you. I think, and with no time, you might
There's a countdown.
Yeah. I mean,
He lets it go.
Yeah, just like think of the situation, right? Like she shouldn't be shoving a lot of hands like King Jack from the big there, but because it was suited, because he clearly has a raise fold range, that was a great find for T. But most of the time, it's not like she's looking down at ace 9 off and shoving, right? She's gonna be a bit more scared about that early position open. So the ace range is crushing your ace 10. There's a couple combos of King Jack suited, King Queen suited maybe, and then all the other hands dominate you. I really don't mind the ace 10 fold, but I probably would have shoved just to get it all in here. Manny Fritz might be running out of juice. Was one of our chip leaders for a while there, but has slipped and needs a little luck to hold against Roman Stoika.
Queen on the flop. Okay,
just
9
give
being
him a
asked
9.
turn. Let's do it. Manuel Fred's one of the most accomplished players left in the field. 3.5 million in total strike earnings.
Brick City.
Jack. The ace from space needed.
Barry Greenstein. I know you're out there, Barry.
Another queen instead will seal the deal for Roman Stoika to climb up to 20 million. And we lose one of the most decorated players still out there in the field. GG to Manuel Fritz from Austria. That's a fun exit. Fist bumps and the bye-byes. 21,000 score will add to his impressive tally. And the 2.3 million score in the Bahamas, third place in the main event. Just like that, Griffin. We're just a few spots away from the FD. 12 remaining. And pocket sevens have shoved from the small against the button open. Huge shove here. Near even stacks.
I love it. It's like, boom, let's play. And Elmer's sitting there with ace 10 thinking, this is probably something like this hand, but it's never really a worse ace. So I think ace 10, we can probably just make a big fold. It just sucks because it's like the top of our fold range. We hate when we're here. But for this many chips, he knows it's the right decision to let it go. And he win. Just been impressing us all series. I've just been loving all the female talent here at Triton 1. 67 runners for that, not insignificant buy-in level for a ladies event,
49k up top, won by Elizabeth Chan.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking back at that hand with the pocket 7 shove, I mean, the last time we saw the exact same situation, button open, 30 big shove, it was ace king.
Congratulations.
So instead of being 7 and 5, we will of course redistribute the tables. 6 and 6 now, 12 remaining.
Yeah, we have two stacks with 9 big blinds in the form of Chen Shunshu and Tian Tan Pham, who's of course at our table. There's Beketov,
Chip leader.
chip leader. The Chippy, El Capitan, my captain, my king. As we have a look at the remaining 12 players, now that they are all balanced. 2 Russians at the top of both tables. See Stoika with a very slight edge over Yunpeng Bei. Anton Rustov, 39 blinds. All the way down to our 9 big blind Pham. And over here on the feature, Beketov, doing well. Yuna, got slowed down a bit. Was given a speeding ticket by Beketov. Maybe not one she deserved. Using a big flip. But she is still very comfortable at 49 big blinds.
We sent over Tian Tan Pham to the other table with his 9 big blind stack. It is kind of funny to send a short stack to the table. It's something
Yeah.
for the bigger stacks to fight for in the form
Also,
of
after
bounty.
I just said that he was on our table.
You got confused between him and Chen. They look very similar. The two
No.
9 big blind stacks.
No, I didn't. He was on our table.
He was on our table.
Yeah.
He was just sent over.
See, I'm confusing people. Oh, look at that respect.
5 Dewey. We'll get the walk. That's pleasant. Things could not be higher stakes. 395k up top. 12 battlers trying to get there and collect some bounties along the way.
I will run back in that 2 seconds left. Very important that decision.
836 entries in this field, breaking the record down to the final 12. This is the one to parlay into a big score. So in theory, let's say you have 4 bounty envelopes, you could end up with almost 250 in bounties, in theory. As we do see Chen take the spot with Queen 6 of diamonds.
Get him, Yuna.
This is getting called.
He said count.
He said count, not call, so for now wants to know. 8.5 bigs.
Stop mansplaining, CCC.
He was wrong too, by the way.
Yeah, I know he
Say
was.
call. All good. As we do see the showdown, 2 live ones for Chen. I think you take it. I like the shot, trying to get away with it with the fold equity. It's folded to you with the suited queen in this spot. Understandable. And when you do get called, you're likely to have live ones, as he indeed does here. Diamond and a 6. Open ender for Yuna though.
Yeah, she still has a very good chance. 40%. Could even have him drawing red on some turns like a deuce or a 7. That's not a diamond.
Clean turn thus far. Doesn't change much.
See the outs there. A lot of ways to die. Not
That's
that way.
good though. We're still 12-handed, and Chanshu Chen will climb up.
12-handed. Interesting. No way to put it.
Never played 12-handed?
I wonder if I have. Probably not. I definitely played 11-handed. You know, there was a while there, was probably before your time. Maybe that's judgmental. I know you've been in poker for a while, but I remember I played a 10K main event. I won't say where, and it was 10-handed, a 10K main, and I sent a sternly worded email.
That happens.
And I I got a positive response. They took it on and they changed it.
Nice.
So, and that was when my dog complex really started. As we do a little housekeeping here with Jupiter Prediction. What makes the player here great isn't just luck. It's knowing how to read what comes next better than anyone else in the room. And Jupiter Predict lets you put that instinct to work. All sports, politics, world events. I mean, who knows? How are you going to find out unless you check out Jupiter Predict? The stable coin for on-chain finances, or in everyday finance, on-chain, Jupiter Predict. Just use it. Just use Jupiter. You can use Jupiter Predict?
Absolutely.
My man.
I love predicting.
I actually predicted that you would say that. And you want to know how I knew that?
How's that?
I've just been putting on Jupiter Predict.
Getting the reps in.
Yeah.
I like it.
How about that sound when they throw the outer table, by the way? I want that to be my alarm clock. Booting me up, you know?
I'm not going to go back, watch the stream, record you imitating the sound, and make that my alarm clock.
Whoa.
New meta.
That is very meta.
Just seeing where we were at last year, early in the year, like rolling, like I truly believe we were the number one team in the NFL. And just obviously didn't finish out the season like we should have, but I think we get back to where we were. I believe in Daniel. I know they're gonna get his deal done and lock him down. And I think we can be special.
Okay, let's talk about being special, because you're right. 8-2, number one team in the league. We had as the number one headline coming out of every single NFL weekend where the Colts are going to win the Super Bowl. That's how damn dominant you guys look. Defensive side looked good. Offense looked good. Special teams looked good. A litany of injuries happened. Then obviously down the stretch, lose 7 straight. What was the messaging from the team to you about, like, hey, we can't go out like that? Was that ever talked about? Was that something you thought about? And why do you think this team still has the capability to go on and win the whole damn thing?
Yeah, no, I think, just from what we did early in the year, I think you see, like, we had something going. We have the same pieces, and it's going to be, especially offensively, I know we're going to have a lot of the same pieces and just keep on working to be better with that. And just, excited we added my boy Sauce. We added him to the roster. And things just kind of, felt like he got injured, stuff like that just was not really growing our way last year, which you guys know how it is to really make the run and go the whole way. Like, there's things outside of, just football. Like, you got to be lucky in terms of, like, having people stay healthy, and a lot of things got to kind of fall your way. And I felt like those things didn't go our way last year, but, just excited to play with, like, my college teammate Sauce, and just, a lot of other things went into it. But I know we can be special.
Next time you post a photo with Sauce, let's make sure he doesn't look like a fat ass. A lot of people attacking him out there, Alex. A lot of people attacking him. You getting the bag that you earned and staying here, we're all incredibly grateful. Congratulations, man. Enjoy this moment. You earned it.
Yeah, appreciate you. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks for letting us break it. You're the man. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Perry. Okay, so quickly, what did you hear from them there, D-Butt, whenever he was chit-chatting? It was the glory days of that 8-2 time, which is, I think I need to find myself going back to a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a good run. And like you said, we all know you got to have a run of lucky things and being on your side to finish strong and kind of make a real push to win it all. They showed a lot of glimpses through that first half of the season, and now you get the whole game back together. That'll help.
Knock out the Patriots.
Too bad.
He said a lot of opportunities start flooding in. I didn't want to say one of them was Vrabel called, because I think you would have really liked Vrabel.
Yeah.
I'm happy you didn't talk to him if that was the case in it all. But him coming back home, big deal. I thought Patriots were certainly a place that he could go to, especially because how good Drake can throw the deep ball. Drake is a great deep ball thrower, and they're building something and have cash. Obviously, Colts keeping them huge throws.
And just a team that needs a wide receiver. He mentioned he was the number one wide receiver target in free agency for all of the entire NFL. I think a lot of people connected Luke Fickell, his college coach in Cincinnati, with Mike Vrabel, so that was big. Him mentioning Dan Jones, kind of there, getting a deal done there, something being there. That is also kind of very promising for Colts.
Yeah, he said that they're going to get a deal done. Okay, so maybe Albert Breer's thing about, hey, he want $50 million. Hey, he want $50 million.
Maybe not true.
I mean, maybe he does, though. Got to put a broken leg.
Exactly.
If you can get it, go ahead and get it. Let's head over to the free agency fun zone. I believe Dan Orlovsky and Triggs both have some thoughts on Alec Pierce, who was the belle of the ball in the wide receiver market, staying in Indianapolis. Boys, what's going on?
Pat, first one out of the gates is obviously Alec Pierce. We're keeping an eye on Mike Evans. We're keeping an eye on a couple others here. But Dan wanted to break down a little bit of film. And I think we got to show how he actually is the deep threat guy that everyone was coveting.
Well, let's cook here, Foxy. Okay, let's cook here.
So in 2024, I think he was 22.3 yards per catch. Last year, 21.3. But I want to point out, so this is Pierce, okay? So everyone paid attention to a one-on-one situation where when you're talking about like big plays down the field by Alec Pierce, okay? Sometimes it's versus really good corners. Play this, Foxy, because I want you guys now freeze this, Foxy. So he's got what pretty bad leverage. He's running a corner route, meaning he wants to go to this back pylon. Stingley, one of the best corners in football, is outside leverage. So you can let it ride, Foxy. Now he's got to win and get his head back. This is really good awareness by Alec Pierce of understanding like the route. Okay, now you're going to get a post route on the right side, okay? He's going to be on our right side of the screen post route. Now freeze it, Foxy. This is the big deal to me. As you go down the field as a receiver, you can play it. You don't want to freeze it. Okay, you don't want to create contact yourself here. He does a nice job. Instead of just running into the corner and creating contact, he avoids that corner, and that corner doesn't have the opportunity to get hands on him. Then you allow the big speed play at Foxy to be the factor down the field. That's where that 21-plus yards per catch come into play. And so I think he's done a nice job with his route running or understanding, like, yes, I'm big and physical. I can catch some of these one-on-one throws that we see down the field, but also not just getting into contact with defensive backs just because. So while he is a big play receiver, like, this is awesome. He's a big play receiver. There's no doubt about it. But the fact that he can be a big play receiver and fight through some of that contact, but also avoid it down the field, I think took him from, hey, he's a big, tall, athletic guy that can make plays down the field with his feet to a way more nuanced, complete wide receiver. It's a big signing for Indy to keep him. I loved him in New York, and I loved him in New England.
I would add this, you look at Alec Pierce, you think of him more, he looks like he's like a cross player, whatever it is. This guy is a dangerous defensive coordinator had to worry about. The list of wide receivers now, as I'm going through my big board here that are available for agency, keep an eye on. Rashid Shaheed, Juwan Jennings, Wandale Robinson, Mike Evans, Romeo Doubs, Deebo Samuel. It is a loaded class, and teams are looking to spend. Keep it right here, Pat.
Dubs in the chat. Appreciate you, Shrades and Dano over there in the free agency fund zone. Now, Alec Pierce, obviously. Shrades just rattled off a bunch of names that are potentially coming. Let's head into the news, actually, and see how he's doing. Shefty, Alec Pierce gets signed early. What else should we be looking for out of your Twitter account?
Well, I think right now we're waiting on a number of deals. The wide receivers will come into focus. You heard Peter mention Mike Evans. We expect clarity there in this show. Rashid Shaheed wouldn't be a surprise there. Juwan Jennings is out there. Looks like the Niners will be losing Juwan Jennings at this point in time. Wandale Robinson out there has interest from a few teams. A lot of people have pointed to Tennessee as a natural fit with Brian Daboll as the offensive coordinator in Tennessee, wanting to get back his former wide receiver. We'll see whether they can get a deal done at some point in time. And I do think the Rams are going to be busy here this afternoon as well.
Okay, and Shifty, on one final note, you broke Max Crosby on Friday. Congratulations. Okay, let's talk about that Max Crosby trade, shall we? Because we haven't really gotten a chance to take a bite out of the apple. Baltimore Ravens take a huge swing and bring in the Energizer Bunny, a guy who's considered a GOAT, considered a great. We've never got a chance to see him in primetime games. He's obviously been the heart of a Raider and the pillar of the Raiders organization since he got there. Now, going over to the Baltimore Ravens feels like a perfect fit. Honestly, feels like a perfect fit. This morning, Dan Orlovsky said, all right, there ain't no more excuses, Don, anymore. And Lamar Jackson responded with, like, there's never excuses, Dan. What are we talking about? With a sieve, with looking. So I don't know what all the emojis mean. I don't know if Lamar wants to smoke with Dan Orlovsky or if he's saying that Dan Orlovsky's smoking, which I tried to get him to this morning, I must say. He did not. So we don't know what this is saying, but what we do know, Max Crosby going to the Ravens is a huge move by them. And Minter now has Derwin James, Kyle Hamilton, and he also has, Khalil Mack, now Max Crosby, amongst other things. Feels like they're loading up for a defense that's about to be back to greatness again next year.
Yeah, they got great players on every level of that defense. Underachieved last year. They were pretty bad last year. They're the bottom of the league when it comes to pass rush and sacks. And when you think about the Baltimore Ravens in that defense, that's kind of the first thing you think about. Violent, then get after the quarterback. So I know you have a guy who's an absolute game changer. Whenever you trade 2 first-round picks, you want to change that for a guy who changes the math. So when you bring in a guy like Sauce, like we did, That guy got to be able to shut down one side of the field. It's a pass rusher. You have to change pass protections and impact the game, even when you're not getting sacks. And you got to be able to affect the run game as well. So they're talented on all levels. We know the mind that Jesse Mentor is when it comes to calling defenses and setting them up. I think this is a good move. You swing for the fences when you have a quarterback like Lamar Jackson. And yeah, when you win a couple MVPs, definitely no excuse for the quarterback, and he knows that as well.
Got a couple of these guys who are going to go down as greats, that don't have Super Bowls. Josh Allen, the heat's on. Lamar, the heat's on. Joey B, the heat's on. This is just the life as an NFL quarterback. There was a little bit of odd shift whenever Max Crosby goes to Baltimore. We've seen quarterbacks go to new teams, and the Super Bowl odds not change at all. Max Crosby, the pawn board, a guy that takes no plays off and is relentlessly annoying everybody on the field at all times. Change the math for the Super Bowl odds, Tom.
Yeah, before the trade happened, the Buffalo Bills were the favorites to win the AFC. After the trade happened, the Ravens are now tied with the Buffalo Bills to win the AFC. They are behind the Rams and the Seahawks as far as overall Super Bowl odds go. But right after the Seahawks, right after the Rams, then goes the Bills and the Ravens, who are now tied to win the AFC. They're third and fourth, respectively, to win the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl odds change on that side. For the Raiders, they had $83 million in cap space on Friday at noon. Now, $110 million. Day after the moves that they make. So that's obviously great for them. We like seeing or thinking of Max Crosby playing in football that matters.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying that for years on end now, and it kind of got to the point where we say that every single offseason or around the trade deadline, and it just never happened for whatever reason. But it's awesome that they finally pulled the trigger. And just, speaking from personal experience, you look back to last year, like if you're a fan, Michael Parsons comes in and you feel that effect immediately. You feel it immediately. He makes everybody else better too. So if you're a Ravens fan, you're in seventh heaven this morning.
Let's get a free agency fun zone. Schrags, who all was in for Max Crosby? I heard a lot of names. Cowboys. I heard maybe Patriots. Bears maybe. Instead, it ends up being the Ravens. Did we know this, Schrags?
No, several teams were involved with this one, and the Ravens early on Friday did offer those 2 first-round picks. What's interesting is no one else would have been able to match that. So the Raiders were dangling it a little bit, and the Ravens become the destination. And I will add this. Jesse Minter comes from the Los Angeles Chargers, played against Max Crosby 4 different times. In all 4 of those games, Max Crosby wrecked shop. The offensive coordinator in Baltimore is now Declan Doyle, 29 years old, a whiz kid offensive coordinator. Everyone thinks of him as a Bears coach, but no, he was with the Denver Broncos, where, oh, by the way, every time that they faced them, he was absolutely dominating them against the Broncos as well. So Max Crosby, that is your guy, and he goes to Baltimore where they're thrilled, and you better believe he'll be the last one out of the tunnel doing the Ray Lewis dance when they introduce them, and then T-Banks in.
Dan Orlovsky, you talk about Joe Burrow having to send a message to Jamar Chase saying, hey, just a heads up. Another one. Miles Garrett, TJ Watt, and now Max Crosby. The AFC North is hot in the kitchen, Dano.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of
why did you say to Lamar Jackson that there's been excuses before? Sounds like you don't think Lamar's right. What is Lamar saying to you in that tweet? Do you think he knows about this school? What do you think he is saying to you in there?
I don't know what he's saying to me. I can confirm that you tried to get me to smoke this morning, but I chose not to. Yeah, I think it's just like a figure of he said it himself. It's just like a figure of speech in a way of like, hey, there's always pressure on Lamar. There's always pressure on Joe. There's always pressure on Josh Allen. Like, there's always going to be. But when the organization moves off from a great head coach, brings in another offensive system, and then takes future picks and says, all right, we want this guy, Max Crosby, who's been one of the best defensive players in football, it's just another sign of, like, they're not sitting here saying, hey, we're going to ease our way into it. It's like, hey, Lamar, you're still in your prime. Let's go get this done finally. And so maybe it's the one missing piece. That's all. It's like, hey, we're running out of things to reason why it hasn't happened. Josh Allen's in the same boat. There's no doubt about it. They fired Sean McDermott and hired the offensive coordinator, Joe Brady. So I think both of those guys are even more elevated than what they've been in the past. Josh and Lamar have been in the same boat. The most under pressure quarterback in the NFL for the last 3 seasons or so. This is a huge move. This is Buffalo getting even more. So, yeah, I would say this. We all grew up in the era of playing against Baltimore where it was like you walked into Terrell Suggs and it was like, oh gosh, we got to play against Suggs. This is like their generation of Terrell Suggs. Where he just sounds and plays like a Raven. And Max embodies a lot of what that organization is about. So, I said this morning, it said, Buffalo, what's your move? Like, you can't sit pat.
Kansas City, what's your move? Cincinnati, what's your move? You can't just sit back and watch.
Colts,
What's your
move?
move?
We signed Alec Pierce,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think these teams, like Baltimore's not sitting around and waiting for everybody. I love the fact they did it.
I'll add this, Pat. You were talking about the Cowboys. They were definitely involved, and then 2 first-rounders. They weren't giving up 2 first-rounders.
Well, it would have been silly because they got 2 first-rounders for Micah. So why not just keep Micah?
Oh, I mean, you decide what's silly, and then we'll see who the eye of the beholder is. That's the free agency fun zone over there. We appreciate them doing that. Another fun move, Tua Tagovailoa gone. Okay? We're talking about $99 million now of dead cap. It's about to hit 67 of it next year. So the $67 million dead cap is obviously the biggest that a team has ever accrued for one particular season for one player. Remember the Russell Wilson situation? It was like $40 million or something like that. $50 million. Never been done before. Now, salary cap's up over $301 million. These teams are living a dream. We got more money than we ever thought we could have. It bumped up $20 million. Not supposed to bump up that much. So they projected what their contracts could be and can be. They end up with a little bit more money. And down there in Miami, in the post-Chris Greer era and the new Green Bay Packers run down there, they say we can take $6-7 million hit this year, right? 6-7, that'd be the biggest in the history of the game. That'd be a lot of money, bro. 301 salary. Yeah, start doing the math. That's a large percentage of money that we're not able to have. Sean Payton just did it in Denver. You're right. Get him, Savage.
Let's do it.
Got him. $99 million cap hit. $32 million next year. They'll take in dead cap hit for Tua Tagovailoa as they continue to move on. T-Butt, South Florida. Brian Connie, Hall of Famer. Your thoughts on the Tua era down there in Miami and what comes next for the Dolphins?
I mean, obviously, you hate how it ended. Miami, the Dolphins in particular, have been looking for that guy since Dan Marino, honestly. It's been a revolving door at the quarterback position. It's been over, damn near 25 years since they got the playoff victory. And then you thought once he got paid and then he had the kind of MVP run, you thought it was going up, but it didn't. It kind of went all downhill. And now with Halfley over there and Sully, a lot of the signs kind of point to Malik Willis being their next guy potentially, or maybe they just go for their next quarterback in the draft. Kind of alarming. They couldn't get anything for him. Nobody was calling to trade and get number one in that building. But we shall see, man. I hate how it ended, but just like the post said, thanks for the memories down in Miami, Tua.
Yeah, shout out to Tua, and also shout out to a man who might have a little bit more information on this. Let's head into the free agency frenzy zone with Adam Schefter. Schefter, how'd they come to this decision? $99 million in dead cap.
Well, let's give you an idea of what's going on in Miami right now with Tua and the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins, obviously, they'll be dipping their toes into the Malik Willis market. I think that they are going to be a team that is interested in Malik Willis. It's a question of whether or not they can work out a deal with him, but I think the Dolphins would be square in play. Jeff Halfley, the head coach, John Eric Sullivan, the GM, got a first-hand, up-close look at Tua, Malik Willis in practice last year in Green Bay. As for Tua Tagovailoa, he is definitely going to be interested in joining the Atlanta Falcons. They're interested in him, and you can just see it right now. 2 left-handed quarterbacks in the ATL. Michael Penix, Tua Tagovailoa. You don't have to adjust the offense very much. They need help with Penix coming off that knee injury. Tua could be that guy. So Tua is set loose today. And again, I think he's supposed to talk to the Falcons this afternoon. We'll see if they can get a deal worked out where he goes in there. Shouldn't be an expensive deal. The Dolphins are already paying him guaranteed money. So again, Tua could be in line in Atlanta, and I think that the Dolphins will be in on Malik Willis.
And I think I'm getting a text message right now that I can't talk about this anymore. Heading to the Falcons, we appreciate you, Schefter. That's very fascinating, because the small deal for the veteran quarterback who's getting paid elsewhere. Once again, Russell Wilson kind of mastered that with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers were able to get Russell Wilson for $1.2 million or whatever the case is. Kyler Murray also in discussions to be in that particular combo. Tua available. Kyler available. Kirk allegedly going to be available. D-Bud, it sounds like we're getting another wave of those second-generation quarterbacks maybe getting another crack at the apple.
Yeah, Geno Smith as well. I mean, look, these guys, they are talented. You've seen them play at a high level in the league at some period in time, so they're talented. So they can get it done. But we've seen it in quarterbacks in the past. Sometimes you just got to be in the right system, got to be the right coach, you got to have the right players around you as well. You have the talent there. If the money can make sense for the team, why not bring them in and give them a shot? We'll see, where these guys end up.
Well, and you mentioned, that massive cap hit that the Broncos took on. They decided to go with a rookie quarterback. For the Dolphins, it is, if it's not Malik Willis, this is probably the time to have a cheap, veteran quarterback available. There's 5 of them we've listed off.
Tua being one of them. So 4 really for the Dolphins to kind of choose from. So having that massive cap hit definitely sucks, but at least now you have a couple options to replace him.
Yeah, I love the thought of Tua going and having success and going back and hanging 70 on people. I love the thought of. I like the thought of Kyler going to a Kevin O'Connell offense and throwing for 500 a game, 300 a game. But we also have to remember some of these guys might just suck at football.
True.
Yeah. I don't want to say that today because today is about dreams coming true. Oh, Shefty Tweed! Somebody got a bag. Who is it?
Kenneth Walker going to the Kansas City Chiefs. He obviously was going to be moving on. The Chiefs have had a need in the backfield. Questions about whether they'd be getting Jeremiah Love at the number 9 slot. So Kenneth Walker will be going to the Kansas City Chiefs, solidifying their backfield.
Okay, I love that, Schefter. Way to go ahead. Thank you, Schefter. Now he's back at it, by the way. Now he's back at it. Okay, so Kenneth Walker signs with the Kansas City Chiefs, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's go to the free agency fun zone. Shregs, how come the Chiefs are in on everybody? That's cool. Super Bowl MVP is heading to the Chiefs. It feels like this is a repeat story.
Well, we also saw that Travis Kelce is likely coming back, which is great news as well. That's the rumors here. But Kenneth Walker, he had a market. This is a guy who had a market with various teams. But they focused in on the Kansas City Chiefs. His agent, David Cantor, got him right before the playoff run. Think about that. He fired his agent right before the playoff run, signs with a new agent, goes on, has that incredible tear, goes and wins Super Bowl MVP, and he had his choices. The numbers will be coming in shortly. They will be very strong. Strong enough where it was worth leaving the Seattle Seahawks to go to the Kansas City Chiefs. Big addition from Brett Veach. If you remember, went and did a big signing with Sammy Watkins a few years back, which really got things going for the Chiefs and that dynasty.
Shregs, I love that. Dano, tell me a little bit about what this could do for Patrick Mahomes. Nobody's really talking about Patrick Mahomes. I just saw him post some photos. Travis Kelce coming back into the world. Nobody's really talking about the Chiefs being who the Chiefs is. Sportsbooks still have them at the 5th best odds because I think they have respect. But whenever you talk about general football combo in the AFC, they're not really talking about. Does this change that? You think is this an Andy Reid weapon that can change everything for him, Dano?
100%. The slide of the Chiefs' offense over the last 2 or 3 years is directly correlated to them not being able to run the football really at all. Last year, they were the only team in the NFL to not have a back average more than 4 yards per carry, and they had a back have 1 carry for more than 20 yards. So this was a throw it at all cost football team. Now you're looking at a Kansas City offense that Eric Bieniemy's back. They want to get more 50-50 balanced, 60-40 balanced. We'll see what Patrick's health is coming off of the ACL. Maybe they'll have to be a little bit more reliant on running the football early on. And so this is kind of the trend in the wave of the NFL of exactly kind of, how offense has to get played. You've got to be able to run the football. Kansas City has not been able to the last 2 years. So this is a really important signing. Also means they don't think Jeremiah Love, the back from Notre Dame, is going to get to the number 9 pick.
Well, Jeremiah ran a 4.3, and then he did all the workouts and the drills, and he is outrageous, obviously. You need a good run game. Tell him, what are the Chiefs looking like from the sportsbook's perspective?
So, yeah, we just mentioned the Ravens, who are now tied with the Buffalo Bills for the best odds to win the AFC. Right behind them are the Kansas City Chiefs. So, while, yes, the Chiefs are being quiet right now because they had one of the worst seasons that they've had in over a decade, as far as, like, us and media and people talking about them, the sportsbooks still believe that the Chiefs are one of the 3 best teams in the AFC. They're tied for 5th as far as odds are concerned to win the Super Bowl.
We met Schneider. He can't throw a football for shit, but the guy can build a football team. Yes. Him moving on from Kenneth Walker, we were all like, that sucks. Super Bowl MVP. He just came on late because Charbonnet got injured. They're assuming that Charbonnet is going to be able to be back into what he was. But we watched Kenneth Walker at Michigan State. Feels like every time Kenneth Walker gets the ball, he's doing something with it. Like, legitimately, since I've known of his existence, every time I've seen him have a football, he's been doing something with it. So for him to win a Super Bowl MVP and then be up, good for him. But Schneider had to make a tough decision, kind of letting him go, and Andy Reid and Veach were just waiting for it.
Well, I just talk about a culture guy. Like, you're getting somebody who goes in and knows what it takes to win a Super Bowl. And when you talk about just his numbers in general because of the Charbonnet thing, there's a good 6-week run where a running joke on the internet was how Kenneth Walker would get every single yard down to the goal line, and then Charbonnet would basically take it home. So for the Chiefs to get him, that's massive. And now, we mentioned Jeremiah Love. They have the 9th pick. They can get one of the top O-linemen. The O-line has been a big question for them over the past few years, especially after trading Joe Tooney to the Bears. So them being able to then focus on that during the draft is even bigger for that team.
The draft should be bananas. We cannot wait to be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for all of that. It's going to be special time, special night. And a lot of these teams are at the top, have a lot of money, you know. So what does the draft look like after this free agency spending period? To be honest, it's been kind of quiet. I don't know if you guys saw, Pelissero reported that in the last league meetings, there was a vote the Pittsburgh Steelers, I believe, put together where they could have an hour where they could talk to some of these free agents that they were looking to sign. In the past, it was just the agents. And you didn't even talk to the player before giving them $100 million, $200 million. Now there's something going on where you get an hour to talk to 5 different free agent prospects. So I wondered if that was going to slow down the free agency frenzy at noon because guys that were supposed to get massive bags, let's go ahead and do a double check and then roll it into hour 2, maybe even hour 3, which we will certainly be here for. Tom Pelissero, subtle but significant change when the NFL's free agent negotiating window opens on Monday. For the first time, clubs may conduct 1 video or phone call, maximum 1 hour without the 5 free agents. So these guys that they used to just give money to without even knowing, just being told by their agents and other thing, now they're getting a chance to chat with them. This feels smart.
Yes.
Yeah. This feels like a smart move. That's why the Alec Pierce deal is so easy to make happen. The Kenneth Walker deal, I assume, is easy because that was given earlier than that combine to get a chance to chat and kind of learn about it. It's crazy. Last year's free agency frenzy, this is before they were even allowed to talk to guys. Okay? Not even allowed to have a hello with these guys. $2.84 billion in contracts. Yeah. That's Monday through Wednesday, last year's free agency frenzy. D-line won today, which is kind of an indicator of what the league is. You need 4 ones up front, so the D-line going to get paid $862 million last year. Secondary, $804 million.
Hey,
Okay.
now-
Hey, DB.
All right.
I like
Another
that.
corner's got a bag.
Who's that?
Trent McDuffie.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah. He just
set
became
the
the
market.
highest. I heard $31 million. Trent McDuffie gets traded, and then he becomes the highest paid corner in history at $31 million a year. There was also a corner down in Jacksonville that just got paid earlier today.
Buster Brown.
Buster Brown got paid.
Derek Brown.
It does feel like D-line DBs, if you can buy them and get them, you certainly try to do that. It has become a trend of the free agency frenzy.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the Rams, they kind of went DB by committee, played a bunch of zone coverage, only rushed with 4, so you needed kind of, but that kind of exposed them. Late in the end, Sam Darnold took advantage of that NFC Championship game, just kind of find their hole. So now you have a guy, Trent McDuffie, who can kind of probably get you over that hump. He can play man, he can match up with number 1 receivers, whether they're on the outside or on the inside. He's a tough guy. You talk about Kenneth Walker having that culture and know the wins takes to win the championship. Trent won 2, and now he's going over to the Rams and hopefully get them to the promised land again.
Let's talk about another corner. Stokes just renegotiated a new deal with the Raiders. He's getting $30 million as well. Not a year, but he's getting a $30 million, 3-year, $30 million deal with $20 million guaranteed, says Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, which is also ESPN.
Huh. Yeah, Uniting Houses.
Oh, yeah, coming together. Did you even see Shefty quote tweeted?
Yeah, interesting.
Wow.
Just outright retweets.
Yeah, they put their swords aside
Yeah.
and said, hey, we can maybe go ahead and do this thing. So another corner gets paid. I think there's a lot of names potentially that we're not going to know that are going to get paid, which leads me to go back to the free agency fund zone. Schrags, a lot of money to go. Not a lot of names that we're going to find out. A lot of wealthy, unknown folks seemingly going to be a storyline of this free agency frenzy.
Yeah, look, this is it. The salary cap went back from 280 to 301 million, and there are not dazzling names all over at every position group, but teams have to spend the money. So there will be guys who you look at and you say, what? I think Alec Pierce raised eyebrows. I think when Kenneth Walker's number comes in, it'll raise eyebrows. There are several that are going to go today, and you're going to be surprised by how much money they're making. Throw that out the window. Realize that teams have to spend the money, and they want to do so to fill out their team and hit that salary cap number. A lot of names are being in my phone right now. I know Adam's on it as well. I would expect Mike Evans in the next hour or so to announce where he is going, whether he goes back to Tampa or explores a new option for the final chapter of his career.
Shefty has hit the internet. He is saying Cade Otton is returning to Tampa Bay per source. Shefty, what's the deal with Cade Otton in Tampa Bay as we hear Mike Evans probably hitting market?
One of a number of good tight ends in the free agent market. We've got a number of them out there. Chigga-Conquo's out there. Isaiah Likely is out there. And Cade Otton didn't waste any time. He's going back to Tampa. And you heard Peter reference Mike Evans. It's a situation where if they lose him, you want to retain some continuity in offense. So important that they get back Cade Otton, and they now are doing that as we speak, finalizing that deal.
Okay, so right now you're staring at your phone waiting for the numbers to come through. Like, so you'll get a text that says, yup, Cade's going back to Tampa, and then another text comes from another person that tells you what it's worth. Shefty, is that what we're watching right now?
We're waiting for a number of moves, Pat. I think all these teams are checking in. And by the way, there were people that thought certain players were going certain places, and agents are doing what they do. They're trying to extract better terms before they can get a deal done. So this is going to be interesting to see how this all plays out here in the coming hours here.
Shefty, quick question for you. That hour-long interview that teams are allowed to have with free agents now, that's a new rule. Has that been affecting any of this, or are any of the teams doing that right now?
I don't think it matters. I think these teams know what they're trying to do, and they have an idea of which players they want to get signed.
God, you look so cool over there, Shefty.
Yeah, you know what it looks like, Pat? You know what it looks like? It looks like Nightline. I feel like I'm doing Nightline from the Thunderdome.
Good. Well, hey,
basically,
anytime, but this thing can roll into the night if you are. You're in where all the chaos is, so we try to depict that, and we think
it's awesome.
It really paints a perfect picture for what's going on in your brain.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a little bit of lightning, a little bit of thunder, certainly some news, and a lot to do. Okay, get me off TV, please. Thank you. Got conversations to be had. K. Dotton remains with Tampa Bay. Mike Evans potentially on the move. You know, renegotiations, that has to be Alec Pierce. Alec Pierce, they thought he was heading maybe some other place. So now New England's able to probably open up that money if they were the landing spot. Where does that go? That's kind of the frenziness of the free agency frenzy, Colin.
Well, let alone just the numbers itself. Like, I wonder how many people thought Alec Pierce might have been getting, 25, 26 million. All of a sudden, his deal comes in at 29. Does that, affect Mike Evans, some of those other guys? Rashid Shaheed, him in Seattle, they said tried to get a deal done before free agency, couldn't get it done. You wonder if they now kind of bump their numbers up by $1 million or $2 million just because of the fact that Alec Pierce got paid, and I'm sure Kate Otten will do the same for some of those other tight ends.
A couple deals that happened over the weekend that we have to hit. Khalil Mack reached a 1-year agreement for $18 million, fully guaranteed to go back to the Chargers. That's a good win for Khalil and for the Chargers, it feels like.
Yes, obviously a good football player on the field, but what he brings to that building, the weight room, we got a tour around it. Absolutely. Great re-signing, I think, for the Chargers.
Yeah, we set the stage for free agency with a lot of deals that happened. I know you guys heard this. Eddie Pinheiro and the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
They reworked the deal. Good for him. Appreciative of him. Packers and tackle Sean Ryan reached a 3-year, $33 million deal, up to $39 million, $11 million signing bonus. Gotta love that the Packers are spending money on the big boy.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to slide him over to center, I believe, which is where he started like the last 9 games of the year and was really good. So they're probably going to get rid of Elton Jenkins, and he'll be their starting center.
Okay, so we have some updates on the Kenneth Walker signing. Ari Mirov has accrued some information. He says it's 3 years worth up to $45 million, about $15 million a year. Let's assume it's $12 to $13 million each year. That feels like a very good price for Kenneth Walker. And once again, anytime anybody signs with the Chiefs, they know the Super Bowl is an opportunity, so they're always going to utilize that as negotiation and backdrop.
Absolutely. This was the move. Dano mentioned it earlier when we were talking about the Crosby trade. Okay, Chiefs, what's your move? Bills, what's your move? So this was a big move. I think it's a big swing. We talked about Patrick Mahomes. He was the leading rusher for the Chiefs way too many times. But him coming off an injury, you definitely want to protect him more. And I think Kenneth Walker, I know he was splitting carries and splitting touches with Charbonnet, but that'll bode well, I believe, for his future, keeping those legs kind of fresh. Got him in a new deal, which he absolutely earned. Not only does he help that run game, but he's an absolute monster in the pass game and that screen game as well. Andy Reid has always been a beast when it comes to dialing up perfect screens, so I think this is a perfect timing.
A new deal has been done. Chiefs cornerback. Former corner Jalen Watson has reached an agreement today on a 3-year deal with the Los Angeles Rams. Shout out to Colin Roberts of Excel. The Rams now will have 2 former Chiefs corners, Watson and McDuffie. McDuffie just became the highest paid corner in the game with $31 million after being traded to the Los Angeles Rams. Now we got Jalen Watson over there. Let's head back to Shefty. Shefty, what are the Rams doing? Cooking, I would say.
Yeah, they're cooking, and obviously they're taking the Chiefs cornerbacks right now, and it's a situation where he is going to play one corner, Trent McDuffie is going to be the other corner, and the Rams have loaded up in the secondary. They are importing their cornerbacks from Kansas City. More coming up right now, Pat. Hold on.
I love that, Shefty. Keep working. Keep pounding the buttons on your phone there. Let's head right over to the free agency fun zone. You know, Shregs, we know you're tight with the Rams. They're Super Bowl favorites, and they're in the middle of cooking right now. What do you know?
Corner was their biggest priority. They get Trent McDuffie, they get Jalen Watson. Great signings for them. But I'm also going to go back to the Kenneth Walker because I think the 15 or the 45 over 3 years might be a little misleading. The key to the Kenneth Walker deal, $28.7 million, fully guaranteed. So that's where the money really is. It's the guaranteed money. That's what the agents worked on. They said, okay, the overall is fine, whatever. But the guaranteed money for Kenneth Walker. He had options. As for Jalen Watson, Shefty and I were talking before the show, Rams have been in the free agent market as far as corner goes. Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie, you basically take that Kansas City duo, you put them in a forklift, and you put them right there in Los Angeles. You plop them in there. They're set. It also means they can go a different direction with that 13th overall pick they have from Atlanta.
Yeah, so in relation with Kenneth Walker to Kansas City, I'll just reiterate what D-Butt touched on is like Baltimore kind of set the table this offseason saying, nope, we're still in the fight. Kansas City's matched it. Buffalo's a little bit. I still think Buffalo needs to go do a defensive move. And now the Rams on the NFC side have said, no, we believe, because there was conversation with the Rams of, okay, are they going to take a quarterback in round one and start the springboard after Matthew Stafford and kind of not try to have a drop back? And I think the Rams watched how last season played out and said, we thought we were the best team in the NFL. And we still think that this is a very real Super Bowl window. They trade for McDuffie. They signed Watson. If I were, I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams try to get Mike Evans from Tampa Bay. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams try to sign Trey Hendrickson as a pass rusher.
Mike Evans to the Rams?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would not be surprised if the Rams are in to try to sign Mike Evans and sign Trey Hendrickson.
All right, that's a free agency fun zone over there. He's breaking a lot of hearts in a lot of different cities. Mike Evans with Matthew Stafford and Puka. Is Tay still there?
Yeah.
I think we got him muted. Do we have Dano muted right now? I don't know. He just started yelling. Dan, is Tay still over there?
Devontae is still there. And so I think that they look at their offense, and you saw what Devontae came over and did for them in the red zone one-on-one. Could you imagine this Rams offense if you give them Devontae Adams, Puka, and Mike one-on-one? Won't be able to stop him.
Yelling, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commanders and Laramie Tunzel have agreed on a new 2-year, $60.2 million deal. Let's head right to Shefty, who's crawling out of his skin to talk about it.
Okay, we got a bigger one than that, Pat, that just came in. Jalen Phillips, 4-year, $120 million deal with the Carolina Panthers. That just gets done. 4 years, $120 million on Jalen Phillips. So one of the best pass rushers in the market. This is going to have some implications here because there are a lot of people in the pass rush market. By the way, the Wi-Fi in this room, Pat, is not working very well.
No!
I'm trying to get things out here. It's not working.
No way. It's 1,000 up, 1,000 down, Shefty. It might be your stuff, not ours. Wow. But on that note, 4 year, $120 million, $80 million in guaranteed. The Carolina Panthers say, how you doing? Keep it moving. I love Demo making the play. I love Tepper making the play. I like Canales doing his thing. They were close last year. Started seeing success. They started filling up the stadium. And now they double down and let's keep this thing going. Jalen Phillips is an absolute monster heading to Carolina.
Yeah, without a doubt, like Sheffy said, I think everyone just assumed, like, oh, he's going to be going back to Philly no matter what. But this is the kind of move we talked about it all last year with Carolina as a good football team. These are the type of moves that you can envision them going from a good football team to a great football team. So it was flat for the start here.
Yeah, D-Butt, how do you feel about the Jalen Phillips signing for the Carolina Panthers down there in Charlotte? We're starting to take football real serious all of a sudden.
Yeah, first round pick and he came over to the Eagles.
Seriously, we're starting to take football real serious.
They're going in. Yeah, he was dominant. This is a premium position. You have one of the best cornerbacks in the league on that defense with J.C. Horn. And now you get a dynamic pass rusher and also a guy who's good against the run. So this is a huge, huge signing for the Panthers.
Hey, Carolina Panthers.
Wow.
That's a good football team. That's a good football team. Cheers to them getting that job done. That's going to be a boost to that entire building. Let's head over to the free agency fun zone. What are your thoughts on this move, Shregs? Carolina Panthers are real in Dano. That NFC South all of a sudden might be running through the Queen City down.
I got to tell you, humbly, I'm surprised. I thought he was going back to Philly, guys. I really did. I thought that was the plan, to keep their own guys. I didn't see the Carolina offer coming in. That's the beauty of the free agent frenzy. We do this for a living. We're on our phones all day long. Carolina is truly a surprise to me, and hats off to them for keeping it close to the vest. A major swing. Zero Evero, their defensive coordinator, one of the most respected guys in the league, also known for his defensive backfield stuff, but they are putting together a nice little front court.
What? Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry.
What?
Sorry. Breaking news.
What? Oh, no.
Culture trade.
Here we go.
Let's go. Here we go. Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. Here we go. They got Pittman. It's in his name.
Here we go.
He'll die while playing the game.
Here we go.
The Colts lost him now, little bum. Bob.
Here we go.
Pitt man.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Is headed to Pittsburgh.
Wow.
You guys are going to love him. I put out a tweet that said something along the lines of, hate the fact that we're going to be losing Michael Pittman because he has a $29 million cap hit, especially after what we had to do for Pierce and for Daniel Jones. And we assume Jonathan Taylor's going to want a new deal as well before he puts his hoodie on and stands over in training camp and tears everything down. Now, Pittman, I would like to say a huge thank you to you. You were a pro through and through for this Indianapolis Colts team. There was a lot of rumors coming out about the way the culture was behind the scenes. People late to things, people doing this, people making business decisions. Not this guy. This guy would dive head first into a freight train if he had to make a catch or a first down for a team. We are very grateful for what he did for the Colts, and heading to Pittsburgh seems like it's on the up and up. Mike McCarthy's going to love this guy, and so are the Yinzers. He's a farmer. He doesn't talk much, and he balls. Alec Pierce obviously came into a role whenever Daniel Jones started playing quarterback, and he was clearly the number one. This guy was our number one for the last few years. He's a weapon. Obviously, $29 million was a big piece of it for the Indianapolis Colts, and the Steelers pick up an absolute dog. No doubt about it.
Yeah, Steelers have plenty of cap space, so we're all good there. This is awesome. You look at Pittman; he's got a C on the jersey. He's a leader. You talked about how the locker room, Colts locker room, that he was a leader in there in that locker room. And the big thing for the Steelers the last few years has been an issue with playmakers. Okay, that's why they traded for DK Metcalf last year. He was great in that situation, but there was still no number 2 on that team. Right now, what? He was fine. Watch your mouth.
I'm sorry.
Watch it. Oh, not today. Hey, not today. Okay, not today.
I like that.
So now they have DK, and then right now on the roster besides DK, which is DK and Benny Skronik, who is one of the best special teams players in the league. But as far as wide receiver goes, we need another one. So now you have him, Pittman. Maybe you don't necessarily have to go get one in the first round now, or you still could. It just frees up some things that there's a legitimate number 2 now in Pittsburgh. It's going to be huge for Mike McCarthy. Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington.
What?
Uh-oh.
So was there a little heart that was sent back to you on you wishing somebody a happy free agency frenzy and them saying heart, and you go, wait a minute, maybe the Steelers are going to do something pretty big here in the first hour of free agency frenzy that Michael Pittman has been traded. I like this new Steelers. This new Steelers will make plays. This new Steelers will make moves. Will this new Steelers win?
You know, that's their quarterback.
Free agency fun zone over there has a lot of questions, I guess. Who's the damn quarterback, boys?
Well, I mean, if it's not going to be Aaron, the Steelers should sign Malik Willis. Okay, so a couple things with Michael Pittman Jr. I think Kenneth Gainwell led the Steelers in catches last year with 73. He's a running back. I believe they had the second fewest catches by wide receivers in the NFL last year. So this was a much needed upgrade at the guy opposite DK Metcalf. My guess is Aaron's going to play for the Steelers, but if he's got any word to them that he's not coming back and is going to retire, they would be the number 1 option for Malik Willis as quarterback now. So then you take Malik Willis, you pair him with DK, you pair him with Michael Pittman Jr., this offense has got a chance to be a decent unit, but I expect it to be Aaron.
And Dano, we watched you put out a list of things that every team needs in the NFL. We obviously just assumed you went to ChatGPT, copy-pasted it, put the tweet out, and said these were my ideas. But you could have done it yourself. QB, wide receiver, running back led team in catches. This is exactly what Mike McCarthy and Omar Khan thought as well, Dano. So maybe they're using the same research tool that you are.
No, it's just my brain. I did it on the plane ride last night. I had a Delta flight with no TV, so did it on the plane ride. This is what they need.
Toughed it out.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Did you get any peanuts, any water?
No eating, just water, just a bottle of water.
Cookie? This guy doesn't eat. You see these pants? Look how tight these pants are.
Yeah, geez.
Hey, we've been checking out the hamstrings and the thighs, brother. They're kind of all blending into one. Hey, you look good out there, dude. I understand you're not eating any time, but let's get back to the Delta flight that you took last night. Thank you so much for doing that. Jeez, I know you had to do the entirety of it, but you go through every single team's list.
Hold on.
Dan, thank you so much.
Superhero.
Thank you. Did you push the plane down the runway to get that thing up into the sky? We appreciate you doing that.
This is also you who I texted last week saying, hey, how far is the airport from the Thunderdome? And you said, my airport or yours?
Okay, let's move on. That is a great question.
Yeah.
Two very different.
Opposite sides of the state.
Yeah, because one's real close, brother. One's pretty far. But you putting that list. That was one of my best texts of all time, I will say. Properly timed and delivered. But let's go through it. Wide receiver was something that you thought they needed. It's been a few years they've needed a guy. It feels like Pittman Pittman fits their culture very well.
Yeah, big time. He fits their culture. He also fits their size. Like, this is now two big body, big framed wide receivers. I would imagine Pittman's probably listed as a 6'4" guy. Obviously, DK is a big physical dude. So now you've got two big receivers in a conference or a division that has got Baltimore with a very good secondary, Cleveland with a very good secondary. So I like the fact that Pittman Jr.'s traded for it. It stinks that the Colts lose him, but this is a very good signing for Pittsburgh.
I would love to see them add a dynamic kind of space creator, guy in space. I know they drafted Roman Wilson. Hopefully he'll be healthy going into this year. But if you pair those big bodies on the outside who are going to be matchup problems week in and week out with the guy that can create,
Let's go to South Florida, who found a new trigger man. Malik Willis and the Miami Dolphins have reached an agreement. Let's head to the man that broke the story. Adam Schefter. Malik Willis is now a member of the Dolphins. It's felt too easy with all the Green Bay Packers connections.
Well, we were talking about this, right? They move up from Tua today. They knew all the people there. They've seen Malik Willis. He's seen them need, and the Dolphins wanted him more than the other team. We'll see what the deal looks like. But he wasn't going to the Jets. He wasn't going to the Falcons. He wasn't going to the Browns. The Cardinals had a modicum of interest, and so Malik Willis now reunites with John Eric Sullivan, the new Dolphins GM, and Jeff Hafley, the new Dolphins head coach.
Hell yeah, congratulations to the Dolphins. D-Bud, I think I saw a little bit of excitement out of your body whenever that popped up. Now at least you know you have a quarterback. What is the price tag potentially for this, Shefty? Do we have any expectations?
Dano told us a while ago what the price is.
40 mil?
Yeah, they pivoted this morning about it.
All right, before as Shefty continues to look up the numbers, let's head over to Dano at the free agency fund zone to tell us what Malik Willis potentially brings to the Miami Dolphins and why this first quarterback off the board.
Yeah, so Foxy, let's make sure we live in the pass game world. So I think what you've got, Malik Willis, is a talented guy that's developed the understanding of how to play the position. So before we run this, you're going to see this safety. He's going to spin back, and he's going to go to play what we call kind of cover two, okay? So when you're attacking cover two, you want a receiver to go down the middle of the field. Now, Malik Willis, you can play it, Foxy, does a great job of getting his ball out of his hands, cutting it loose. And this is really nice. I want to like, freeze that. Okay, this is a very small window for a quarterback to be able to throw the football to, play it, Foxy. And that ball is just beautifully placed in between two defenders. That's outstanding, okay, from a quarterback perspective, throwing the football. And then you're going to see the ability to kind of understand protection. He's going to get pressure right there. Okay, I deal with that pressure. Good job by the back. You can play it, Foxy. And this is the ball out on time now. Again, I want you guys to see these throwing windows. Let it freeze, Foxy. That's a tight window in the NFL. That ball is out on time. Really good on that outbreaking route. So you saw a ball down the middle of the field. You saw a ball on the outbreaker. This is outstanding. Look at his eyes, okay? I want everyone to see. I'm going to draw a line, okay? He is looking this way. Now, when he's looking this way, he's going to take this defender that way. What that does is that now frees up this route on the backside, okay? So, Foxy, you can let it go. See, on time now, okay? This is a guy that was physically gifted. He got the chance to sit Tennessee and then Green Bay, and now you're watching him play on time and rhythm. This is going to be a beautiful, going to get a nice crossing route here, nice crossing route that's going to get designed by this quarterback and offense. Okay, this one's got to be thrown with a little bit of timing and touch and anticipation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, crossing route, beautiful, in that window, right there. Okay, so I'm showing you guys all these. There's a ball down the seam. There's a ball on the out. There's a ball on an in route. There's a ball on a crosser. These aren't easy throws. Foxy, let it ride. And so then there's athleticism too. Get outside of the pocket, make some plays. And so, yes, it's a small body of work. And is it a dice roll for the Miami Dolphins? Of course it is. But I think when you watch his tape and you see some of the in structure and outer structure, playmaking ability, there's a lot to like. And I'm sure this deal is not just going to choke Miami from a financial perspective. So I think it makes a ton of sense for the Miami Dolphins.
I would add this, Pat. The Hafley and John Eric Sullivan thing cannot be understated. Everyone says, we haven't seen enough of Malik Willis. He only threw 35 passes all last year. Hafley is the defensive coordinator of the Packers when Malik Willis is the number 2 quarterback, meaning every day in practice, scout team, he saw this guy. Incredible person. This is the scouting report we get. Leader, and on the run, strong, powerful pass. They love this kid in Miami. So this is a picture where it's not just, throw it out a dart. This coach sought after this quarterback, and he knows him as well as anybody else on the market.
The other thing I'd say is this. Isn't Bobby Slowick the offensive coordinator? So Bobby Slowick, who was in Houston, C.J. Stroud's rookie year, had C.J. playing at a really high level. He's got experience with a young quarterback. Very similar system to what Matt LaFleur ran in Green Bay. So Malik Willis is going to have the ability to go down there right away and not necessarily have to learn like this brand new system and/or style. It's going to be that under center, on rhythm, on time, play action, outside the pocket. I'm not telling everybody that this guy's going to be the next top 5 quarterback, but I do think that he's got the chance to open up some eyes down there immediately.
And you trust that. Oh, we got another bigger one.
We have some big news on a tight end that we all like. Likely has reached a 3-year deal with the New York Football Giants. Harbaugh says, yep, I love him. I like him a lot. I've been in the building with him. Jackson, you're going to love him. Stataboo, wait until you see what you're about to do. Let's head over to the man who broke the news. Schefter, what's the deal with Likely and how many people wanted him? I heard a lot of teams were looking to get Likely.
Listen, Likely had a big market. Baltimore would have liked him back. Washington, New England, this will affect some of the other teams that had interest in the tight end. Chigakonkwo, I would imagine, will be next with Cade Otton going to Tampa and with Isaiah Likely now reuniting with John Harbaugh in New York. Obviously, a big deal there.
Okay, we appreciate you, Schefter, as your phone continues to vibrate. Okay, so we've had a lot of magic happen already here in the first hour. I think there is a chance, with some of the places not being necessarily the locked-in destination for some of these free agents, we got teams making moves. We still got 2 more hours here on ESPN, and then we'll hand it over to the lovely Laura Rutledge as NFL will continue to be covering the free agency frenzy all through the afternoon here on ESPN. And then tonight we have some magic with some bats, do we not, Ty Schmidt?
Yeah, we do. We got World Baseball Classic, pool play game, Mexico versus the USA. And the U.S. hasn't beat Mexico since 2006. So this is like a massive game, a good litmus test for our team as well, who's looked a little sluggish in their first 2 games.
Paul Skeens, let's not throw a fastball right down the middle of the first pitch. Okay? Logan got in a bad spot. His only bad pitch was the first one. It was a strike fastball right down the middle. They took a yard. Scooble, first pitch right down the middle. They took a yard. Skeens, from my understanding, is going to do the same damn thing. Because that is what pitchers feel like they have to do. If they got to feel this fastball first.
Have to.
And Great Britain was like, hey, that first pitch is the only one we got. Okay, this is all we know. Boom. And they actually connect on that. Paul Skeens tonight against Mexico should be electrifying. Shout out to baseball for being spectacular. $704 million in contracts already given on this particular Monday. Free agency frenzy will roll on in hour 2. Scott on the jib is cooking. Schefter is obviously living in his 2 phones. The free agency fun zone with Schrags and Orlovsky is obviously spectacular. And we are honored to continue on the other side of this break, breaking all the news and deals and dreams coming true around the entirety of the NFL. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Take 3.
We have an opportunity to give away $75,000 to a kid named Daniel Villaseñor. You're a sophomore, correct? What is your major? Civil engineering. Okay, so what's that mean? What is civil engineering?
I don't really know.
Have you ever kicked a ball before?
I have.
When? Were you a soccer player?
Soccer player, yeah.
Okay, how were you at kicking soccer balls? Pretty good?
I was okay. I was good.
Have you ever said anything negative about football kickers?
Maybe once or twice.
Daniel! Damn, Daniel! We don't need that! You make a field goal here from 33 yards uphill. You're the civil engineer. You'd have to tell me. I think it's about a 40-yard kick. If you're able to do that, we will give you $75,000. All
right.
He's got no laces. Yeah, what do we got going here? Can we get a shot of shoes? What time? Hey, shot of shoes. Daniel showed up in his vans with no laces. What time did you get here for this?
About 11:40 last night.
You need a lot of power. Good luck, Daniel. I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it. Just like everything this morning, that was a surprise. We did not expect that. We're going to do one more kick for $100,000. You got this, dude. Let's go. How about this, Daniel? How about this, Daniel? Not only is this one for $100,000, if you make it, we'll add another $100,000
600,000 if you make this, with 100,000 going into your pocket. Daniel, this is bigger than you. Let's make a kick. Way to overcome the shoes here. That was a heck of an effort. Come on, you got it. In Berkeley, California. You got it. Dudes getting rich, team seeking fits, the glamour and the glitz of the big money pit. Who's signing where? Why they go there? This will help us win. Every team swears. So welcome to the show. Hey, from nothing to dome. Who's the next signing? We all want to know. Free agency, frenzy, dreaming with your spending, massive cash sending. Who's falling off and who is ascending? Welcome back, beautiful people, to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this magical, dream-filled, expensive frenzy. We are so incredibly lucky that you are allowing us to do this for a living. Today is a massive, massive day. Money is being spent all around the NFL. Over $700 million in contracts has already happened in less than 13 hours of this day existing. It's not just me. The Toxic Tables here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. One half of the hammer, Dad. Cowboys AP Tone is here. 9-year NFL vet Darius J. Butler is here. We're not the only ones in the Thunderdome. We got a sick jib that can carry us from one place to the next. Like, for instance, the free agency fun zone with Schrags and Orlovsky. Dano, the numbers are coming out. 3 years, $67.5 million with $45 million fully guaranteed for Malik Willis down there in Miami. David Mulligeta reported that. Take a victory lap, Dano, on what you said, and how do you feel about that particular announcement?
Yeah, I honestly thought that Malik, just because like the landscape of the quarterback world, free agency wise, that he would get $40 to $50 million. I thought it would be a 2-year, $40 to $45 million deal. You saying 3 for 60 plus $45 million guaranteed is a massive number and a good opportunity for Malik Willis. So it's certainly good to kind of hit on that one. But good job by his agency. I think it's a good opportunity. I really do. I think that Malik Willis is just kind of scratching the surface of what he potentially could be. We've seen so many quarterbacks over the last couple of years that were maybe afterthoughts early on in their career kind of blossom into really good players. You can design the quarterback run game for him. You could do that zone read stuff so that elevates your offense, and he's plenty capable as a passer. And so it's a huge contract, and Miami starts anew.
Schrags, we saw Alec Pierce go. We've seen Malik Willis go. We've seen some big names go that we thought could potentially get signed early. Who are we waiting on still in your world, and what teams do you think are still going to dance a little bit here on this free agency frenzy?
Oh, I think Mike Evans is a name to watch. We'll have that one today. And I think the tight end market's really interesting. You saw Adam Brocade on and then broke Isaiah Likely. Isaiah Likely to the Giants could be an interesting shift for their offense. If you think about it, Matt Nagy gets in there. Harbaugh obviously has experience with him. They like Theo Johnson, the Penn State kid who plays tight end for them. So now you can be looking at a Giants offense, which traditionally has not had multiple tight ends. It opens things up for them. But I would look at that tight end market. Chig Okonkwo, who was with the Tennessee Titans last year, he's going to get a big deal today as well. And you keep eyes on veterans like Dallas Goedert, David Njoku, Charlie Kolar, who played for the Ravens as well. Tight end market, really interesting as the league is going more into that 13 personnel and, of course, using double tight ends when possible.
Yeah, I love what we're doing, and the game is changing, but the money is growing as well. And we're continuing to learn about the money that's been happening. Shout out to the free agency fund zone, the boys over there. We appreciate you guys. We're now getting money on Michael Pittman, who signed a brand new deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tone, what are they paying him to be a wide receiver 2 for them?
Yeah, so he was going to be a free agent after 2026, so they got a new deal done with him. 3 years, $59 million for Michael Pittman, so that locks him up. Him and DK, I believe, have the same amount of time on their contract, so they'll be paired together for the next few years. So you're not trading for a guy who's going to be a free agent again next year. You'll have him for a few years to build with Mike McCarthy. It's a really good situation there.
Couple big names here still floating out there. Trey Hendrickson. The hell's going to happen with him? He finally hits the market for the first time, long time. Did he miss the window of the gigantic deal? And what does his actual deal look like now? That'll be the question. Tyler Linderbaum, the center, obviously in the market, former high school wrestler, Iowa grad. He's a guy that's I think he's going to get paid. Because if you have an ass offensive line and you can fix it quickly, like what we saw the Chicago Bears were able to do. If you think one piece can change your entire team, and it's at the offensive line position, getting Linderbaum in there, you know you're going to have success. He might command a lot of money, Ty.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why, we've heard some of the names that are out there, but it just makes sense that the Raiders would be very aggressive and potentially give him, upwards of, like you were saying, $30 million or whatever the case may be. But he's going to be a wealthy man. He's going to be able to buy a lot of farmland in Solon, Iowa, where he's from. So I'm very excited to see where Linderbaum winds up.
Tua Tagovailoa being tracked to Atlanta, says Adam Schefter. And so you can kind of take him off the board. Romeo Dobbs, Mike Evans, Malik Willis now, Miami Dolphins quarterback. What's that mean for Kyler Murray? So Tua with Atlanta, Malik with Miami. Yep. What does that mean for Kyler? Is Kyler dancing with Kevin O'Connell? Is that what's about to happen over there in Minneapolis, Minnesota? Let's head back to the free agency fund zone. Dano, Kyler Murray with Kevin O'Connell, immediate success, or do you think they're going to have to pay the price of cutting Sam Darnold after winning 14 games for multiple years here? A little curse.
No, I think Kyler's going to be starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. Just connecting all the dots, that's what's the one that makes the most sense. All Minnesota needs is average quarterback play. They're a playoff.
God bless you, Shregs. God bless you, Shregs.
Frenzy. All they need is average quarterback play. They're a playoff football team. KOC's a very good coach. This is a very good roster. I think the thing that I'm most interested in, because I do believe this is going to happen, yes, it's going to have an impact on J.J. McCarthy and his future, but that's just he's got to kind of handle that on his own. But this is a situation where, because of Flores and KOC, I think with average quarterback play, they're a divisional round playoff team at a minimum. At a minimum.
You said last year's NFC Championship, but we understand your respect for Kevin O'Connell. They were ass this year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a staple of another program going to a very different team. Demario Davis of the Saints is now headed to the New York Jets on a 2-year, $22 million deal that includes $15 million fully guaranteed. Davis returns to the Jets. Now, Aaron Glenn and the Jets, I want to say, haven't had a lot of good.
No.
It's not a lot of ass. A lot of ass. Even at the combine. Just not good. How do you lose it? You get caught sleeping.
That's all. Check his phone.
Okay, maybe it was. And we have gone to bat saying that is a very easy situation to nod off to. I mean, it's dead air. There's no show in the stadium. You're watching. It's almost like they're trying to make a lot of deals. A lot of handshaking going on late night to make things happen. So we could see how you snooze. You just got to hope that they don't want to expose you for it. But classic Jets, they actually expose it, and we actually see it. Anything about Frank Reich as the offense coordinator, it's like, okay, I like Frank. Frank was my great guy. Frank was my quarterback coach. Okay, Frank was my quarterback coach. I don't know if Frank's had a lot of success in a while. Not saying that he can't, but you don't immediately go home run hard. There's a lot of things with the Jets where they get in there and Glenn hires all his guys. They fire everybody but him. So there's a lot of
interception.
Not one interception for the entire. There's a lot of things that say, wow, this team might be the biggest shite bag in the history of sports. I don't want to do that though, because there's only 32 NFL teams left.
No, yeah, you wouldn't want to do that. Why would you do that?
I laid out a lot of compelling cases.
They're shite.
They're absolute shite. But we don't want them to be.
No.
We think this is a good move. Let's head over to the free agency fun zone. Schrags, do we know the Jets are going to be making a play for Davis to bring him back? And should I be thinking anything other than this might be the worst franchise in the history of sports?
Look, they got to start somewhere. This is a veteran leader. This is a
Dan,
guy.
they suck, Dan.
No,
They suck at everything. I can't even watch the combine right.
This is a Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, year in, year out, and a guy who, after Cleveland went to the Jets and was huge in that players coalition, and was big in 2018 with the Jets and 2017 in the community as well. So when you're building a team from the ground up, which is these guys, you bring in character people. I would take Demario Davis as the character even more than the player, and he is still a very functional linebacker in a team. Yes, they're going to be starting from scratch. They also have 5 picks in the first 2 rounds this year. So let's slow down with just telling them terrible.
Okay, yeah, they'll do the right thing with those.
Yeah.
Right?
History would say yes. Time and time again.
They will. What's that, Dano?
Who's going to play quarterback for him? I do like the Minka signing, and I do like Demario Davis. But who's going to play quarterback for him? Because Kyler's going to.
I have one. Can I report a breaking news deal here, guys? Schrager, do I get a tweet or no? Do I
You better bring one here.
Ravens to the Giants pipeline might not be done. It sounds like the Giants are working on a deal to bring in punter Jordan Stout, one of the tops in the game, Pat.
That's good.
That is a possible. They're working on it. Not official yet, and I probably shouldn't have jumped the gun, but that's what I'm saying. Giants, Jordan Stout, they're working the deal out on that one right there. That's a big one considering.
Don't cut him off at the knees. You just did a full thing.
I was excited. He said Baltimore Giants.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but look at the fun zone, Dana. We don't need you cutting them down. Yeah, a big punter move is huge for us. Shout out to Jordan Stout. I'll be excited to see what a punter is getting nowadays. Okay, first when I retired, and would that have changed anything? I'm not 100% sure. Jordan is certainly worthy of the conversation. Let's head over to Schefter to get a little bit more details on the Davis signing. And I believe there was also another signing that took place while we were in the fun zone. Shefty, what's going on over there? How Davis happened and what else is taking place?
Demario Davis started his career with the Jets, obviously going back there to finish it. You heard Peter talk about the punter. We're waiting on a bunch of wide receivers. Joseph Asai also went to the Jets. So the Jets get Joseph Asai and Demario Davis, and they trade for Minka Fitzpatrick. So there are 3 moves that get done today with the New York Jets on defense.
Okay, so Aaron Glenn wants to bring back a dominant defense for the New York Jets. He is a defensive guy. When he was with the Detroit Lions, their defense was great. That's just no questions asked. Massive piece and a massive reason for why the Detroit Lions got back into well, I guess not back. Why the Detroit Lions got to a place where their fans were expecting to win games. So he was a huge part of that. We hope he has success over there. How do you feel about the moves Aaron Glenn has made for his defense with the Jets?
I like the move. Vet, obviously, he can play football at a high level. He can communicate. What Shrek said as far as being a leader on and off the field, he's been that for pretty much his entire career. Then the Minka Fitzpatrick which happened this morning. You rarely see a in-division trade like this for Miami. Going there, getting a new deal. I think still only 29 years old, so still having a lot of great football left. And another player that can not only play at a high level, but also communicate at a high level as well. So I like both of these moves right now from Aaron Glenn. And last year, as a part of the Sauce trade, I still have belief in A.D. Mitchell on the offensive side of the ball. Who's going to play quarterback? That's big, but I think that A.D. Mitchell trade will be good down the line.
For what? For
the Jets. Say to market.
Football?
What's it?
I think
He had a nice game for him this year.
I agree. He does have a lot of it.
Yeah.
AD has all the ability in the world, all the talent in the world. He could be Guy. Like, could actually be Guy. Is that place going to turn him into it?
That's
I hope so.
That's the
I hope that happens. We have some more breaking news as I think we wait. Will we wait for Shefty to hit this one? It is within the ESPN family of tweets.
Oh, wow.
We shall
It's in
wait.
the ESPN.
We shall wait. Shefty has 3.
Might be fucking good.
2. And please, they're laughing.
That is the fun zone. No rules in the fun zone.
All right, we'll give Shefty 5, 4, 3, 2, and nothing from his Twitter account. Jeremy Fowler is reporting Kenny Gainwell to the Bucks for 2 years, $14 million.
Wow.
He was a huge piece for you guys on the offensive side.
He was the team MVP, Pat. That's how big of a piece he was last year. Ken Gainwell was awesome. Dan mentioned earlier, led the team with 73 receptions, I believe. It wasn't just receiving out of the backfield. He was Aaron's go-to guy when they needed to check it down, which happened to be a lot. That's how you get 73 catches. That huge play against the Lions right there in that game. But it wasn't just that. He ran the ball really well. He never, ever made a mistake. He was the perfect, and that's why he was a great teammate and was voted the team MVP. The Bucks got a good one there, and I'm sad to lose Kenny G down there.
Yeah, I think Philly was sad. I think Pittsburgh's sad.
Yeah.
I feel like the Bucks
He
will
was
probably take advantage of it. And now there's some teams that have been absent from our conversation here a little bit. Let's look at the cap space. There's some teams that have a lot of money that we haven't really heard from. I wonder what's going on. Are extra negotiations happening? Are agents trying to get some more money? Remember, this is the highest salary cap in the history of ball. It jumped up $20 million this year. Unexpected. I think they were thinking maybe 15, maybe 12. It goes up 20 million, and now all of a sudden GMs can make more plays. $110 million the Raiders have.
That's a lot of money.
That's over a third of the salary cap is not spent yet. Whenever you talk about a full rebuild, especially if you're going to get a quarterback, you got Brock Bowers, you got Ashton Jeanty. You would think offensive line is where we're going to work now. You get rid of Max Crosby, so you're obviously going to have to do some work on the defensive side. Pick up a couple picks. It's like the Raiders are in a position to make massive changes to potentially become a successful franchise.
I don't see why not.
Is that what's possible? You made $110 million. When's it going to go out the door? We shall wait and see.
Yeah, you assume pretty quick, especially with Kubiak being a first year, first time, not just first year head coach trying to basically bring in players that kind of fit his scheme. So that's where you would assume Tyler Linderbaum or at least some of those highest paid guys would be going pretty soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a punter.
Oh.
Shefty tweet. Jordan Stott, as Peter Schrager alluded to.
Wow.
Reached agreement with the Giants on a 3-year, $12.3 million deal that makes him the NFL's highest paid punter and reunites him with his former head coach, John Harbaugh. The deal cannot be signed until Wednesday, like all of these.
Just a reminder.
Per ESPN sources.
What do you mean?
We had a Schrager bomb here from the front zone. We know where it came from.
What's that all about, Shefty? I thought we did journalism. I thought hey, Shefty, you didn't want to give Schrags any love. What was the per sources all about, Shefty?
Wait, what's that? I love Peter Schrager. I'm trying to keep my head above water. Okay, that's all I know. We got more deals coming. Hold on.
Schrags, you are per ESPN sources now.
Look, this is a good one for them. They want to bring a lot of those culture guys and the guys that know Harbaugh and over to the home crew, so they bring them over. Stout is a great punter, and it proves that was the moment of the show for me. That was great.
Yeah, there's going to be more. I feel like big punter news. I like anytime that can happen. That is a big deal, though. 3 years, $12.3 million, $4.1 million a year to punt a football. Congratulations, Jordan. You earned it. Proud of you, buddy. You should be incredibly happy. Now all the other punters look and say, like, okay, when we're up, that's the new line. For me, remember when I was the negotiator, we didn't want to get that. Blah, blah, blah. Let's have a couple misses potential. If I get in there, I'm going to be loud. There's going to be a lot of tweets coming. There's going to be a lot of this. We don't need to be putting ourselves in a position where, oh, is that right, huh? So this guy's loud and he misses. And we're ice. Yeah. Cap casualty in the special teams room is very real on a regular basis. Him going to New York, obviously great. I talked to Giants super duper fan back there. He said the Scottish Hammer he's okay with moving on from it.
Oh, it's time.
The Scottish Hammer had a hell of a run over there. Had a lot of magic. Great rugby player out of Scotland. He comes in and punts for the Giants. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, the new quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, Malik Willis.
Appreciate you.
How are you, man? I love that the hair is where it is. Let's keep that going, especially for Miami. Obviously, we're all involved in that. How do you feel knowing that you're the next quarterback for the Miami Dolphins, Malik?
Yeah, I'm great. Just got off the field. Super excited to be down here. I mean, guys I know, Halfley and Sully. I'm real familiar with those guys and excited to go to work and try to do something special, bro. It's a blessing.
We all assumed that you'd be there because of what you just said there with Halfley and Sully. Schrager reported earlier that he talked to Halfley and he was like, I want to get Malik every single day in practice, literally every single day. So people are talking about reps, lack of reps, what's good, what's not good. Felt like they had a good feel for how great of a quarterback you could be in the NFL and wanted you in Miami. How many different teams were talking to you? Was it a wild time for you to experience this because of how good you played last year in this free agency period? And when did you kind of know that this was probably going to be home for you?
I'm just trying to take advantage of every opportunity I can get. And we're going to leave all that in the past. It's over with now. I'm just trying to go down there and do what I can to help them, do some special things, and that's taking it one day at a time, putting the work in, and seeing where the chips fall.
Okay, so you've obviously seen what life is like at the top as the franchise quarterback. How do you expect yourself now to lead the Dolphins? What have you learned from the last time, maybe, and how do you kind of take what your past is and now make it the best version of yourself in South Florida?
All you can do is be genuine yourself and do what you can to put everything that you have on the table. All you can do is do your part and hold guys accountable as well as hold yourself accountable and not be afraid for all those things to play together. I mean, we can't do it by ourselves. It's a team game. I know they have all these different thought processes about it, but it's a team game and we got to be all in it together.
45 M's, Garrett. Hell yeah. We doing good. Any first thoughts on what we're buying? Need to do something? Need to treat ourselves? We worked hard for this moment. Any thoughts on that, or are we just working all ball all the time?
Yeah, I got to take a shower now, bro. I just got off the field. You got to call me at a bad time. You figure out something to eat.
Get yourself a good meal, brother. Eat well. You deserved it. You earned it. And congrats on going to Miami. We got Dolphins fans in here who are incredibly pumped for you going down there. So good luck, man.
I appreciate it. Let's do it.
D-Bud has the last question for you, Malik.
Hell yeah. Was it one thing in particular that stood out for you last year in particular that kind of, I guess, slowed down for you, year in and year out, things slow down in regards to positions, but especially at that quarterback position? Anything in particular that jumps out for you last year?
I mean, in all reality, it's my first time being in the system for more than a year since I've been in the league, so I felt just that much more comfortable being able to go out there and just do it, whatever it takes to get the job done, and it was just great having that familiarity.
You're awesome to watch, dude. Your moxie was outrageous. It feels like Miami needs that more than anything right now. So good luck down there. Thank you for taking time, and congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, have a good one.
You too, ladies and gentlemen. Malik Willis.
Yeah, Malik.
Just wants to work, dude.
Yeah.
I just got off the field.
Off the field.
Beast.
Sorry, I missed you. I know you guys were trying to do this like immediately after I signed. Sorry, dude. I was working out. You guys knew it. I didn't know when I was going to sign, so I know I was going to agree to something, I guess. We're off and running. Miami's got a guy. Miami's got a guy. We also have another breaking news. Another punter.
What?
Did we know the punter market was about to be
on day one?
Vikings punter Ryan Wright is signing a 4-year, $14 million deal that includes $8 million guaranteed with the Saints. He's getting down to the bayou. NFC South punting is a good place to be punting in as well. This guy bombs balls. I'm excited to watch that happen. I believe there was another announcement out of Shefty's Twitter account, if we were to get over to that, about a Shefty tweet. This one's about a Paisan. Former Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone is signing a 2-year, $17 million deal with the Buccaneers. Let's head over to the man that broke the news. Shefty, what's the deal with Anzalone? Did we know he was on the move? I thought he was the staple of the Detroit Lions defense.
Well, here's the interesting one with Alex Anzalone. Of course, he lives in Tampa, wanted to stay in Tampa, but it's a situation where the Jets were interested, the Giants were interested, but he didn't want to leave Tampa Bay. And ultimately, he gets a deal done with the Buccaneers. They give him the money to make it worth his while to stay in Tampa, which was his preference. And obviously, everybody else now needs to regroup at the linebacker position, which you saw the Jets do. The Jets have been busy here getting DeMario Davis, Joseph Asai, and Minka Fitzpatrick today.
Anzalone on the move. He's gone. I love to know how that combo goes with his agent. Hey, we got a couple places here to pay. You see my house? I like my house. Yeah, but the Bay, we can get you a Bay somewhere. Nope, I like my house here. Okay, I would like to stay right here in Tampa Bay. They're able to get a deal done. Good for him. Go ahead, Tone.
No, I just say the Bucs have been very active so far since noon. They brought back K. Dotton. They get Anzalone. They get Ken Gainwell. I think I'm missing one too. So the Bucs so far have already done 3 or 4 deals, and it's only been an hour and 22 minutes.
And that's all with Mike Evans just kind of looming over top this. He returned to the Bucs. Let's head over to the free agency fun zone. Shriggs, you kind of been on the Mike Evans watch since the beginning. All these moves are telling you they don't have money for Mike, or are all these moves saying maybe they do bring back Mike?
Let me make this clear. The Buccaneers are desperate to bring back Mike Evans. They love Mike Evans. They want Mike Evans to go wire to wire in his career. This will be a Mike Evans decision if he wants to leave. And the feeling around the league is that Mike Evans is going to have a market. He has a market, and that this might be the time he gets off the bus and he actually leaves Tampa Bay to finish his career elsewhere. We will see where it all goes down, but Tampa Bay has made several efforts to keep him. They love him, and you can tell the story of this. Jason Light, GM of the Buccaneers, his first ever draft pick in that loaded draft, was Mike Evans, and the families are even that close. So this is family to the Buccaneers. They would hate to lose Mike Evans, but it sounds like after all the years and all the work he's put in, he might be looking to explore and find another home. Now, I think it might be a surprise where he goes, too. We should know in the next couple of hours. I thought it was going to be in the first hour and a half. We will see. But Mike Evans, one of the biggest names, a future Hall of Famer, is going to likely be with a new team.
Dan Orlovsky said it. Rams. Isn't that what you said, Dan? Isn't that what you said, Dan?
Yeah, my head goes to the Rams. My head goes to Buffalo. Even with the addition of DJ Moore, I think if financial would be tough, I go Baltimore with Lamar. I wouldn't be surprised if Houston gets into the conversation.
He's from Houston, Texas.
He's from Houston. Obviously, Texas A&M with his college background. I still, Mike isn't what he was 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago. He's still awesome. He's still one-on-one, an absolute problem in one-on-one coverage. You guys watch these clips. Mike's not getting wide open separation-wise, but every single time it seems like Mike finds a way to come down with the football. But to Peter's point, maybe a surprise team. If I'm Mike and I'm going to take that jump to leave the place that I've been at forever, it should be for a 1, quarterback that's a stud, 2, we got a chance to win the whole thing, a legit chance to win the whole thing. That's why I say Buffalo. That's why I say Baltimore.
Okay, hold on. You guys are saying 30 teams. I mean, you're saying surprise team, and now we're rattling off.
Yeah, everybody in the league would love to have
the Chiefs, the Rams, Buffalo,
Colts. 4 or 5 teams. I didn't say the Colts.
Contenders.
Why didn't you say the Colts? What's that all about?
I just didn't say the Colts.
Yeah, well, we got Alec Pierce, so don't worry about that. Highest paid ever. Maybe Mike Evans can learn a little something. Maybe he can learn a little something. Okay. I'll tell you what, Pittman gone is certainly, but which brings the room for Mike Evans to kind of come in here. Has the team, the surprise team, been said yet, Trades?
No. And I don't want to put it out there because it doesn't happen. It looks so, but there's a team that's laying in the weeds that has not been mentioned or attached to him yet. That might be a snake in the grass.
Can I throw it out there?
Yeah.
49ers?
Well, it's kind of been.
That's been estimated.
Yeah, it's already been talked about. You were talking already, though, so you couldn't hear us say it. All right, we appreciate the fun zone over there. Certainly getting active over there. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a fullback deal. Okay. This one's being reported by Jeff Howe. Fullback Reggie Gilliam and the Patriots have agreed to a 3-year deal worth up to $12 million, including $6 million guaranteed per source. There was a Alec Ingold signing this weekend too. It feels like fullbacks are kind of making some cash. The Patriots are getting back in the game.
I mean, that's the thing. We always talk about how cyclical football is, and some teams are ahead of the curve, and some aren't. And it just so happens that the New England Patriots are one of those teams. Not to mention, we stole them from Buffalo's hands, which makes it even sweeter. But yeah, definitely thought we might have gotten a receiver to New England at this point. But I think everyone up there will be pretty pumped about a fullback too.
Yeah, listen, I heard he's got good hands. He's been working on.
Oh yeah, he's a junkyard dog.
Yes, he's deceptive speed.
Big son of a bitch.
Yeah. He looks for contact.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he is certainly something. As Schefter's not at his seat over there, he's certainly running around trying to work. Don't know if he went to his first bathroom break since 6 a.m. or if he's just off screen trying to do his thing over in his room. There is some news that has happened. I think we should wait for Adam Schefter to go ahead and do it. There's like 45 different people breaking signings. It's a crazy time to be. Ladies and gentlemen, Schefter's heading back to his seat.
Okay.
Schefter's heading back to his seat. We do not know if he put a tweet up. Schefter needs you to put a tweet out, though, so we can do the whole gimmick thing.
No, I know.
You know who. You know who.
Oh, Kobe Bryant.
Boom. Do the tweet. Yep. Put the tweet out. We'll go back. Foxy will go back. Foxy will go back. We'll leave him off the screen. He'll do the tweet, and all of a sudden, and boom! Big tweet. Big deal. Hey, what's going on? Something happened with Kobe. Rest in peace. Something happened with the NFL's Kobe Bryant, Schefter. What's going on out there?
Well, he's going to the Chicago Bears from the Seattle Seahawks. So the Seattle Seahawks today, the world champions, are paying the Super Bowl tax. They lose Kenneth Walker to the Kansas City Chiefs. They lose their defensive back, Kobe Bryant, who they love. They loved this guy's personality. They loved his play. He's going to the Bears on a 3-year, $40 million deal.
Okay, I like Kobe Bryant heading over there. D-Buck, what are your thoughts on the Bears loading up with one of the young studs in the NFL?
I like this move. They have a couple free agents, obviously Byard and Briskers. They have some guys, Deshaun Wright, who had a breakout year last year at cornerback. I'm interested to see what his numbers look like. This is a good signing for them. They were up in the league, up at the top of the league when it came to turnovers, but year in and year out, it kind of fluctuates a lot. This is a great signing for Dennis Allen and defense.
We have no tweet, no highlights there for Kobe Bryant because Schefter told us he was going to put a tweet up. He obviously didn't. He was on to the next one. So we apologize just for the blank TV there as Debo was talking. We we try to never put people to sleep if they're watching this, especially on free agency frenzy.
Yeah.
A couple of the big teams still. Can we give it the salary cap graphic back up there? Raiders, we talk about them having $110 million. Tennessee Titans have cash. That's even after the Jermaine Johnson trade that takes place, $90 million. Washington Commanders, LA Chargers have an opportunity. The Jets have been making a lot of moves. Hey, Jets,
there you
go
go.
on you.
That's right.
Seattle Seahawks not able to sign anybody, still have a lot of cash. Fascinating move. What Schneider got up his sleeve, Con?
Well, definitely something big. You can assume that Seattle, whether they be retaining a lot of the players that might be up in a year or two, but the Titans, one of the I thought locks of the entire free agent frenzy was Wan'Dale Robinson rejoining Daboll, and that felt like kind of an open, closed, shut case. And then all of a sudden, nothing's happened. Are some of these deals affecting some of the other free agent deals? You wonder if some of these guys were like locked in, gonna go. Pierce comes through, and then hold on, give me a little bit more money. Like I don't understand why we haven't gotten as many deals so far.
Pittman, 3 years, $59 million. Also another deal that I assume some people are looking at and saying, "Excuse me." And those salary cap that was updated as 10 minutes ago, so none of the brand new deals have been put in there. So those numbers will obviously change, but there's still a lot of cash out there for teams, Tony.
Yeah, there is. There's a ton, and I'm surprised. There's still a lot of big names out there. And Connor mentioned the Wan'Dale, and he was tied. There's a lot of people in this office potentially talking about Wan'Dale, the Titans earlier today. But you talk about Linderbaum, and there's a lot of edge talent out there still, which Hendrickson and Odafe Owe. There's a lot going on out there still.
Shefty tweet. I think this one might be missing some information that we all need for Pat McAfee Show. Thank you, Shefty. Another punter deal.
Jeez.
Former Dolphins punter Jake Bailey is signing a 3-year, $9 million deal that includes $5 million fully guaranteed. To where, Shefty?
To the Atlanta Falcons. The tweet has been updated, Pat. Here from the Nightline set, we've just updated the tweet. He is signing with the Atlanta Falcons.
Did we know the punter market was going to be like this, Shefty?
No, I really don't understand exactly what's going on. I did not expect a mad rush on punters in the first 90 minutes of free agency, but clearly you missed the window. You made the right decision going into broadcasting, Pat, but you missed the punting window here with some big dollars.
Yeah, we're in the golden era right here of punters. I will say there's a lot of great punters. Jake Bailey obviously has been good for a long time. Falcons have Tua allegedly and Penix. They said we need a punter.
We punt a lot.
You don't deserve that. Tua and Penix, you don't deserve that.
Tua's best friend.
Atlanta does not deserve that. Exactly. In the punter, Jake Bailey, we know him pretty well out of Stanford. Obviously went up to New England. He's done a lot of incredible things, nice things for us. He did his My Cleat, My Cause for Further Brand, which was, for dogs so we could raise money for veterinarian stuff. So, I'm a big fan of Jake Bailey. $5 million fully guaranteed on a 3-year deal. I think I'm pretty pumped that I'm not punting anymore, but I am excited for these guys getting paid to bomb balls. But I've been saying it this whole time. 2026, it's cyclical. We didn't know we were going to go all the way back, though. The punter is the most important position in ball. This is day one of free agency, and they're making sure they got the money for it. I respect and appreciate that.
Absolutely. It's first play defense, right? You got to set that offense up all about field position. I think they're dialed in. They know this is for the brand. This is free agency frenzy 2026.
They're doing it for us, you think?
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Smart.
Good chance.
McAfee, that asshole, they gave him the whole thing for 3 hours because they counter-programmed him last year. Let's get some punter stuff.
Yeah, send out a memo.
Let's get some punter stuff. Highest punter ever, maybe another punter. Let's go ahead and do that. Ooh, we have some more signings taking place. Millions and millions of dollars kind of going out the window from teams in hopes and efforts to bring in a guy that could potentially change their entire trajectory of what their season could become. What is the updated amount of money that has been spent thus far in this beautiful Monday, March 9th free agency frenzy schedule? Because it's over $700 million as we ended hour one. Over $1 billion.
Of course.
$1 billion has been sent out in contracts. Now, granted, the gross number doesn't really mean shit.
Sure.
Okay. Now, it means a little bit more than what it used to. Back in the day, the agents had a nice little gimmick with the reporters where they would give them a deal and say, hey, this deal is worth $700 billion. Yeah. Go ahead and send it. That sounds like a lot. Send it. That's what it is. What's the actual deal, though? Nobody needs to know. That's what it used to be. Nobody would ever even know what the actual deal is. Now we know guarantees and what injury this and what's this and that. It's much better than it was before because there used to be things that you had to do that you would never get money. Now we're starting to get to points where what's it called? What's it called? Incentives, yeah, but there's something that's
Installments.
We'll figure out the word. Whatever the case, they hit the incentives. It's called escalator. The escalators of contracts are easier to attain, I think, now than they used to be. But gross money up over $1 billion, guaranteed probably obviously less than that. But the boys are making money. I mean, the boys are making money, and dreams are coming true. And some of the biggest names have yet to even be chatted about whenever we talk about this free agency frenzy, Debo.
Yeah, what I love to see is the shorter deals with a large chunk in guarantees. And then you obviously have to get into the weeds on the real guarantees. Guarantees of injury was fully guaranteed. But I love seeing these 3-4 year deals, but essentially 3 of those years fully guaranteed, regardless of position. We know that we'll probably never get the fully guaranteed full contracts in football because how violent it is. But I do love the makeup of these new deals.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'll be excited to see where we end up at 3 o'clock Eastern as we hand it over to SportsCenter's NFL free agency led by Laura Rutledge and entire NFL live team. I believe Dan Orlovsky and Schrags will be live all day. Schefter's not leaving this whole
No. Brought a blow-up mattress.
We had to plug in the internet to his phone over here. And he said, the internet's not working. I know it's not working. It should be going up quicker than it is.
Got a bucket.
Guy's underwater. Is he not? Oh, look, he's getting a protein bar.
He's pacing.
He's pacing. He's got things going on. Now, I will say this to Adam Schefter, just to give him a little bit of credit. The league sources that we talked to, league source told us that this free agency frenzy day basically driven by
that guy.
Whenever he got to NFL Network, he wanted it. He was like, hey, I think we can do a lot of these tampering deals. We should promote it. We should promote. And it was kind of like, nah, don't want to do that. The league year doesn't start till Wednesday or whatever. And I guess Schefter's been a big driver for this to become an actual thing, which is what I love. I appreciate the hell out of him doing that. But also getting to witness the creator, the founder, on the day in which he is expected to show up has been quite an experience.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, I mean, he said to us last week, and he's been right in terms of his intensity, we needed to put a sign up that said the dog fucking bites, just so everyone isn't going in there trying to distract him and get in his way. But this also should have been a thing a long time ago. I mean, with how popular the NFL has gotten, and also, I mean, over $1 billion spent so far, like, it lends itself to, like, there's constantly something to talk about. And in terms of fans, you were talking about it earlier, like, any one of these signings could be that thing that puts you over and says, like, hey, we can go win a Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the things that has happened around the NFL. The Cowboys have given a second-round tender to their kicker, Brandon Aubrey. Remember, there was a nasty, disgusting rumor.
It's gross.
Might have been down there at one of the coffee shops where people lie and fight each other.
Could have been.
During the combine. He said he was looking for $10 million a year, and he's not accepting anything less than that. And his agent and his wife came out and were like, that's not real. Now, granted, did somebody say at one point, you could pay Brandon Aubrey $10 million a year and you'd be okay with that? Maybe. But that is not what they're looking for. They're looking for a fair deal. They get a second-round tender for $5.76 million. Good for Brandon Aubrey, who certainly earned that. Let's go over to the free agency fun zone. Schrags, what does that mean, second-round tender, and how often are those going to be used today in this free agency frenzy period so guys can at least have to look at staying home as opposed to going elsewhere?
Yeah, that basically gives the Cowboys a right of refusal. If someone wants to offer him something wild, they can. They get a second rounder back. It's a complicated deal with the CBA with how these work. It's similar to what Daniel Jones did with the transition tag, where if another team wants to come in and go over the top, well, there's going to be a cost to pay, but the Colts, of course, would have that chance to match it. What's interesting to me is now we're 90 minutes in, and yeah, we had our fun with the punters and all this, but you have some top interior defensive linemen. Nobody really has been signed in that list, which is John Franklin Myers and Sheldon Rankins and Logan Hall. And then you go to the guys like Trey Hendrickson and Odafe Owe and Kwity Paye, who obviously you guys know from the Indianapolis days. But, like, that was what we were told, that this is a good free agent class to solidify your defensive line. And yet so far we've seen mostly corners, running backs, a couple quarterbacks go. When do the defensive top guys get off the board, especially the front seven?
Last year, D-line ran the free agency frenzy, over $800 million spent on the D-line. Corners are getting, obviously, contracts right now. Dan Orlovsky, Malik Willis to Miami after we talked to him. What did you hear there? And what are your expectations now for the rest of the quarterback market, including potentially Kirk Cousins getting into the game?
Yeah, so I do think that him going to Miami just makes a ton of sense for where the Dolphins are right now. It makes me think of the butterfly effect of, okay, with Malik going to Miami, what does that mean for Pittsburgh? Do they think in Pittsburgh that Aaron is a 100% going? What's going to happen with the New York Jets? Are the Jets going to sign a Kirk Cousins or a Geno Smith? What's going to happen to Arizona? who's going to play quarterback in Arizona this year? Because there's this small crop of teams that, there's some of these veteran quarterbacks now that Malik is gone. Who's going to kind of be some of these bridge starting quarterbacks for teams? I also think of like Linderbaum. Everyone talks about young quarterbacks, and they say the best thing you can give the young quarterbacks is tight end. I think the best thing you can give a young quarterback is a good defense and then a good center. And so if I'm the Raiders, is Linderbaum going to go to the Raiders? Is Linderbaum going to go to the Giants with Jackson Dart? And so not only quarterbacks, but like he's by far the best center available.
I think what's interesting with Linderbaum is you mentioned you have that hour to talk to teams. You could also have this Linderbaum deal where, all right, I got an offer in the hand, okay, and now let's leverage these other teams. I think he's a highly coveted center. Would you mention the Raiders?
I mentioned the Raiders and I mentioned the Giants. I'd like to see him go to somewhere
I would throw in another team, and I can't confirm that it's actually at that level, but the Commanders have been a team.
I love that as
A
well.
lot of money the Commanders have,
They
Shreds.
have money to spend.
Connor has a question for you, actually.
Yeah, now that the Eagles lost out on Phillips, and that was kind of the conversation going into today, like, hey, Jalen Phillips, they're going to pay him, they're going to keep him in Philly, and even just the idea of Philadelphia keeping the band together straight. Do you see them pivoting to like a Trey Hendrickson? Obviously, they were going to throw a bag at Phillips. Will they do that for Oweh or Hendrickson, or will they go in a different direction? Maybe even get one of the top safeties out there because Blankenship's on the move as well.
I'll tell you this: Howie's main point today and priority of this week was to bring back the talent they had. I think they're surprised, and I think the league is surprised that Carolina actually got Jalen Phillips. So now you have to pivot. Question is, how do you pay Jalen Carter over the next few years when you also have Cooper DeJean coming up and Quinyon Mitchell and all these guys? So they might be just staying put. I don't know if they're going to swing the bat huge on one of these players like Trey Hendrickson or Oweh.
That's an issue though in Philadelphia. When Philly won the Super Bowl, their pass rush, and mainly because of their edge guys, was ridiculous. It fell off big time last year.
They brought back Jordan Davis.
But
They
Jalen
gave
Phillips,
him his money.
A lot of money.
100%. But Jalen Phillips was the best edge pass rusher they had by far. Nolan Smith missed some time. They brought Brandon Graham back. And so Phillips going to Carolina's got bigger ripple effect than we think. I agree with Boston Connor's point of like, they're going to have to find an edge pass rusher here that's going to have some impact because that's a pretty significant loss for a team that
I'm
didn't
curious
have
to see the Kobe Beans market, if he is someone that they can bring back at a deal that makes sense to them. Again, the problem when you have all these great players out of Georgia and all these young talent, like you have to pay them at some point. Jalen Phillips was a third-round pick trade at the deadline. He exceeded expectations. They loved him. If he spurns them and he goes, they'll get a compensatory pick back. That said, Carolina, Brent Tillis, Dan Morgan, those guys up there in the front office, this was done. This was one of those that was a snake in the grass that no one had Carolina signing Jalen Phillips, which is why I love free agent frenzy. That's a surprise to around the league, but it's also a surprise in this chair right here.
Dan Morgan put a 12-zinner in. Let's go ahead and go Black Ops, go Navy SEAL. Let's get this deal done. He certainly does that. What is Trey Hendrickson's market then? Where do we think?
Your guess is better than mine.
Let's go into the free agency frenzy zone. He's not at the desk, but we'll certainly call him over there. He can certainly hear us. Schefter might have a little bit more intel on who Trey Hendrickson might end up with. Schefter is eating a protein bar, trying to get more information. He has no idea that we are. No, he's working on it. He's right. He's locked in. He's doing his.
That's been his working spot. He stands literally right there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's the best Wi-Fi in the situation.
No, he's plugged into the wire. We had to plug hardwire into his phone.
I didn't know it was possible.
Yeah, dude. I also am a person whose phone shits the bed whenever it comes to Wi-Fi and all that type of stuff. But if he was having both his phones shit the bed over there, I mean, that's crazy. We got a wireless thing in.
That's right.
Yeah, because we knew that he needed to be plugged in. You also need a certain type of protein bar. Need a little bit of water. Obviously, need a couple power stations. We need to make sure we got power coming through his place.
Oh, yeah.
Shefty's rider is very easy, but boy, it seemed like it was definitely a necessity.
Yeah, it's airtight, and if you mess that up, like you're gonna have to deal with the dog. So that's why we knew, hey, make sure you have all this stuff.
Big news released earlier today was Travis Kelce coming back for another season with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow.
Congratulations on that decision. We know that is not easy. It felt as if Travis was coming back. Last year felt like maybe he wasn't going to play. This year felt like he was going to come play. I forget who it was, the coach who just got back over there, offensive coordinator. Bieniemy. And whenever you talk about Bieniemy re-signing back with Kansas City Chiefs on the New Heights podcast with Jason Kelce, he basically said, can't wait to see him in the building. And as soon as I heard it, we're like, ooh, what, is he stocking a building? Or
Is he going to be in the building? Is he going to own the team? I think the Hunt family's going to keep it, but how is he going to see him in the building? It's like, oh, he's playing. And then there was never a single thing that he said that made us believe that he wasn't going to play. I genuinely, and I'll continue to believe this, and he has not said anything to confirm any of these sources or anything like that. I believe his relationship with Taylor Swift is only going to make him better. And for the long haul, his career is already certified. The guy's first ballot Hall of Famer, maybe.
Yeah, you can't even say that.
Bill Belichick wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer, but Travis Kelce should be first ballot Hall of Famer. Should be in conversation of greatest tight end of all time. Should be a guy who, after earning over $100 and some million, be set up for the rest of his life, regardless of who he is dating. He's a Super Bowl champion multiple times. Everybody on earth likes him. It's like he has everything done. That is called hay in barn. We can move on with next era, especially with how good the podcast is. But I think he sees Taylor kill it. I think he sees Taylor continue to kind of grow, continue to strive, continue to try to get better. And I think they work together off of that. I think that is something that is a beautiful kindred spirit that can motivate each other. And we said that immediately upon them dating each other. It's like when two greats are together, it's good for society. It's certainly good for the Chiefs, especially for everybody that wanted Travis Kelce to be back, which is Chiefs fans. And I'm pumped for him, man. They get Kenneth Walker, Travis Kelce coming back, Patrick Mahomes doing his thing. Who knows what they do at wide receiver? But there's a chance this Chiefs team is all the way back, as we are hearing noise from somebody. We're not 100% sure who once. Let's head into the free agency frenzy zone with Schefter. Schefter, is this on Travis Kelce or is this on something else, sir?
Tyler Lindenbaum. Huge deal, Pat. Going to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
3 years, $81 million, $60 million guaranteed, highest paid interior offensive lineman in NFL history. And think about this. The Raiders trade Max Crosby to the Ravens. It frees up salary space. They had a lot. They had all the space. Now they go take the Ravens center, Tyler Linderbaum, going to the Las Vegas Raiders to snap for, we presume, Fernando Mendoza.
Congratulations, Linderbaum.
Hell yeah.
Tyler, Iowa Hawkeye.
That's right.
Iowa high school wrestler. I mean, a dog through and through. At Baltimore, he was fantastic. Now he heads over to the Raiders. The Raiders had a lot of money, okay? They had $83 million or something like that on Friday at noon. They make a couple different moves, then they end up with $110 million. Everybody talks about how they need an offensive line. Linderbaum's name was still out there. It was like, is this a destiny thing? Is this a match made in heaven? They agree. Highest paid interior offensive lineman of all time. Over $60 million guaranteed for a body mover, a man shaker, and a leader, hopefully, for an offensive line that has Ashton Genty in the backfield, Brock Bowers as a tight end, and in our eyes, Fernando Mendoza, who's a quarterback that's definitely going to be able to get it, especially if he's protected. What a play by the Raiders. This is Tom Brady getting in there. This is the boys getting in there and saying, hey, we suck no more. How do we get good? We invest in the trenches. They found it. I think everybody's going to love this move, especially other interior offensive linemen that go, shit, we can make $60 million guaranteed now. Life is good, D-Bug.
Yeah, you always got to build from the trenches out, and we know how shitey that Raiders offensive line was. We saw Genty last year, and even coming into the league, we knew he was a dynamic weapon, but he was getting hit in the backfield, it seemed like, on every carry. So now you have a veteran center who Dano mentioned. You get this for a young quarterback. We expect Fernando Mendoza to be able to make all the protections and the checks and all these things. You have a savvy veteran that can do it kind of for him almost until he gets caught up to speed. That helps things tremendously. And I don't think they're done when it comes to offensive line and building that, those trenches in front of who we think Fernando Mendoza is going to start quarterback.
Creed Humphrey was making $18 million. Somebody's microphone's on, maybe Schefter's. Creed Humphrey was making $18 million a year. This is significantly more. He becomes the highest paid interior offensive lineman. Good for him. Happy for him. Let's head over to the free agency fun zone with Schrags and Orlovsky. Schrags, huge play by the Raiders who finally spend some of that money that they've had.
Huge play. And remember, last year, this was a disaster on the offensive line. They had a rotating door at center. They bring in Linderbaum. Some interesting things. Rick Dennison, the offensive line coach for the Las Vegas Raiders, who Kubiak brings in, 30-year offensive line coach, one of the most respected guys. Secondly, worth noting, the Ravens opted not to pick up Linderbaum's fifth-year option last year, which is a wild decision in hindsight. Now he goes to the highest money ever given to a center in free agency, the highest money ever given to a guard in free agency, just a year later after the fact, not getting his fifth-year option picked up.
Yeah, that's the best thing the Raiders could have done for if the pick is going to be Fernando Mendoza. I I think it's one of the best things you can do for a young quarterback is just give him a great experienced center. Everyone talked about this past weekend, Dolman deciding to retire from Chicago and kind of the foresight or looking back on his impact on Caleb and their offense and his ability to control protections. It's not that Mendoza, if he's going to be the pick, can't do it. It's taking something off of his plate as he's learning everything else. And so bringing Linderbaum not only in their run game to help Ashton Genty and his ability to play in that kind of that zone scheme, but also like his ability to kind of be in protection. You guys got some film?
You got Linderbaum film? Yeah, I heard you got film.
You got some Linderbaum film?
Do you got some Linderbaum film, Dano?
All right, Foxy, play it. Play it.
Yes!
All right, let me get my AQ Shipley on. Okay, so
we'll see.
AQ. So I want to go to the yellow here. This is going to be a little bit of a back block, okay? So when it comes to the ability to kind of step backside in this run game that's going to come over, that's power. So you pull the backside guard. This is a beautiful shot right there of Linderbaum just dominating his block. You can let it ride, Foxy. And so not only does he come over with like experience, once again, you're going to see, I want to go to this. Now it's going to be once again a back block. It looks like we'll get another pull on the backside. And so, yeah, that's a down block or back block, AQ. You got it. And so Seattle runs a little bit of, this is going to be really nice, a little bit of one-on-one. Let's zoom in here. Come on. Let's zoom in there. That's a Linderbaum one-on-one. That's fantastic. One-on-one. And the pass protection. And so Seattle went from one of the most run-heavy offenses in football last year. Now the Raiders are going to adapt that identity. And so I love the fact that with Clint Kubiak as their coach, they've got a center that comes from a run-heavy offense in Baltimore as well. And so I think it's a huge, huge signing. Everyone talks about perimeter players for quarterbacks. Keep them clean. Yep. Keep them upright and keep them clean. Allow them time. It's a great signing for
what a world of difference from last year. And now you have not only Clint Kubiak, Rick Dennison, Andrew Janoko, who comes over from Seattle as well. It feels like the Raiders are becoming a more professional organization outfit right now. And also, of course, you trade Crosby and you get Linderbaum back. It wasn't a clean trade, but that will be one we'll analyze. The impact that Crosby makes on the Raiders.
It's kind of like three pieces.
Right? And then Linderbaum over there on the Raiders. It's almost a one-for-one deal with the money if you want to throw it out the window. That was the deal that was made.
Look at you guys over there in the fun zone kind of batting it around. I like that. Now, Dano, you just did some good film breakdown there of offensive line. This is back block and this is loopy-woo. Joining us now, former center in the NFL, Super Bowl champion AQ Shipley. AQ, we started something called In the Trenches with you because you watched Dan Orlovsky break down offensive line film one time in Puke, you said. So that's why we started In the Trenches. I think Dano did a pretty good job there talking about Linderbaum. And what else did he maybe miss, or what else would you like to add about why he's so good and worthy of the biggest deal in the history of interior offensive linemen?
Yeah, Dan's really done a nice job taking, really into the offensive line world, really understanding. He did a great job there. Good back block. Great job. Now, I think the one thing that people don't talk about enough with Linderbaum is the fact that he was a former high school state champion wrestler, right? That pass protection play that Dan showed, his balance is impeccable. He's incredible with his balance and pass protection right there, moving people off the spot. He is so good with lateral quickness, and this is only going to bode so well for the type of offense that Clint Kubiak is going to bring into that Raiders offense. And Rick Dennison, as Shregs mentioned earlier, I had him when I was in Baltimore. He comes from the Kubiak world. He was Gary Kubiak's O-line guru forever, now working with the younger Kubiak. I love this. This is a match made in heaven. John Spytek doing big things out there in Vegas.
Yeah, Spytek is, and you calling us from your bathtub is certainly a cool thing. We appreciate you, AQ. Thank you, AQ. I don't know where he was, but I'm happy he made some time. That was certainly not a preempted call. But him sitting there and watching Orlovsky was a nice little treat for me and Bruce, who knew that he was on the call. Dano didn't know that. I don't think any of the boys here knew that. Dan, you were kind of dancing pretty close there. AQ was watching, ready to dunk on you. I think you nailed it, Dano. I think you nailed it.
Yeah, that's good for me. I did not know AQ was going to be there. Honestly, when you pulled him in, I was like, fudge, dude. AQ is going to come in and dunk on me here and dummy on some dummies. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it as a win.
Yeah, fudge, dude. You got fudged up.
Whenever you say in the trenches, AQ is going to be there. Say his name. But, I mean, we always talk about pass rush when it comes from the edge. Shoring up that interior
everything,
for the offense, that everything, especially for a pocket quarterback.
Especially for a rookie quarterback. And Fernando Mendoza, Dan Orlovsky.
He is the number one pick.
Yeah. Okay, Dano, watch the rest of the season before we talk about quarterbacks in the draft. And on that note, Shefty Tweed, who's changing the trajectory. Former Falcons running back Tyler Algier reached an agreement today with the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, the Cardinals are starting to play. Cardinals, this is a new LaFleur operation out there. They've had 1,000 different coaches. They've been voted the worst facility in the NFL numerous times. Pittsburgh Steelers kind of took the lead on assness, I guess, in the most recent report card. Why is Algier the move for the Cardinals over there? And who's their quarterback, Schefter?
On Jacoby Brissett as a quarterback, they got their rework deal done with James Conner over the weekend. They're reaching agreement here with Tyler Algier. That is quite a tough backfield. When you've got James Conner coming off the injury and Tyler Algier, who runs hard, that's a pretty good combination for the Arizona Cardinals out in the desert. Their new head coach, Mike LaFleur.
That is a pretty good little combo out there. Hey, Cardinals, pretty good little football team. We'll see. We will see.
I don't think Algier has ever fumbled his entire career. I believe I'm correct there. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, but I think I'm right.
I like the fact that you played that much defense against yourself, just in case somebody tweets immediately afterwards. You dipshit, you lost a game for there. But I do appreciate the fact that we all think that's a tough football player.
Yes.
Like, we all think Tyler Algier, tough football player, immediely upon seeing his team. Michael Floor, interesting haircut. He's coming in with some meat.
Yeah.
His own.
He's coming in with some talent. And whenever you're good enough.
He's coming in with meat.
Whenever you're good enough.
No bread.
Oh, my God.
No water.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't know if we were doing the whole call. Oh, me. Shout out Booker T. Tyler Algier, James Conner going back there. Jacoby Brissett, by the way, always an option. Maybe the floor makes some moves.
Maybe. It's a lot to fix out there, but this you bring in talent. That's what today is about, spending money in the right places. Whenever you're talented enough to take carries away from a guy like Deshaun Robinson, you're a damn good running back. So this is a great signing for the Arizona Cardinals. You see what LaFleur can do over there. It's been a long time since they've been relevant.
It's been a long time since they haven't been asked. Every report card that goes says the building is trash. I mean, that's literally what it said. Yeah. Those NFLPA report cards, I think I know who was most upset about those getting out in public. Don't we have some sort of non-disparage thing with the player? Like, what? Every time I read these report cards, it's just dumping on my facility. And then it's like, the player's like, well, that's the only way you change these things. It's like, you're not allowed to do it then. So
I'm not changing.
You're going to find a new way. You're going to find a new way because you're not going to do that. And then the player's like, oh, yeah, we didn't put it out. Leak right through there. Who's ass? Cardinals. Who else? Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
You guys maybe need to figure it out over there.
I don't think so. We're here to play ball. We're not here to hang out in the locker room and have nice things.
That's part of it now.
Okay.
We're from the Steel City, or?
Oh, you got Michael Pittman over there now.
He loves it.
He's going to enjoy it. There's been a lot of moves made. Have any franchises changed the trajectory of their entire team for next year's hunt for the Lombardi? Feels like Linderbaum is a big play.
Yeah. Huge.
Big play. That's also like a culture-defining type play. We knew it was coming. When did it come? Almost 2 hours in. What will the next hour hold? Wow. We still got another hour of magic here at the Thunderdome as the NFL's free agency frenzy continues. Then at 3 o'clock, we'll hand it over to the lovely Laura Rutledge, and then NFL Live will cover it. The NFL never sleeps, and they're paying everybody. We're back on the other side. But it is great to be down here in T-Town, Alabama. Now, let's do a little history here, shall we? This is, what's your name?
Gabby.
Gabby, you're a senior here, right?
That's correct.
And what is your major?
Chemical engineering.
Okay. Have you ever kicked anything before?
No.
Okay, but you said you want to do it, not get somebody else because
I camped out for so many hours with my friend, and I got lucky enough to get picked, so let's go for it.
Yes! All right. We love that. Let's go. $300,000 if you make this kick right here, Gabby, okay?
Oh my gosh.
That seems fair. I don't know what a chemical engineering degree costs, but hopefully that will help towards it all.
My parents would love that.
Okay.
I'll throw in 200 as well.
He's throwing it to $500,000. Gabby, come
Rolling for you, 33 yards. All you got to do is make the kick. Good luck, Gabby.
Okay,
Any final thoughts?
I love you, Mom and Dad, brother.
Love that, Mom and Dad. Hope you have a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, Gabby Mathis, chemical engineer, senior here at Alabama. What's up to win? 500,000.
Oh, it's come to this, huh? It's come to this. It's come to this.
Yeah, this quick just smacked me in the face. Quick just smacked me in the face. How about this? How about this, Gabby? If Kirk Herbstreit can throw that football through those uprights right there, we'll give you $300,000. Are you okay with that? 300,000. If Kirk Herbstreit can throw it through those uprights, former Ohio State quarterback, no warm-up, full suit for Gabby. Get down. You got 30 seconds. It's getting even more pricey. Kirk Herbstreit, I did not know you had that in you. You son of a bitch.
Oh, that's cool.
Gavin, it's for you, your mom, your brother, the whole family. Congratulations, and Kirk. Good on you, man. It was close. Back to you, Reeves. Jeez. Way to go, Gavin.
I want him over. You know, I love the fact that Gabby wanted the experience. You know, blue-eyed Buckeye still got a little saying in that arm of it.
Dudes getting rich. Team seeking fits. The glamour and the glitz of the big money pit. Who's signing where? Why they go there? This will help us win. Every team swears. So welcome to the show. Hey, from nothing to dome. Who's the next signing? We all want to know. Free agency. Frenzy. Dreaming with your spending. Massive cash sending. Who's falling off and who is ascending? Welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this lovely Monday, March 9th, better known as Frenzy. What a day, what a time. 2 hours in, there's already been over $1 billion in contracts given out to players who have earned it. Some for the first time in their life getting a bag that'll change the trajectory of their entire family. Some teams betting. Not necessarily the farm just yet, but damn near everything they got on a couple different players to bring them a title hope and a title opportunity. It's not just me. The Talks Tables here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Love that you wore your tuxedo t-shirt on this free agency frenzy day, Con man.
Yeah, I felt that important. It is such a massive day, and there's still so many massive names as well. It's a very exciting time in the NFL world.
Let's go to one half of the hammer. Cowboys, AP Tone. Has anything happened? Any odds since any of these moves have been made thus far in the books?
No, to be honest with you, 100% honest, the odds have not moved. They moved a little bit this weekend when the Ravens traded for Max Crosby, but none of these moves today so far have changed. I mean, Linderbaum just happened. That may do something a little bit, probably not though, because it's the Raiders.
We shall see. That's rude to the Raiders. I like the moves that they're making. 9-year NFL vet Darius J. Butler is here. It's not just us on the stage. We have Schefter breaking news in here. We also have Orlovsky and Schrades in the free agency fun zone over there. Boys, thank you so much for today. You've been absolutely killing it, but there is another Shefty tweet. Couple huge news here. Former Giants wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson has reached an agreement today with the Tennessee Titans, who have been spending money and have money. Remember, they brought in Jermaine Johnson in a trade over the weekend. Now they bring in Wan'Dale Robinson. Robinson will be reunited with Titans OC and his former Giants head coach Brian Daboll. We see this connection. Harbaugh has brought some players from Baltimore up to the Giants. Now you're seeing all the ex-players of these coaches that are down in Tennessee, maybe making the same moves. Let's head over to Schefter. Schefter, Wan'Dale Robinson was a name you were kind of chit-chatting about before the show. Now it's official. He's going to the Titans. They're making some moves down there in Music City.
Yeah, we got a few moves. We got Wan'Dale Robinson's 4 years, $78 million, $38 million guaranteed with the Tennessee Titans. They paid up. And we also have Jahan Dotson, the Eagles wide receiver, now going to the Atlanta Falcons. We're going to put that out right now.
Okay, Jahan Dotson
the Atlanta Falcons, they've been making moves. The Atlanta Falcons allegedly in on Tua. They bring in a punter. They also bring in some other guys. And now Jahan Dotson, who's explosive and electrifying, heading down there. We also have another... Jeff D. Tweed, former Jaguars running back Travis Etienne will be signing with the New Orleans Saints. He's from Louisiana, and it was important for him to be near home. He's a threat out of the backfield, both with his hands and his legs. Love what he was able to do this year with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Finding a new home with Kelly Moe. You like it, D-Bud?
I love it. I love this. Another weapon for Tyler Shuck. I'd be interested to see what they do with Alvin Kamara in the backfield, but it's a great weapon for him. He took a step up as far as receiving, and he's explosive. He's fast. He's still young. A lot of upside. I love this pick for this signing for
The Broncos were allegedly in on Etienne. He ends up going to the Saints. Let's head over to the free agency fun zone. Etienne signing with the Saints. Obviously, another Wan'Dale Robinson big deal made in Tennessee. Anything you're liking or want to expand upon, Schrags and Orlovsky over there in the fun zone? Hold on, you're muted. You're muted. You're muted. We need you back. We need you back. Hold on, you're muted.
Oh no.
Oh no, we lost you. Oh no. Oh no.
Both of you. Hold on. Hold on. Stand pat there, fun zone.
Just adding to the things you can do, special teams player right there, Pat McAfee, getting me the microphone here. I got another one here, defensive tackle Kiris Tonga, who was a player on the Patriots Super Bowl team this year, is leaving New England to go to Kansas City on a 3-year deal, $21 million. Will clog the defensive line. That has been done by David Cantor and Ness McRobbie there over at Aura Sports. Those guys get that one done there.
Ooh.
We are going to bluff this one. We're We're gonna bluff this one. I still think he has trips. Like king, queen, he could have a boat that checks river. But yeah, we're gonna bluff this one for sure. Welcome to the show. I have all the strong hands here. Welcome to the fucking show, ladies and gentlemen. Ah! Welcome to the show. That's how you start it off, boys and girls. Welcome in. Woo! Picking up where we left off. Ooh, beautiful, man. Oh my God. Bro, I'm not trying to find these bluff spots. I'm just trying to play the hand that's in front of me. And we gotta launch it there. Like, what else do I bluff? I have all the boats. I have ace jack. The thing is, he check raises turn. He is repping, like, oh my, this hand is so crazy. King 10 raises flop. He doesn't have king 10. I think deuces raise flop. He could have king queen, but king queen might play check call in the turn. He's severely reduced in bow combos. I guess he could have ace jack, but I think jack, like, I don't know. Well, what did he raise the turn with? I'm not even sure, but we fucking launch it. And we take down a massive pot with the bluff. We're up to 6.2 million. What a start. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. I see all the energy. That was crazy. Wow, we miss the diamond combo draw, but we go for a massive bluff. And we take it down. We're at 6.2 million. We increase the chip lead. Welcome, everybody. I feel the energy. Okay. Calm down. I promise you I'm not looking for these crazy bluff spots. I'm just trying to play these hands well. But we keep getting them. We keep getting them right away. That is massive for momentum, energy, everything. We're up to 6.2 million. What a huge pot. What a huge pot. Every time we win or lose a hand today, let's just, again, take a breath, breathe. Ooh, that was fucking exciting. Toad, Ryan, never lucky. Cooking with gas. There he is. Chris Lawrence. Good luck, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. If you want to give me some hype on Instagram and Twitter, tweeted about it. Kmart Poker. Subs coming in, Josh. Everybody. All right, baby. Ooh, what a hand to get through. Okay, this guy raises ace deuce in the cutoff, which is a little bit light. Big blind calls, check, check, banks the straight. This guy bets, he just calls, and then bets river and just calls. Okay. Ace king, the church. Raise it up. From early position. Turnouts flats off of 47 lines. We had an ace here. Very, very, very nice. Let's start with a check here on this board. He doesn't have aces. I don't know if he flats ace jack either in this position. Sevens, ace jack suited is blocked, but let's start with a check. That's really, really, really small. Now I'm going to play a raise. Now I'm going to play a raise. The card's very, very bad. Ace queen is just a big thing that we're hunting here. That's $500,000. I think I'm going to call here, top pair gut shot. River top 2. That's a good card. In terms of 10s, though, I don't know if he bets Jack 10 on the flop. I don't think Ace 10 bets the turn like this. I feel pretty good about this. I could even block, but... $10-9 suited. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Oh my god, he has a set of 7s. I thought for sure we were good. Okay, nice hand, nice hand, nice hand. Nice hand. Oh man, bit of a mini cooler there. Hey, welcome everybody. Got a big bluff through. That was insane. Whew. Okay. Played a couple big pots already. A little bit of a cooler here. We're going to lose a big pot. I think I did pretty well. He flopped a set of 7s. We're going to lose money here. I flop ace high on ace jack 7. Like, this is perfectly fine. Chat's already loving life. All right. We get a big bluff through. I don't think I can full turn. Maybe his range is pretty strong. I thought we got there on the river for sure. Toby, Josh, strap in, boys and girls. We're 1 of 48. Damn, when he checked river, I thought for sure he had ace queen or ace jack. Nice hand from turn nuts. Bet really small on the flop. I could proceed with check call, but I raise, half pot, river check. This worked out really well. Okay, so we're final 48. Ladder at 41, 28. Woo! Good luck today. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, everybody. Kmart brother. Victoria's here. We already got 1,000 people. Beautiful day in Calgary, Alberta, to play the monster stack. Shall we? Damn, he had 7s. Nice hand. Queen 4 suited. This is a raise on the button. Nice suited queen. 5 million. Raise and take it. Okay, intentions today, bro. We're going to have fun. I could get 47th, 42nd, 35th, 21st. I could get 7th, 1st, 2nd. It's all on the table, bro. I had a nice slow morning. I had a good sleep last night. We're just going to play our absolute best. That is so crazy. What a fun start. Action right out of the gate. This is painful, but... River to king, and went check. I was like, ship it. And 7s. Sick. Raising a 3-bet here. Big picture Phil, everybody. Welcome in. Okay, 70K big blind. Dude, yesterday's stream was 10.5 hours. It absolutely flew by. So fun. This is for a ring as well. There's a WSB ring up top. Yeah, if we win pots, lose pots, we just got to return to center and keep on keeping on. You feel me? You guys can smash the like button. That would be pretty epic on YouTube.
Oh yeah, there's also a Paradise Invitation. The Paradise Invitation. I don't exactly know what that means. Is that like a 5K ticket to paradise? Jam and a snap. Big hand in the big blind here. Oh, dominates the ace-5. Ace ball, though. An ace-5 suited. One out. Damn, sick bad beat. Not even flipping. Unlucky for Vortazan. So he's committed in the small blind. We'll fold this under the gun. So this is a $1,500 bind. What do you open here? King 9. So he's going for it. It's a wide open. Definitely a pip wide, but GG. Bad beat there from Vortaz. I think this works out for us. I skipped the big blind because he busts. You can do that on GG. Could have been a lot worse, exactly. Okay, versus Pepe. I'm going to play raise first in with this hand. This is a pretty good hand to raise first in here. Pepe to the moon. 7-5 suited, raise and take. Ace-4. Sick bad beat there. You call it the 5s, you're expecting to flip a lot. You see the ace-5 suited, you dominate him and lose. It's definitely some pain. Good luck, man. Thank you, everybody. Small 3-bet here. Nice play. So turn the nuts, making some moves. They open the King 9 there. These are things to pay attention to. Ace-8. Raise. Open it up in the cutoff. Ace-8. To Mr. Juan in the big blind. Raise and take it. Let's go. What a vibe during the workday. I welcome in wherever you're tuning in. Deuces. $5.5 million. Yeah, massive sweat here. Final 44. The mod team's going to keep the title updated. We're playing for $291,000. Already chipped up a little bit today, but we kind of have to forget this idea of where we started today, starting stack. It's just, hey, what chips are in front of us? What are we doing? I'm going to feel the energy in the chat. I'm not going to answer too many questions or anything. We're just going to be locked in here, baby. So average stack, 2.3 million. So average stack, 2.3 million. What's the average going to be at the final table? 2.3 million times by 44. There's 100 million chips in play. Divided by 9. So the average stack at the final table is going to be 11 million. The average stack at the final table is going to be 11 million chips. Going for one bullet, 6.1 locked up. Potential new record. Top 2 would be a new high score for me. My biggest score is 207,000. This shit's so fun, man. Could be glory, could be pain, but we love the spot. Okay, three-way action here. Pepe's the original opener, the low jack. Pretty big bet. Claiming a strong equity hand on Jack 10-4. Over pairs, strong draws, ace jack. Call from Tom. A lot of queens or kings for Pepe has played. Tom is like king jack or something. Yeah, Tom is king jack, queen jack. Okay. They're going to chop it up on that river. Good read on what Tom had. Called Tom's cards there. Jack 3. Who's with me, baby? Come on, who's locked in right now? Who's locked in the chat? $11 million average at the final table. Raise, defend. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm just going to calmly observe all these hands that we're not participating in. Small check raise. Continue. Club deals off. Tom come for like 350,000 here. Nice check. Tom could have middling pairs. Ace 5. Seems like Pepe made a small raise with air and it's just giving up. No, 2-pair. Tom did have a middle pair there. Interesting. Check raise, check, and still check the river. AC Deucey. Good read on Tom there again. I said he had a lot of middling pairs. 9s. Let's go, baby. Yeah, big fucking tournament here. 1,629. You know, there's a lot of WSOP rings that are like 25K up top, 32K up top. The WSOP ring is sick, but this is, I mean, this is serious cheddar we're playing for here. Folding the Jack 4. Calatox jams just under 10. Got my Starbucks coffee. Worked great yesterday. Nothing fancy. Americano, a little bit of oat milk. Big raise from Turnuts here. How big did he open there? 1624. That was almost a 4x open. It's a really, really big raise. Queen Jack suited. Raise it up. Defending from a Model Realism. Okay. I would have been small on this board with his hand. 884. I know it kind of connects in his region. Queen Jack's going to be a quarter pop bet here. I have all the suited eights. He is the offsuit eights, though. He comes with check call. Interesting. I'm going to check here. I'm going to check. River and Jack. Club run out. All right, I'm going to call. I need to save my time, Nick, but yep. Nice. Can't let him get away with that. Can't let him get away from that. A little block on the river. Now we're going to gobble that up. Not an easy call. It's club. 4 clubs, but in position. We're simply going to win often enough here. Nice. 5.8 million. We're coming in hot. We got 1 and 2 on this table, actually. Beautiful call. Beautiful call. Small ones add up, man. It's raise, bet flop, check call, block river. It's a very, very, very key pot. Near ladder bubble here. Raise, flat, call, check around, check around. We don't have to call Grandma. She's already here. Grandma's locked in. King 10 there. 8s, 6s. Nice check from the 8s there. Bottom end of the straight. Let's get it, brother. Just Luke is here. Krista Borg, GG Poker Clips. Okay, raise here, call on the big blind, flop check around, turn check around. And river, nice check by the 8s. King 10 was trapping there on the river. Ace Jack. There's some short stacks behind. Holds to Tom. I like attacking this spot with a lot of trash. We have a good one here. Maybe a limp jam, Tom? for 20. Here we go. Ace Jack, Ace 9. Beautiful spot. Flop, good. Turn, good. River. Good. Bang! Massive. Ace Jack, you beautiful son of a bitch. New table, 7.5 million. Let's go. Beautiful, beautiful spot. Beautiful, beautiful hold. We have 7.5 million, 1 of 39. Okay, new table. Let's see. 19 bigs, 18. 7, 22, 35, 46 has the most. Let's go around. We got self-press here. From Argentina. 14 bigs here. Tampa Bay. All right, new table, new opportunity. Kmart today again. Jaha versus King, King, Jack, Jack. Haha. Don't know what this guy's referring to. Are you watching other tables? Nope. I got my table up and my table only. Blinds are up. 100K big blinds. What a spot there with the Ace Jack. Raising suited ace. Big 3-bet. Big 3-bet in a pretty strong position. Okay. You can have that one. Cool. Number 2 at the table makes a strong 3, but we'll pay attention to that. We'll see what's going on. Got a ladder. Get the ladders in the chat. 7.7K guaranteed. Nice spot there. Ace Jack versus Ace 9. His limp jam is very, very, very standard. These are the spots you want as a poker player, man. These are the spots you want. Good luck. Phew. 10 suited on the button. Pretty hand, but not playing versus this. Let's go, baby. Hold it, baby. Got it in good there with Ace Jack. Nice hand, nice hand. What up, Randy? Does it show that you're actually live? Yeah, when you go live on streamer mode, they can actually click your profile and then click this button, and it goes right to your stream, which is pretty sick. Guys, like the stream. There's 1,800 people here. Smash that like button. Send me some run good. Small 3-bet. I like the size. When ICM deep runs become more important, you get to attack with these smaller size because you can still just do it with queens, kings, aces, and you can bluff more with block or polar stuff. Nice size from self press. Couple of pictures here. He opens. Now, this isn't a hand I really want to bluff with because I blocked the bottom of his opens. I need him to have like queen jack offsuit, right? So you want to bluff with more like ace 10 or ace 9 or ace 8. I talk about this in some of my run at once videos. You want to block the top end of their value range and you want to unblock the bottom of their opens. So I would open my hand, but once he opens, easy fold. No winners still, baby. I know. Every time we win or lose a hand, just return to center, right? Wow, he goes for it again. Back-to-back small 3-bets. Dude, this shit's so fun. If you're new here, what's up? My name's Kevin. I've been obsessed with this game since I was 21 years old. I've been playing full-time for 12 years. At times, I would say I was a pro poker player, and at times I would say I was more of an entertainer, making income from content and stuff, but it's a combination of both. I love both. I have never played online poker without streaming. It's always been so automatic to me that I stream and try to make a entertainment product out of it, build my brand, and here we are. I appreciate this community so fucking much. And these are the spots that, whew. Okay, raise from the position of flat on the button. Check from Saprican, pretty much with range always. Top of base checks back. Top of can still check back Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited. King Jack, Ace Jack probably favoring betting a bunch. Could even have aces as a trap, but that's not a flop. I don't know if he flats like the 8-7 region, 6-7 suited region. Probably not because we're pretty shallow.
If you come in contact with Kiki, run, run, run. Do not share information. Do not text message this woman. Do not give her anything, because it will be live on air within 24 hours. Anything you say to her and Gino will be broadcasted out. These are the worst friends you can possibly have. Ask April Anderson. Ask Ashley Cummings. Ask anybody. They're going to tell. They don't care. Ask Ken Mosca. Ask Jim Florent. They'll recklessly bring people in and use them, and they don't have nothing to do with it. Jim Florentine wants nothing to do with any of this. But Kiki was jamming Jim Florentine, jamming Jim, that was his original name, into her content. Saying he's not even friends with Chad. He's not even. Bitch, you have no idea. You're the joke. Everyone's laughing at you, Kiki. You're the one who bombs on stage and thinks they killed. You have no idea how terrible of a comedian you are, how much of an open mic comic you are. You have zero joke structure to anything you're talking about. You're just babbling like a fucking open micer. Babble, 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 babble. You got all these enablers around you. Kiki's doing great, is she? I don't think so. I warned you about Eugene and Kiki last. Apologize now. You're right. I was wrong. I was wrong. Always everyone else's fault. I'm stupid drunk. Yeah, go try to get me canceled, buddy. Do your best. Do your best. That's your thing. Because you got to let the Onion Army know that you're working hard. Look what I did to Chad. Look. Look, I got Chad. I'm gonna fuck him over. As I hide it. Because I'm anonymous and I'm a twat and I'm a coward. Because I have to. I have to hide. But yeah, I'll go into chat rooms all day long. Because I have no life.
Exactly.
You know what's so funny? It's like, you can sit there and criticize every single thing I do. Everything. And when there's nothing there, when there's no meat on the bone, you'll just make some shit up. You'll just make it up out of the blue and lie about it. Because you desperately want that dopamine drip from those fucking 4 other motherfuckers that don't like me. You need it. You live for it. You need it. It's pathetic. It's sad. It's a sad existence, man. But yet, I'm an open book. I'm out there, flaws and all. Just talking, doing my thing. And you overly criticize every little detail as you hide. That's a sad life, bro. Your opinion of me means nothing. It doesn't mean a goddamn thing. At the end of the day, I know what I have. I know what I just know. You don't.
And you're wasted. In my opinion, I think you're wasted. All right. So now, but I'm too nice, and people take.
She's constantly she has to remind everyone all the time how nice she is to everybody. We were always so nice to Chad. I'm too nice. You're not. You're not a nice person, Kiki. You're an asshole. You're a terrible friend. You can't be trusted. You're a gossiper. And you throw innocent people under the bus all day long. Quit saying you're a nice guy. No one's fooled. No one's going to, you know what? Kiki said she was nice, so I'm coming around. You're not. As much as a piece of shit John is, you're throwing him under the bus right now. Because you realize at this point, there is no defending John at all and what he did on stage that night. And you're feeling the pressure from the outside, from the Carls, the Kumias. But you live for this, Kiki. You want to talk about people. You want to air their dirty laundry. You're from the Chrissy Mayer School of Broadcasting. Miss New York, thank you. No worries. Keep your head up. Thank you, Miss New York. Appreciate it. The support has been great. I've gotten more support than anything.
I don't know how to say to him. I said at the table, I'm like, should we try? He looked at me like, I said, like, it was like this. I said, John, and I tried to be like kind of quiet. We're sitting there with two fans or whatever. It was like, I was like, John, do you think you're okay to drive? I said, no. Do you mean am I okay to drive? Like, I'm just, I don't know. Either way.
I would love for Stuttering John to get a DUI. That would be the greatest thing ever. It'd be so good for everybody involved. And it's inevitable. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It'll be the best thing ever. Never did anything to cancel you, line shitbag. No, you like to tag people in. You try to get me in trouble. You did. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're just a liar. You're a liar. Just get a job and get happy. Showbiz is going to be gone. It's... What are you going to try to cancel me? Is that what you want to do? Cancel me from what? From what? Featuring at Side Splitters? Got it.
I ain't getting in the car with you, but I'm trying to give you an out here. We're in front of two people. You've seen at least to me drunk. I know we've had at least like 3 drinks here. People kept
You're
saying
basically outing John, saying, I love it, because it shows you're a shitty friend, but it also shows John's a fucking liar. He's a drunk driver. So you're basically saying John was driving drunk, and he tried to drive you home drunk. And make no mistake about it, his only goal is to hit on you. He wants to fuck you. He has no interest. He's hoping, in his mind, his narcissistic mind, like, well, if Gino can get her, I can get her. Gino's no better than me. I can get her. I guarantee she's going to come around one day. I'm just going to wear her down. She's going to see the Duke's charm, and next thing you know, I'm going to be fucking her. That's what's going on. They're all pieces of shit across the board.
And you know what? We were there for hours, so like, you know, throughout the show. But we were sitting there, and I just, in my brain, I'm like, why am I in like a weird teen rom-com right now? Like, how much do I have to tell this man I don't want to get in the car with him without saying I don't want to get in the car with you?
Say it again.
So I say it, and then he goes, let's
Say
go.
it again.
He puts a beer in his coat. And me, like the death march, I'm like walking out with him, and I'm like, okay, all right, how do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? We go to the back parking lot where he parked his car. I keep seeing fans, and I'm like, I think he's gonna try to. I don't think so. And I'm like, ain't no.
She's totally trying to throw John under the bus right now. I love it. Hey, right now, guys, we have over 567 people watching between Rumble, the impressions you get on X and YouTube. Please come on over to YouTube, subscribe, consider getting a membership, gift a membership if you're in that mood. Also, subscribe to my Rumble, because you don't know what's going to happen at any given moment. Kevin Brennan is currently on Rumble because the stuttering prick is going around striking channels. That's my Rumble right there. If you want to subscribe, if you want to go jump in that chat, excuse me. I don't know if anybody's watching. Is anybody watching over on Rumble right now? Let's take a look. I'm curious. A Curia laser down the road that I must travel. A Curia laser in the sky. Got zoom on. Oh, I thought it was on in Rumble. I thought I was already on Rumble. I guess I'm not. This can't be right. Talk amongst yourselves. We're having a little situation here. I set up the Rumble link today. Where did it go? It says I'm not live on Rumble right now, and I set it up. got fucked over by Rumble. I was supposed to be on. I don't know what happened. I guess I'm not on Rumble. If you're in the Dabbleverse, then you've already been canceled. Exactly. Yeah, my career's over. If I'm hanging around, if I'm covering Kiki, Gino, and Ray, and Steel Toe, yeah, I'm done. It's over. It's like Louis J. Coleman says, I'm in the bottom of the barrel. The bottom of it all. Garbage people. And I agree. I agree. All right, I can't handle it. I can't. I just can't. All right, let's get a palate cleanser going. Who's with me? The Drunk Dial Hotline. Man, oh man. We put out the bad signal because we got a lot of Drunk Dial Hotline. You can call right now, 323-977-9642, 323-977-9642, and leave a message. And we're getting them. We have a lot of them. And if I haven't played it yet, it's because I'm saving them. So I don't want to play them all at once. I want to save them just for that rainy day. Like the 618. This one's a good one.
Hey, Lesby, you sensitive bitch.
Lesby.
It always says everyone's so sensitive. And then you block them. Fuck you.
Who?
No wonder your husband left you. You can't find a man. He's just sitting home every night in the chat, trying to find friends on fucking YouTube. You fat fucking bitch.
Wow.
Go fuck yourself. Which I'm sure you do every night. Unless someone flies in town to see you. You stupid whore.
Talking about the KB.
Hey, I'm glad you still keep the membership to Chad's show. Because you're just like when Dr. Dre left to join Death Row. DZ still got paid. So just keep slamming Chad. You stupid bitch.
My Flavor Flav backing me up. Not a fan. Not a fan.
Yeah, boy. American cupcake. American cupcake. American cupcake. American cupcake.
What up, Dad? I just got home. Shut up. I am just starting at the bar. I'm a little bit stoned, but that's about it right now. We will get voicemail progression of the night. Later, dude.
Thank you for checking in. I got all my guys checking in from the bars. We got American Cupcake. He's a little stoned. He's checking in from the bar. And, of course, we have AC/DC checking in from the bar.
Fuck yeah, Muchart. 4:02 Chicago time.
You stay up late.
Down a couple hours on my couch after hitting the Emerald Isle bars today.
You stay up late.
Ended at the Emerald Isle. Fucking
American Cupcake.
Not right now. Earl Skakel just started his podcast. Fucking watching that now, putting some chats in there. Fucking getting a couple digs on fucking Gino and whoever the fuck else I feel like. Like piss on Tom Myers a little bit more too.
Tom's hurt right now. He's injured.
Anyone want to know my schedule today? I'm staying up, man. I got a beer in front of me and a fucking Sprite, zero sugar with vodka on the side.
Yummy.
And you think that's fucking gay? Then you're a faggot. Fuck you.
Cancel.
Anyway, I'm going to breakfast at Firewater. They open at 7 a.m. I'm gonna have a beer there and get some fucking pancakes and shit. I'll stay there till about 11 a.m. Then I walk over to the fucking Edison Park Inn Saloon. Opens at 11 a.m. Maggie will be bartending.
Maggie.
Drink some fucking 16-ounce Miller Lite aluminums. Couple more shots of vodka. It'll be a hell of a fucking week, and it's March. Black History Month is over. It's Irish time.
Good luck, ACDC, on that. Drink one for me, because the Z-Man is done. We're good. I'm seriously I'm quitting drinking. I'm putting it out there. I'm manifesting. I'm done. It's over. So, you keep it alive for me. I'm out. Goodbye. I'm driving away. But we're done. It's time to make those moves. It's time to make those moves. Thanks for calling the Drunk Dial Hotline, everybody. You guys were great. You guys were all great. We love you. HVAC North, thanks for the $5. You should have called the Drunk Dial last night. Remember it for the next time. You're not lying. I think I did enough damage yesterday. But that would have been I should have called the Drunk Dial hotline. I swear to God, if Gino did not come after me on that show yesterday, like, I would not have been that way. Now, I'll take responsibility. I did it. It was stupid. But, like, Gino he has to attack. He can't just have a conversation. He had to attack me, like, right out of the gate. It gets old, man. It gets old. Who, what, why? Thanks for the $2. So, Chad, what can we expect from Sober Chad? I just got to do it. Just got to do it. Listen, I know there's a lot of program people that have gone through the program, and I know it saved millions of lives, and I know the benefits from it. And full disclosure, I've tried that stuff in the past. I'm not good in that situation. In group anything, group exercise. I just don't. I'm too individual, and you gotta have sponsors, and you gotta do that whole. I get it, and I understand why it works. I get it, but it just doesn't click. My thing, the way I do things, the way I did it like last year for 8 months, is I was just extremely disciplined in doing the same thing every single day, to the point where I had to do it. Like, from waking up at 8:05 to making my bed to packing my lunch. Like, I had this strict routine, and you can go back and watch videos of me. I look great. I look healthy. I was in it. I was focused. I was getting shit done. I was creative. I was coming up with it. And it's something that I really, really enjoy. And I want to get back to that. And it's just stacking up the days and just keep piling on the days to the point where that's all you want to do. And that's where we're at. We're at 68 super chats. I'm sorry, 67. Number 70 gets a shirt. I'm going to mail some stuff out tomorrow, so you can pick. And I'm doing it for my daughter.
Well, you can explain everything with that, I guess.
You could.
Every single thing in history that's happened, you're like this. That was to genocide white people in the next 1,000 years. Every single thing in history that's happened leads to that.
Do you think there is a religious war, though? Just because we do believe in all wars are religion based.
Well, all wars are definitely religious based. Yeah, I would say
Now, of course, Eric, I will preface this in a way that is hardcore, and I have to say it because I'm obsessed with doing no harm, and this doesn't refute anything I say. But what I mean is, controlled opposition is a masterstroke for a tyranny. When you control the opposition to your own reign, then you can truly control the populace. If even the people that are revolting against you are on your team and doing it in a way that is strategic, Now you could say now if you want to get hardcore for a moment, if you want to get hardcore conspiracy, you could say that Christianity is controlled opposition. You could say that if you wished.
It's a chess piece.
You could say that Christianity itself isn't warred upon directly like we know that it is. We'll get to that in a second, but you could say that it's actually completely controlled opposition, and they're just as a straw man to deflect the action from the people that the only enemy of the government aren't other governments, they're their own people.
Right.
It's just the way it works. So you could say that everything was in Christianity. It was built in order to get people to bend over and take it up the shorts and not fight back. That's a very, very dark, bad conspiracy. I don't like it at all.
I don't like it either, but I put it on the table.
I'm not going to lie to people. You know what I mean? Like, I understand. I know I'm familiar with real atrocity, and that's an atrocity right there. Yeah. It's in the Bolshevik playbook to have controlled opposition. That's the way it is. But I would put that aside for a second and say that the wars all around the world forever, they've only targeted pretty much white Christians. I'll say it. You know what I mean? But it is what it is.
And who cares? We'll bounce off this really quick because it's fucking gives a shit. Really, why everybody does, I guess, apparently. But there's been a 1,000-year war, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, when it comes to religions, and I think that spans the globe.
Yeah.
Even in America, right? Like, we're all attached, just like you said.
Yep.
But if there is a religious war behind this whole thing, then I guess we can go back to that chat read. But it's like, where the fuck does it end? I mean, are they trying to obliterate one religion versus the other completely? I mean,
one thing that kind of scared me a little bit that I saw was, like Charles was saying, everyone's in on it together. What if this is it and they are in on it together and they want everyone out?
It could be.
Yeah.
There's a big a push for many, many years. I don't know how many hundreds of years, but it's the real great work of, you could say Masonry, you could say whatever secret society, the great work that these societies and these religions have been infiltrated by espionage. If you want to just put it that way, because you don't take people on. If you hate someone and you want to destroy them, you don't get on camera and say that you hate them and you want to destroy them.
Sure, I agree.
You keep it low and you strike when you can get them when their back is turned.
Bring us back to secrets. But it's true.
I'm talking about military strategy. I guess Christians, let's say, would perhaps unite against a machine that was directly facing them. But you don't need that call out. You can see it in all of our history. You can see it in all of the genocides. It's mainly white Christians. You can see it in Germany. You can see it in a bunch of different other places here. You can see it in Ireland. You can see it in the United States. There's a lot of it you can see in Iran. The Iranians are white.
Yeah.
People don't know that.
Yeah.
A lot of Christians there too, but there's only so much we're going to talk about Iran.
Sure.
It's just not healthy for your brain.
All right, we're going to be.
That's the truth. Do you want to talk about Curtis for a second before we get into this?
All right, we'll push this off again.
Yeah,
so much fun.
Yeah, I'll make it quick.
Let's do Curtis. We'll do the chat reads and then
there's a guy. He's an intellectual on New Right. He's a guy that had a stage name and he was outed or something like that. That's fine. But this guy is allegedly he's respected and influential in the right wing sphere, I guess. And he's on there. I'm guessing I have the context right, but he's on there pretty much saying that a lot of stuff that we've understood for many years now, how that immigration will ethnically cleanse you out of your own home, your own hometown. Woonsocket, ethnically cleansed.
Oh yeah.
Rhode Island,
it might go beyond.
Completely ethnically cleansed. You can't even live there anymore. New England, etc.
At this point, we're pushed out to Maine-ish.
Yeah,
Vermont,
and even then, they throw the ticks in there.
Oh,
If you go out in the woods, they make sure that you're still a target.
Isn't that awesome?
That's nice, huh?
You got some white Christians that
White
are
Christians.
just on the border of New Hampshire and Maine.
Just getting eaten alive by ticks.
Yeah,
Throw out the ticks.
yeah, they want to leave. They want to leave the rat hole with the subhumans that are too pussy to stay in their own country and kill their rulers. They come here and they shit up the place. You better get ready for a huge mass grave when it hits the fan, though. Huh?
Maybe.
And he pretty much said that it's all over and that Westerners or white Christians had no balls in this. They had no balls, so they're not going to do anything. Which I never say anything like that without prefacing any sort of antidote to that sort of thing, like faith or God,
in other words,
biblical
you
prophecy.
can't say that and then not give the answer.
It's
to
irresponsible.
the problem.
It's irresponsible. I don't like it at all. Now, of course, if he doesn't have my brain, he's.
But not just that, Charles. You can't go anywhere. Like you can't bounce off of that to anything else. When you say that statement, what do? Retire after that?
Yeah. No. Do you know what you do after that? When he tries to leave the country, when it hits the fan, do you know what happens? Whoa!
Wait. Stop, buddy.
Stop. Come die with us. Yeah. You're not going anywhere, Curtis.
You said there's nothing you can do.
Oh,
including leaving.
Yeah, Curtis, you're actually right about all that stuff. There's nothing you can do, including you. You're going to stay and die with us. If Curtis Yarvin is right and it hits the fan and it happens like South Africa, he's not leaving. He's staying to die with us.
With me, you, and everybody else.
He goes too.
Okay.
How do you like that, Curtis?
Come on, Kurt.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yeah, you're not leaving either, asshole. You're gonna die with us. And that might be construed as a little bit hardcore, but I promise you, he's not leaving. He died. So I'm sure he feels pretty superior and intellectual about his prophecies. But guess what? There's a bullet for him too.
He's just gonna have to sink his feet in the sand.
Yeah.
Because he said there's nothing we can do. Let's get those two
pretty much. I didn't appreciate that, and I don't like it. He's an intellectual. He's well regarded. It's irresponsible for him to be running his yap like that. And when it's time for him to go, I'm going to be there to stop him from going. He's going to die with us.
He better have an answer to these fucking bullshit things he brings up.
Yeah, run your mouth. Run your mouth.
And what the hell good is fighting against this technology with the Chinese when you've got Microsoft have that, please. Yeah. When you got Microsoft doing these things just under Microsoft itself, they with Windows 7 they take a screenshot of your desktop every second and they just store it. They just store it.
Microsoft's the good guy.
They're not even Chinese.
They're the good guys.
It's
And
American.
they need that data to make sure their apps run efficiently. They want uniformed graphic user interface, and as many times as they can take a screenshot and have uniformity, they're able to give you a product that is consistent.
It's nice to have that consistency and screenshots of everything you do. And I really, really like that feature. What does it create? Like the only explanation of an organization this big creating a screenshot every second and locally storing it and cloud storing it and having an AI file it and interpret it and everything. It can only be for the purposes of making an AI god that has like a black mirror or a crystal ball that knows everything. Like it can only be for the purpose of making a god.
The purpose is to end white supremacy, Charles.
I mean, you're not wrong, I guess. I mean, everything, I guess, goes down that little hopscotch path, I guess. But anyway,
Bill Gates is more interested in tuberculosis.
He's interested in solving people's poop problems.
He's getting pussy. He's like this.
I'm just a little dork.
Are you kidding? It's Bill Gates.
Is he getting pussy?
Oh, back in the
Bill
day.
Gates supposedly was like a pussy man.
I don't
Yes.
believe he had. I don't believe he has a date.
When it's the demise of the civilization, I will say. So, like, that's their tool. They are tools.
Corruption of the youth. That's their primary function.
Right on the way out, but Curtis isn't going to escape.
No. He knows. He feels that it's going to be South Africa here. Well, he's going to try to leave, but I'm going to bring him back into South Africa so he can experience it until he dies.
South Africa is big, but if it's going to get that big, he's going to have to stay.
Why leave? Why don't you come die with us, Curtis? No, you're not leaving. You're actually going to stay.
What is he, a teacher?
I don't know. The polemicist, I guess. He wears a leather jacket. He wears a leather jacket. He grows his hair out. I'm not criticizing a guy. It is what it is. But it's just he said some things that I feel were very irresponsible, and he should he actually should clarify those things as to not be demoralizing.
I guess what it comes down to is we all hold some type of stake in where we're from and what we care about. We have skin in the game. So it's like if I put $100,000 on the Bulls, and there's only 30 seconds left of the game, and we're down by 20. This asshole Curtis comes out and he says, "There's no way you're gonna win."
Yeah, that's what he says.
I don't need to hear that from anybody.
No, you don't. And there could be people that say like, "Oh, he actually wasn't saying that. He was describing it. He wasn't prescribing it." And they'll say stuff like that, like, "Oh, you're a fool if you think that he was saying that's what he wants." You know, you get all different kinds of crap like that. No, he didn't say he wanted that. He was just describing it, and he was trying to warn people. And you have those people.
Well, that's describing the game that I'm losing 100K on.
Yeah, there it is.
I don't want to hear it.
No, I don't want to hear it. And there's some people that say that I forget what else they say. He's not wrong. He's right though. He's right. Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, really? There's a few things that I could say that would be right, but that would get me thrown in jail.
Yeah.
But what he said didn't get him thrown in jail, though, did it? That means it wasn't very dangerous what he said.
He might be talking about something that's not dangerous to say, though.
No, well, now it's not.
Yeah.
And he has a mandate to say those things without getting a fucking pie to the face, getting fucking an arm jammed up his fucking asshole.
Well, it's just like, all right. I mean, you wake up every day of your life, Charles. You can jump on this foot or you can jump on this foot. Yep. But are you really going to jump on the foot with what demoralizes everybody from what you said?
No, only a demoralizing sorcerer would do that without having a disclaimer or warning people about his rhetoric. Only someone that is intentionally demoralizing white Christians would do that. He's not a white Christian.
Just like he's saying we're too late, I'd say you're too late. Why the fuck are you saying this when it's too late?
Why is he saying it?
Why, if you were smart, why didn't you say it before it was too late?
Yeah, why didn't he? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people been saying that, but a lot of that stuff was dangerous. Like, I get it. He can't just come out and say, build crosses, line the roads with all of our rulers. Like, you can't just come out and say that. I get that.
Well, no.
Once it cools off, I'm taking it apart.
So that's good. Extra 2K de pocket, jongen. All in again. That was a very quick all in. So we're going to need 3 outs. Wow. Step 7 cutie favorite 40 months. F filling it up. It'll be so nice on a Wednesday too. This is gonna be empty, an empty theme park. Oh man.
Let's go.
Nightmare scenario.
Let's go.
Nightmare scenario.
would be funny. I should think of both tables to set out for the first time. That's cool. Well, it's a reasonable amount. Skit TV, I have a delay. God, what could have been. It's a crazy big screen. Crystal does that Boca Room Kings stream now. Come by and say hi. I will. I'm streaming now though. I will. I like this thing. God damn it. Yes, we'll take the top of step 6. Oh, well. Take our unit. Gamer runs real good. Very lucky so far. Great. Hope everybody runs really good tonight. Glad to hear that.
Tennessee needs 4, 5. Dude, these are the spots I used to dream about as a young poker player, you know? Gammon call, queen deuce, queen deuce. King 10 suited. And the low jack. Raise it up. Nice hand here. Open this up. Once to the big blinds. Small bet here, 9-5 deuce. Bet win, let's go. Nice win, nice win. Dude, look at the vibe of this office, man. So I went through a crazy couple of years where my poker results were fine, but I knew I could do so much better. I'm in a new relationship, which feels so, steady. We designed this. This used to be all empty. We got plants in here. Just changed the vibe, and then studying every single day, let's fucking go for it, man. How good can I get at this game? Never a perfect player, but I've been working really, really hard. And now we're in amazing spots like this, you know? So throw away. These are chunks of real money.
Just like getting them off the bus.
Okay.
Yeah, Todd's homesick. Oh, is he? Yeah, throwing up.
Wow.
You better have a curly. Did you curl it? I've been wearing curly for. Yeah, I know, but it's really curly today. No, it's just, that's the way it is. That's the same as Wendy's. See how curly hers is now?
One shipped over.
She never had curly hair like that. No, I always did. Yeah, but that's really curly. The gravy, Dan juice and the stuff from yesterday, that's in the one with the sauce around. The other one's canned gravy, okay? I'll watch the hand. It'll get ready. I won't muff it up on you. I'll tell you if you got anything good or you go. You're checking? Oh, you're high blind, eh? The trust stack? Yeah. It's 30,000. You're just folding, right?
Call.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
have a hot dog and then we'll go home and I'll take that. Are you gonna eat something, Hazel, or did you already have something?
That 4 piece of regular, right?
Check.
She went to sledge hockey today.
Yeah. 4 slices of raisin bread she had.
That half.
Huh?
I thought she was joking. What's that? Well, she asked me like your sandwich.
Yeah, you gotta click on that.
Oh, Beth.
I said, there's only raisin bread. You still want peanut butter sandwich? I said, no. So I'll just have the raisin bread.
What I do here?
4 slices.
If they, I'll call that. If
Call if no one raises.
yeah.
I think 1 for now.
Go get. Oh, you're still here. You could be doing this.
Real gravy. Oh.
Too bad you didn't have curds.
Ah. My mother used to eat curds and cream.
No, curd cheese. Curd cheese is not curd.
Oh.
Cheese curds.
Cheese curd. It's good lumps. Good.
Grandma,
Yeah.
look, it says these lightweight high-rise pants.
Oh. Yeah, that's wrong, eh?
What? Oh, you got your jacket.
Yeah, and look what it says. Adapted state. These lightweight high-rise pants.
Oh, but let me see the jacket. Oh, let me see it on, Hazel. I love that.
Did you try it on yet?
Yeah.
Can I pull the tag off?
Yeah. It's like the White Fox ones where they say
Yeah,
it
but
was
this
a hat.
actually looks real.
What is it?
Especially if she moves her a ponytail. Look at the back.
Yeah.
It does. I said with her pants, black pants, it looked nice.
Oh, and look. Wait 1 sec. Put that on. I'll show you. Yeah.
She knew that. She showed me that, eh, Hazel?
Like a little thing.
Wanted. Oh, someone must have just got a cash reward, John.
That's a nice jacket. What's Lululemon? Is it?
Yeah.
That's nice for this time of year. Oh, Hazel, that fits you really nice.
I told her that. Size 2.
When did you get that? Just today?
Yeah. No, got it Friday, was it, Johnny?
I forget what day I went over Friday. Maybe.
Yeah. I was going to call her, but I thought she.
Basketball tournament.
Okay, did she?
You had a tournament?
Yeah.
I thought she'd.
How they do?
Bronze.
Huh?
Bronze. Oh, I should have told you she had 2 games at 9 in the morning.
Well,
But I should have told you for.
where at? Elementary?
Place
Place Elementary. Well, I drove rough when?
Friday.
Thursday. They played against Greenfield. That was a good game. They only lost by 1 basket. 2 baskets. But one of the baskets they got like the last minute of the game.
You didn't bet nothing.
The coach on the Greenfield team was Dirtle. Not Tammy Dirtle. Is it Nicole? Tara's friend?
Oh, no.
Anyway, I recognized her.
Arian, what grade you had yesterday's gravy to the stove?
What's yesterday's?
We had a roast.
Yeah, but which one? This one?
I was sure which one was which.
Oh, you didn't get any yet? Yeah. Oh, you got poutine, have you?
No.
Oh. Warm pop.
I'm gonna get mine up now.
We almost forgot. Basketball last. Are we okay?
Coming in your nose? Bubbles. Copy.
Usually, Mom the one's choking on her food.
Oh, bubbles got me. I drank the Bismarck. Oh. Rubbing it right up my nose.
It still sounds like it is.
Oh, give me a fork, Mom. Mom, give me a fork.
Well,
there was only 4 teams in the tournament. So they played Tompkins, who Tompkins is always Tompkins.
They won the tournament, I guess.
Yeah. And then Glades Bay Elementary. Although Glades Bay Elementary has come a long way. They've really improved a lot. But they obviously came in 4th place. Yeah. But St. Anne's and Greenfield were close. Like,
Reserve must have came in first.
yeah. But for the final, for the last game, they put all the grade 5s out.
Oh.
Because it's the last game of the year.
When?
That was the tournament?
Mm-hmm.
That was the last game?
Mm-hmm. They're going to play the boys on Thursday.
That's St. Anne.
Yeah, at school.
How do you like the hot dog, Aaron?
All right.
Deep fried hot dog.
There's only 4 teams, what you said?
In the tournament, yeah.
Oh, they play it more than them. Okay, does JBC have a team?
Yeah, but they haven't played JBC.
That's weird.
I don't know.
But yeah, I guess there's only 3 elementary schools, so I didn't know.
Yeah, well,
Nicholas Bay.
yeah, I don't know why they don't play like teams in Sydney and stuff.
Oh, they'd have to travel with the bus.
No, parents.
Yeah, but you couldn't have these out.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, they play in Waterford sometimes, though, don't they? Or do they?
No.
Waterford plays. Waterford just have the one elementary?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Greenfield's the only one?
Yeah.
One high school. No junior high.
No. They go from Greenfield right up to the high school.
It sucks, really.
Too big of a change. To me, it would be. Too big of a change.
Wow.
Because we got kids going to grade 7 up there.
Oh, too big of an age difference.
What? And then they got grade 12s in the same school.
I didn't know what you meant.
Yeah, like, I think that's.
Well, grade primary with grade 10.
Yeah, but things are different than that thing.
Couple of years half day school. In the morning 1 week, next week to be an afternoon. Two grades mixed.
They still have split grades.
Split grades? Not there, do it? No.
Yeah, Hazel was in split grade before.
Oh, yeah.
That's a.
I thought you just did it for like smaller schools. Remember they had it
We had it
where
in
Jordan
Sterling.
Tyler at Middle River.
Oh,
They had split grades there. I went to school there one day. I remember.
No, St. Anne's has it still. Like they'll have a full grade 3 and then a 3-4 split.
They had a great big swing set at the school. Never ever swing on it when we were going to school.
Why?
I don't know. Come on. Jumped out of it, I guess. You can play ball. Start playing ball by the.
Where's this? St. Michael's?
Yeah, someone's bat slipped out of someone's hand and hit Joey McKinnon in the forehead. That was him. No more playing ball.
You guys both know what that's like.
When you put a volleyball net up for us, we didn't like volleyball. We started kicking it around. They took that out. The ball from the net's down. That's the end of that. That was it for us. Then sent us down St. Agnes for to the gym. We figured, well, we had shot at basketball, badminton set up. We weren't allowed to touch the basketballs. When brother went to slam Birdie over the net, hit the fell in the face. That started a little brawl.
No more bad.
No more bad.
No more
And when we go with the basketballs, we got a chance. He was taking a break. Send us home that day. Coaching ended. The new Victoria, grade 11, they had nothing. They were there, no gym or anything.
Hazel got another Heart and Hustle award.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, well. He goes. He doesn't stop.
Yeah. Every tournament she's been in, she's got a Heart and Hustle award.
Just 2 more baskets, you'd be MVP.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard too. Like sometimes she doesn't get a chance. Like there's certain players that just go with the ball and like they're fast, so they can just go right to the basket.
One end to the other.
Yeah.
Oh, well, she's learned.
Yeah, she's doing good though.
She's enjoying this game.
Yeah. And like, there's so much of a height discrepancy too. Like on some teams, they have such tall players. If that player's out, there's no getting a rebound. Like some of them are just.
But they pair them off against.
They put the sizes
Try
together
to
pretty
even
good, but I mean, some of them. There was one girl on. There's at least like Nail's probably the tallest on our team, but Tompkins has a couple that are tall. And then Greenfield had one that was even taller than Deneo.
Wow.
So, and sometimes they're out, like there's no one you can pair up with them depending on how the shift works. All right, you ready to go, huh? Okay, let's go. Grab, buy some Lysol spray and spray it all over the handle of the house.
Hazel, where was that? Got the Heart and Hustle Awards.
Yeah.
You got that again. I asked you about that one other time. You didn't know what I was talking about. Good job anyway.
Heart and Hustle. That's a good one to get. Wow, that bitch is like a just right. Very nice jacket. So we got to practice it to beat the boys at Thursday. Why? They should be fun. That's a duty one.
Did you ever see how the boys do it? Yeah. How are they? Well, all the games that I watched, they lost. They lost? So you just got a good chance then.
I hope you speak. What?
Nice jacket.
Good time of year for it too.
I like that tan part. That color. Yeah, I'm sweating. Hey! I know.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Okay, see ya. See ya. Thank you. Yeah. Connie messaged me, so did you check our messenger too? Yeah. Okay. She asked for yours and Todd's, and I said, I don't know Todd's offhand. I said, but you're Brenda's. Okay, see ya. See ya.
Wait, how many years?
call it. There's a lot of king queen, queen 10 from my perspective. He might just get paid here. Normally doesn't get paid in this one. Plays small with his first in. Final 100 here, so 11 plays. Makes the calls. Beautiful flop, high equity, and producing away. I don't think we have much ace-x. Huge hand for that. Okay, I'm a favorite, 58%. Big, not a favorite. Listen. Ace queen suited. He's ace king. Wow, what a hand to have. Queen! Aesthetically pleasing flop. Let's go. Tons of chips back and forth here. 40 off the money. Now this is interesting. I don't think I have to jam. I could go for 60, but I think that's too much. Yeah, this hand prefers. Oh, wow. Wow. Set. Calling. Big moments. Oh! Quads in the high roller in position. Check. And we get paid. It's a great hand. It's a great hand. It's a huge pot with quads in the high roller. This shit's exhilarating. Some boards in the high roller. Half pot check call. Big size. Check call. Nice hand. Chat, you're locked in with the war room for me. I feel it. Mystery bounty. Hopefully 7s, 8s. That's the worst hand to see. Rebuy. Interesting. Medium connected board. I'm going to bet this board. But I'm just going to choose this like 40% half potish kind of size on this board. Cutoff raise, big blind defense. Pretty good board for the cutoff. 2x calls. That is a big old brick. Bet half pot now. Ace 10 needs to fold. Ace 8, Ace 5 of clubs. It makes sense that I could have a value hand that would check the turn. So I'm gonna bet half pot as the bluff. Put a lot of his ace highs in the cookie jar. Smaller pairs. 9/8 in a bit of a rough spot. Let's go. That's a well thought out poker hand there. I think James versus Daniels. At least I can tell him traps sometimes, but calls. I got a good hand. What do you got? Ace deuce. That's a jack. Good start. Versus Santa. River is. Let's go in the high roller. Send it. Okay, mystery bounty. Short, we hit. Thanks, babe. All right, let's go, chat. Who's with me? We got 5,000 live people all over the world. Snow is flying. Let's go. Welcome in. $8 million healthy stack. 250,000 big blind. We've had ups, we've had downs. This tournament's had everything. Here we are. This is just going to raise a lot here. Does it? Interesting. Jams. Two shorties to my right. 1 and 2 there as well. Dude, all the subs coming in. I appreciate it all. Thank you very much. Subs, raids, we've had it all. Down to 14. Someone just got eliminated at the other table. 2 away from another ladder. 3 shorter stacks over here. 4 big blind stack here. Let's play our game. Top 2 would be a new high score for me. Top 2 would be a new high score. Current biggest score is 207,000. Deadly. Bad river for that. Queen Jack of diamonds. Queen Jack. Four big blind stack here. I'm going to raise the button. Raise and take. Those raise and takes are very, very, very valuable. I'm going to quickly go heat up a coffee. There's the all in. Let's see what Isidore raised here. King 4. 7's getting it very good. Suited king makes sense for him to raise that. Nice hold. Lose someone at the other tables. We're down to 13. Down to 13. Jack 8 suited. I'm going to shade this one off. Smaller ante. ICM. Close. I'm going to let it go. Let's get out of here. Raise big shove from Giles. It's like ace queen suited or ace king or something. Probably on top of range. Tens or jacks. Flick-Flack has a decision. Is Flick-Flack sitting there with tens or something? Feels like he folded a big one. Just folded the suited version of this in a better position, so this will be a fold. A bunch of people have been dying over here. One short stack here. East Sports Investor, I can't shout everyone out, but I feel the energy. I feel the love. Let's fucking go. So much fun. Button opens. Small blind flats. Makes sense that Charles bets this board small. Plays raise. We play with a wide variety of hands. Doesn't have tuning value. His best aces are 3-betting flop. Deuces threes, these two suites. Three suites could also be 3-bet bluffs, not deuces and threes. Just clicks. We have the 4-bet click. Click a bag. Giles could definitely be bluffing here, but takes it down. Nice pot. UTG 7. Ooh! More subs coming in. A walk. King 6. Kind of a 3-bet, no? So, small little 3-bet, you know? Okay. Walk it up. Little failed 3-bet bluff. My 3-bet call range is pretty narrow there. Tens. Big hand here. Now this guy is opening much wider than normal. My first instinct was to jam. We just saw him open King 4 suited undergun. 3 players behind. Yeah, I'm going to trust the pillars. We're just going to jam, guys. Big moment. We're not going to play a smaller 3-bet here, but we're going to launch it. All in with pocket tens. Let's go. Big pickup. I feel like we can play some shoves there and tens would start to emerge as a top tier candidate. 3-bet calling are top tier hands, 3-bet bluff inside hands, but we can play some shove there. And I just felt like with this guy opening as wide as he is, all right. We're fighting, man. We're fighting. Nothing comes easy in this game. 7.5 million. One's going up right away. Holy shit, we're almost at 4,000 people on YouTube. Let's go, man. Welcome, everybody. This is insane, insane, insane. Make sure you follow if you want to turn notifications on. 33 years old, man. I'm chasing the poker dream so fucking hard, dude. Working all the time. I'm blessed to work with a couple of really talented co-creators. Some people use the word employees. I feel like employees is like really so corporate. I got a bunch of people, editors I work with full time for long form, short form, YouTube, live streaming. Just got this guy named Josh who's an absolute beast. I just started working with this 21-year-old named Cassie for short form content. Liam's the fucking best editor of the game. We've been working full time for 2.5 years. Just picked up a new guy named Sam who's working on long form videos. We outsource work to this guy in Germany. Like did you see the videos? It's a huge, huge, huge operation. Very blessed to do this full time. You want to follow, support, you're welcome in my community anytime. Not afraid to die. Jam the 10s there. I think that's the best play. It's starting to get to a threshold where I don't play many shoves, but raise 3-bet from visitor. These big stacks are not that far away from me. Blinds are up. 300K big blinds. What can we do this angle? This guy's got 10 bigs. Nice queen. Raise off of 25. Short in the big blind. He's sitting on 8. Raise and take. Let's go. Those are nice. Those are nice. Is this isn't there? Wow. Big stack versus big stack. This is number 1 and 2. Raise 3-bet. 4-bet. Takes it down. This guy says, I am the captain. Takes over the chip lead in the tournament. First stack over here doubled. Ace King suited. Holy shit, you guys. This is my hand. Welcome to the Church of Ace King. This is my favorite hand. I'm going to play 3-bet. I love this hand. Suited too. Button cut off, hijack, hijack. Let's breathe. And then 1.5 million. Wow. Top pair, top kicker, and the nut flush draw. I don't think he's open aces or kings. I think jacks just shove. What a fucking flop. Quarter pot. What a flop. What a hand. Oh, baby. Oh, baby! I love the Church of Ace King. I founded a cult/religion called. We honor thy Ace King, thy high variance, 12 offsuit combos, 4 suited. Thy will be done in these poker tournaments. Amen. 10 million. Hey, get the ladder out. Get the ladder out, you guys. Final 12, 19.2K. 19.2. What a hit. What a hit. We lose Isildur. So we're 6-handed and 6-handed. Isildur has gone over here. Self-pressed chip leading at 19 million. So now we're the shorter table, 5-12. Unbelievable spot, you guys. Fucking 1,629 people started, 12 remain. Couple of shorties here. $20 G's locked up. Next ladder's at 10. Elkie is very short in the big blind. Shall's have a big hand there. King Deuce. Ace King. So I want the Ace King to hold 1, there's blood. And then 2, we're going to skip the big blind. Watch this. He gets eliminated. I was just under the gun. This can happen in the GG Poker software. I skipped the big blind. W. Give me my small blind. Okay, final 11. So we're on another ladder here. I'll walk out the 8-3. King Queen. Raise and jam. 11 players left. Wow. One flop too late, wakes up with queens versus queen jack suited. We definitely want blood for a ladder. So folded a king. 6 spot. Let's go, guys. 24K guaranteed. Huge ladder. We have 24,000 guaranteed. And we're on the final table bubble. We're on the final table bubble. This could be it. Oh my god. If Ace King holds here, we final table the monster stack. If Ace King holds, we final table the monster stack. Oh my fucking god. We final table the monster stack. 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 36K guaranteed. And we're off to the fucking final table. Woo! Babe, it's break. I made the final table. Yeah, there's a final table break. I'm gonna hit the cold plunge. Holy fuck! Let's go! I'm gonna get in the cold plunge. You guys. We made the final table, but if I make the final table, I'm gonna get in the cold plunge. I told myself if we final table the monster sack, we're getting in the cold plunge, taking 10 deep breaths before the final table. Here we go. Count on that with me, chat. Count to 10 slowly. Count to 10 slowly. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm saying only you guys want extra paid content. I do have an OnlyFans. Exclamation OF in the chat. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't sell. I don't show people my. I just give it away for free on the stream. Okay. All right. We're gonna calm down. We're gonna lock in here. Yeah. But I have been in the gym lately. Let's win this. Come on. Let's fucking go. Final table of the monster stack. Insane. You see that ring there? We're playing for that ring. Okay. I think so for next break. It's working. It's working for us right now, Victoria. Shout out Miss Victoria, the ultimate mental game coach. Okay, let's get it.
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks, Ruby. Where are we gonna sit? We're gonna trust our friend Eugene. We're gonna trust our friend Eugene. Eugene wants to sit in seat 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eugene wants to sit here. I'm gonna trust him. I'm gonna trust him. Eugene's telling me to sit here. We're gonna go here. Insane. Chad is going absolute berserk. Oh, that cold plunge felt good. Eugene? All hail Eugene. My current stack is worth $118,000. I can sit here. He switches. Look at these pants. Whoa. I'm getting tossed around this table all over the place. I went here, then he moved here, and now I'm here. Now he switches with me. I'm getting tossed around here like a freaking rag doll. All right. We got a position on Isildur. Self-Express has position on us. 20 million over there. Here we go, boys and girls. Can we just post on social media? Little 4-bet and a fold. Okay, 10-5, we're going to fold. KR Poker on Twitter. 300,000 for first. Let's get raises. Just gonna fold this one. Okay, we had a little theatrics there. I told myself we final table today we were cold plunging and now can settle into more of a calm state. Ace 10. 9-handed here. We're gonna raise. We're gonna raise to a bigger size. Let's open it up on the button. Just be present with all these hands. Big hand on the button, but 3-0 from the small blind. All right. Then for 2.3. Doubled. Dude, we're in the mix here. Chip leaders at 20 million. We're really in the mix. We're playing for all this money and a ring. Currently 36K locked up. You guys, I just final tabled the monster stack. We're live right now. Some of the most insane payouts. Current stack is worth insane amounts, and I'm just really psyched. This second's good. Guys, I just final tabled the monster stack. We have 6,000 people watching right now. Some of the most insane payouts. 300K for first. This is fucking crazy. Come join the stream right now. We get to jam. All right, final bit of social media. Social media is out. If you want to support Kmart Poker, just follow, engage with it. We final tabled. Absolutely insane. But now, let's go for the win. I want to make sure the story is uploaded. All right. Breathe. Caltorix jams. 24 big blinds. Did Ilya flat jacks or something? Bolts. Santiago's go full too. Look at all this. Oh, wow. Calls. Wow, he flatted jacks. Jacks versus eights. Could be a chance for an early ladder here. Let's see. Diamond. Let's go! Guys, huge ladder. 36K to 47,000. We have 47,000 guaranteed. Nice hand. Wow, flat. He overflatted jacks. Trapped. This guy jammed. Good game. Good games. Top 8 guaranteed. Insane. 47K. I want to see a big wall of ladders for final 8. Let's get the payouts up here as well. Grab these payouts. And first place is a package to the Bahamas as well. And source ad image. We're going to set this all up for Josh in the future, but for now we'll just grab a screenshot. Something suited. don't think this is going to be part of my raising strategy. It's a nice hand, but we're early position 8-handed here with ICM. 10-9 suited. We can just fold it in. Just going to trust the instincts here. These are your payouts. Insane first ladder. 47K guaranteed. Let's get back into the state of flow. We have 6,600 people on the stream right now. This is insane. We could set a new record. I think my record's 10K. Final table. Final 8. Big flush for Ilya. Let's go like this. Chat is absolutely bananas right now. I feel you. So right now we're 8 of 8. But let's check out the chip distribution. We're fine. There's a whole pack of us around this 30 big blind market. I'm not short at all. I got 33 big blinds. I'm literally a double up away from being a top contender. But this 8 of 8 could be intimidating. You can like, oh, I'm the shortest stack, but no. My stack is worth a lot of money here. That's what we've been doing this whole tournament. We've been battling the sharks, navigating. Raise your defend. Self-press, 20 million. So I got some big boys to my left. players left. World Series of Poker ring sitting there. I'm going to quickly review this hand. Is check, 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 check. Okay. When we're not in the pot, let's just calmly observe, see how these people are playing. Social media is done. Overbet. Saying he has a strong overpair, potentially some 6x. He's 5. Not feeling this hoodie. Not feeling this hoodie. Put the card squeeze on. It's actually a good idea. It gives us a little extra time. We are in a delay. If the stream ever randomly cuts out, it's because the game security is potentially at risk. We're going to turn the card squeeze on. Raise, button cut of hijack, 3-bet from Santiago. So we got these big boys on our left who are going to be driving the action here. Appreciate all the subs, all the hype, everything. We're just locked in. Went for a big blind open. You see this a lot from the shorter stacks. James Santiago doesn't snap. He is likely not calling. Nice spot for Giles. So there's no clock on the final tables. Just goes up per hand, which is really, really nice. Ace 8 on the button. No raise. Raise it up. Definitely opening tighter into these guys than normal. Ace 8's going to be in there. What about this board? King, Jack, 7. Okay. Really thought about 3-betting, using that hand and those suits to bluff, but we will yield. Not the best start here. Still sitting very nice with 27 big blinds. Top 2 would be biggest score for me. My biggest score is 207,000. We got 3rd place in the Colossus. Gotten 3rd for a ring, 2nd for a ring. I've never won a WSOP ring. Pretty annoying. Pretty annoying start to this final table. I'm also getting like slight flashbacks. I final tabled a WCP bracelet event this August. Where Canadian lost class and ended up getting beat. Final table the bracelet event in August is 250,000 up top, and getting eighth. But I'm definitely nervous about that. I'm definitely nervous, but not going to try to resist that nervousness. Got the fish hooks. Pocket jacks. Big hand at the final table. Got the big boys to my left. Raise and take. Nice. First spot at the final table. BTG7. A bigger stack. I might pop this open, but I'll fold this time. We're fine. We're good. Smash the like button on YouTube. Smash the subscribe button. Send me some run good. Bit of a tough position with these big boys to my left, but we will adjust. King Dewey, raise call. I'm out of here. Current stack is worth 110,000 US dollars. Good squeeze spot, isn't it? Takes it. Back shoves. Wow. Wow. Ziller was bluffing. He was. Break time. Let's take it. Not the best start to the final table. Reset here at break. So 7 million chips.
Cut that pot out. Because we're jelly. I'm Carl from the Isotopes. With me this week from the Uncle Rico Show and the Shuli Network, Shuli A. Gardens. What's up, Shuli?
Hey, it's me.
New York Jew.
Thank you for having me, as always. Appreciate it.
Of course, buddy. It's our show. Also, the man who's all in on the Devilverse from the All Apologies podcast, Trucker Andy is with us.
Oh, hello.
And from the Living in the Past with Stuttering John bonus episodes, Jen from the Jingles department is here.
Hello.
Welcome, Jenny. We have some special guests who will be appearing later. But first, I want to remind all of you that you can support the show and participate by going to supertip.gg/WATP. Like our buddy Labyrinth Mystic, got in there early. We love you, Labyrinth Mystic. See you at Hackamania, April 10th through the 12th in Las Vegas, hackamania.com. Promo code WATP. Get your tickets for that. All right, let's get right into it. There's so much to talk about this week. I'm very excited. The Sabres game last night. Holy shit. Has there been a better hockey game than the Sabres game last night? They win 8-7. They're down 3. They win 8-7 against the first place team. Now the Sabres are in first place. Last place on December 8th. 100 penalty minutes in this game. Did you see all the fights? You were probably on the edge of your seat watching this game last night.
Well, I would have been if Shmuel Buckman's show wasn't fire last night, and I was stuck watching that. I had to catch it on the replay. Shout out to Shmuel Buckman.
You're watching Shmuel over the Sabres Lightning game?
Absolutely. There was some hockey in that boxing match. It was awesome.
It was wild.
I pick a guy with no eyelids over anything Buffalo any day of the week. Thank you.
Shout out to Shmuel Buckman. Shout out. Shuli.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but there is big news for one of Stuttering John's good friends. Richard Ojeda won the primary.
Oh my God.
Richard Ojeda won the primary. Ojeda for Congress, let's go.
Oh my God.
He won by a lot too.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
He's succeeding.
He's up against a Republican. It's going to be tough in his district. I think it's pretty conservative. But I don't know if he says he's going to curb stomp a few more people. Those right wingers might get behind him.
Whatever this Republican candidate says, he's just got to go up and go, I've been hit with a hammer, and then just walk off. That's it. That's all he's got to say.
Yes, Richard Ojeda got beat up when he was in the state Senate for West Virginia, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, you think he'd stop getting involved in politics?
That would scare him away.
I thought getting hit with a hammer was just part of politics now.
Yes.
Seems to happen a lot.
Anyway, I don't see Richard Ojeda on John's show anymore. What happened to that? What happened to Brian Karam? Wahaba.
They're all in Dean Obladaba's carpool right now. Another guy who doesn't do his show anymore. Remember he cried about it?
Yes.
In his Vegas hotel room.
I wonder, though, John was so into the politics. He's really following politics really closely. He's really good at talking politics. I wonder if it's just because he was making zero money during those streams is the reason why he abandoned it. Because he seems to be very concerned about money. In fact, he claimed in the show in Allentown, as he's been claiming on his show when he's podcasting as well, that he's only got a couple more weeks left and he's leaving.
Say it isn't so.
And the reason for that is he doesn't make as much money as Pinky does. And so a very butthurt and jealous John decided to strike Kevin Brennan's channel and take him down. And we are anti-strike here on PvP. I think I speak for the Shuli Network as well as whoever's podcasts when I say striking is gay.
Well, the way John does it is because I was just on.
Wait, what's the cool way of striking?
Well, I'll tell you because I was just on Ryan Rebalkin's Frank Stallone. Who's this guy? Frank Stallone is very much a stuttering John narcissist that thinks his shit doesn't stink. And they made a doc about Frank, and then somebody legit just took it and put it on their channel and cropped out the title and put their own title on, and they were showing it like it was theirs. So that's what striking is for. So you can take that kind of shit down, not what John's doing.
Sure.
Crybaby bullshit. Is it really just because Kevin makes money?
Yes.
That's why he strikes the channel?
Oh, we get so upset about what's money.
He's striking every fucking channel. Everybody makes more
Everyone
money
makes
than
more money than
John.
John.
Me. What the fuck?
Well, I think
You're safe, Angie.
Yeah.
I think that John was never going to strike Kevin. He's got a special place in his heart for Kevin. It's his new daddy. He wants him to be his Howard, his Jay. He wants to work with him. So he's always talked a good game with Kevin, but he's never really done it. I think what changed it was Kevin put up a picture of Susanna and her new husband, and that I think is what got John to John and his team. Let's clarify something here because John was on his way to the gig in Allentown when this strike happened. So Ava at one point claimed on BYB that he pulled over and did the strike on the way to the gig, which is total bullshit. And John claimed he did it earlier before the show ended, and it just took time for it. So both people, one of them's lying, and if they're lying, that means they're involved in it. So
did you catch? I asked Ava. I was on Hughesy's show with Ava, and I asked Ava if she'd ever struck a channel before. Did you hear her answer to that?
I don't remember it.
Yeah, so I asked her that. She said only one time, and it was your channel because you guys posted her old skit group thing that she used to do that she's embarrassed by now.
Yeah, we watched a public video that she then made private because, you know, I guess it's tough to goof on people and say they're not funny when you have that floating around. So
So that warranted a strike.
Sure.
But she claims
that's no different. But that's no different than John. He's embarrassed and his feelings are hurt. You know, these two guys are very similar.
They're called cry bullies.
Thank you.
Yes, they can dish it out. They talk all sorts of mad shit, and then they're like, "Wait, they're making fun of me? Strike that shit! Fuck you! That's not cool. That's not allowed." There's so much going on in the Dabbleverse right now. We have a lot of John stuff to talk about, obviously. I have more stuff from Allentown, the Allentown debacle. We played a lot of it on WTP this past weekend. We're going to turn into a therapy session with the audience.
I say it
was like what to do.
It was like one of those concerts where they allow the fans to record because we got a copy, you know. And there were so many people filming and recording that show. It was crazy.
I just want to point this out because there's so much going on in the Denver's. Chad Zubak had a meltdown yesterday.
Oh my god!
I have to play this Chad Zubak meltdown. He's like wasted, right? What's going on with him?
Are you sure he's just not working out a new chunk?
Well, it's pretty wild if he is because
you have to go like way overboard to compete with Gino apparently, and this is completely
If you were to tell me someone on this screen yells the N-word repeatedly, I would lose every penny I have to my name.
Stevie Lou.
Right,
No,
right.
No, it wasn't that. Okay. This is an edited version that somebody put together because this is my channel, so I don't want to play the actual version, but you'll get the sense of what's going on here.
Gino, you're a fucking lazy fucking nigger.
Don't talk to me. Listen to me.
Fuck you,
nigger.
Your wife sucks. Fucking nigger.
I don't think anybody knows what he's saying. Good job.
Thanks for censoring that. For people who want to hear it. Oh no, Tess is saying you got flagged. flagged for that clip. Jesus, really?
Oh
I guess it's not censored very well. Oh no, I can see that being the case. So I guess Chad saw that I called Kevin's wife a Hugo Booba. This was like, I get up beyond that one. You got my beer. Yeah.
I'll see you. We're going to raise you 50 N-words.
So, yeah, Chad had a little bit of a meltdown. I don't know what was going on with him. I guess he's trying to be provocative and funny. He doesn't know how. And, you know, people are obviously tagging his buddy Godfrey and stuff. And yeah. I don't know how he's going to feel about it. Could go sideways for him.
I was watching a little bit of the show today. It did remind me, I had flashbacks of Sal's apology. Hi, I'm Chad Zuma. What I meant to say was...
Kevin had such a shitty grin on his face, too.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody loved it, which was so odd.
Podcasting gold right there. Stalin 19 put that together for us. The other big news, we'll get to it on Devil vs. Live this week, I'm sure. But I just saw it before the show, so I just wanted to talk about it. Scarlett Hampton has been making the rounds. And, you know, there's a couple guys who are
Isn't that
really
what she gets paid to do? Make the rounds?
Yeah. There's a couple guys who are trying to win her heart, Julie. I don't know if you've been paying attention to this at all, but both Merch and as well as Ethan Ralph both been chatting her up and trying to. I mean, obviously, Karmic was for a minute too. A lot of simps are trying to fuck this girl. Well, lo and behold, Ethan Ralph travels to Chicago or something like that and gets a blowjob while he's streaming from Scarlett Hampton.
Okay. Insane.
All right, we should. I have the clip.
I want to see Ethan Ralph's whole face.
Let's hope this one's edited a little better than the last one.
Let's hope he doesn't yell the N-word while he's coming, because Ethan Ralph might.
Right.
That might be his go-to. So yeah, this is up on Hackverse and other ones.
Not 100% positive with what's going on there. Not a laughing matter, of course. So anyway, pray for the Iranian people. So you're so fucked up. Oh my god. She's checking the. There's something. Anyway, now look. She's supposed to drink water. I have my own glass of water.
She's checking my oil.
What's great
Jen,
about
did you
Scarlett?
take notes?
I sure did.
If her head disappears at some point, you can just assume what's going on over here.
Yeah.
What I like about Scarlett is her standards.
Yeah.
Classy, right?
Yeah. Ethan Ralph.
You know, you got to wine her, dine her. She ain't just throwing it out there.
No.
You have to pretend that you like the band Hole. Ass.
Jen, John did a show last night.
Certainly did.
I was watching the Sabres beat the Lightning 8-7, which was one of the greatest hockey games I've ever seen in my life. But Jen was upstairs watching Stunner and Gun. I heard her cackling a bunch of times when she was watching John's show. Apparently, John caught me spitting, which he calls a spit take, which is not what a spit take is.
Watching him try and say that he's watching it in slow-mo, which is like pausing it every frame.
Here it is. Wait, no, here it is. Hold on. No, here it is.
Really slow. By that I mean hit pause. Sucks.
He's not great.
No.
But I asked Jen to go ahead and pull some clips.
Which I did.
From the show. I thought maybe we'd have some fun watching that. Before our special guests arrive, I believe Keanu's coming on today. Keanu, so she's on with Gino right now? She goes, I gotta do Gino's show first, because that's important. Could you imagine all those viewers going like, where's Keanu?
I thought Ethan Ralph getting blown was the grossest thing I was going to watch on the show today. Apparently, I'm wrong.
It's going to get worse. But yeah, apparently Keanu's coming on today, so that'll be exciting. Get to talk to her about this fallout with John.
Well,
I
I
think
don't know
everyone's seen that clip.
I don't know if you see on your phone, but there's a couple tweets that I sent you from a gentleman who claimed he's not taking the bait and he will not trash Gino and Keanu.
He said that on the show last night as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, so there's a couple.
Cut that pot out.
was the first great game of the World Baseball Classic this year, which has already given us so many good moments and a lot of fun stuff. It's been amazing. This breakdown is brought to you by Shady Rays. We've got a 1-1 game, Netherlands versus Nicaragua, and Jeter Downs is up. 2-1 is the count. Swings through a breaking ball there. 2 strikes. That didn't really break into the zone. So now we got a full count. He says, give it to me, give it to me. Gets it. Same pitch he swung through. This time he hammers it, starts celebrating, turns, and realizes didn't even reach the warning track. Yeah, what? I thought I had that. What? How did that not get out? He thought he got all of that. Kind of looked like end of the bat to me, but didn't get all of it. Anyway, let's watch the top of the 7th, even though Jeter Downs isn't involved. It's just fun baseball. We've got softball / swing. Just put it in play and make things happen. Bogarts tries to barehand it and comes up with nothing. Watch this slow-mo replay of it just going in and then sweep, just slipping out like a bar of soap. Can't make it. Then we've got a quick out. So now there's 2 outs, runner on first, ground ball to short, easy play. And he doesn't put any rush into it, just doesn't rush it at all. So that's going to be another infield single. No error or anything on that play. Now you've got runners on first and second, 2 outs. And again, we're going to get another ground ball, this time to Didi, and he comes up with nothing. Another great slow-mo, just snow cone, end of the glove, and can't hang on. Brings it up to grab it with his hand, and the ball isn't there. So no ball has left the infield. They've got bases loaded, 2 outs. And then we've got this. The pitcher kind of baits the runners. People were screaming, balk, balk. You see them, what is that? Well, it's just something you don't really see, but watch his back foot. It does step off the rubber first, and then he just kind of like, I think he's trying to trick them and see if anyone will jump to get him out. Bizarre move. I've never seen that. I wonder if that's ever worked if we go back and watch that pitcher. Bases are loaded. The first pitch is going to be low. The next pitch, I mean, that is a pitch dying to get hit. Didn't get hit. 1-1, and then tries to get him to chase it. Now it's 3-1. Now he says, that's right. Bring me the fastball in the zone. Bring me that fastball in the zone. Gets the fastball in the zone. 93 miles per hour. Grounds it out. They make the play there. Let's go. Let's go. He gets out of it. Okay, let's continue on to the Jeter Downs story. It's bottom of the 7th inning. Didi Gregorius got this runner on first base. There's 2 outs, and Didi's going to get a hold of one, but it is brought back into the infield and thrown to first for the 3rd out by Jeter Downs. Look at that play. The ball is past him, snags it, gets to his feet, tosses it. His first baseman loves it. Oh! Now he's up in the top of the 8th with 2 outs. Runner on first. First pitch, below the zone. The 1-0 pitch, dead red, 88 miles per hour, gets all of this one. Home run to give Nicaragua the lead. They have never won a game in the World Baseball Classic. Never have they won a game. He thought he had a home run last time. He has one this time. He's screaming around the bases. The crowd's going nuts. They're getting their first win. It's happening. It's coming true. Watch this. Oh, bam! Just nothing on it. This time he watches it. He doesn't celebrate early. He makes sure. He's got eyes on the ball. He's tracking it. Yeah! Oh, loses the gum. Crowd is going nuts. These crowds have been amazing in the World Baseball Classic. It's been a lot of fun, and this game felt like the best upset we were going to see. So now all they need is 3 outs. They get their first ever win, and the Jeter Downs story gets written, and he is the hero. First batter, takes strike 1, takes strike 2, takes strike 3. First out. Just couldn't pull the trigger on any of those. Next batter, he's going to pull one into the air, and it's out. Okay, 1 more out. Let's take in the moment. Let's focus. Just make your pitches. 1 more out. Fastball, foul back. Another fastball. 1 more strike. 1 more strike. Make your pitch. Outside fastball. Oh no, end of the bat. Little flare. It's going to drop in. Finds grass. Netherlands are alive. He's upset about it, but he made his pitch. You know, flares happen. Okay, one more out. One more out for their first ever win. The first pitch below the zone, low. The 1-0. They give him the strike. 1-1. Put in play. Can you believe it? A baseball. A flare off the end of the bat and a baseball. What is going on? He can't believe it. Are you kidding me? What's happening? It's in the third baseman's glove? No. It ricochets over his head, drops in for a double. Coach comes out and says, dude, don't worry about that. You can't control it. You made your pitches. Dusty's thinking, come on now. Let's just finish it off. All right. Clear the mechanism. Here we go. Ozzy Albies steps up. We just need some strikes. One more out. First pitch. Fastball in the zone. Absolutely clobbered for a 3-run home run. A bloop, a base, and a blast. And Netherlands walks it off, the first walk-off in World Baseball Classic history. Absolutely smokes it. Says, let me get the chain out so I look good as I run around these bases. Let's go! Woo! Spikes the helmet, rounds third, gathers his high fives, comes to home plate, steps on it. We got water bottles being poured on heads. We got a party on the third base side. Now watch the replay from this angle. It's not as fun. It's a little bit more devastating. Because this camera shot's going to stay with the pitcher. And no. Can't believe it. And there's a reason I'm showing this shot. It's not just to put salt in the wound, but there's a beautiful moment at the very end where he's just twiddling his thumbs. Just awful things going through his brain. That's a lonely feeling. And his teammates understand it. Even though they're crushed too, they see their guy out there on the mound, just sitting in it, feeling the moment. And they're going to come up to him, grab him, and get him out of it. First, the grounds crew is going to come. He's got some stuff to clean up. He's got a job to do. Everyone understands. Then his teammates, they're going to make their way to the mound and say, come on, dude, get up. You're good. You're good. We got you. Come on now. Here we go. They walk him back as a team. Hold your head up. Thank God. Being here. Having the ability to play. And he does. I don't know. I just thought it was cool to see three of his teammates come at the same time. Jeter Downs kicks the garbage can. Thought it was going to be his game. He was going to ink his name into the history books of Nicaraguan baseball. Delivered their first win in World Baseball Classic. They didn't. Instead, it was Ozzy Albies. He's hanging out with Kenley Jansen. He gets a Gatorade bath. He gets one Gatorade bath. And then they decided they didn't get him enough. He's doing his interview. Come back. Hit him with another. Now he's drenched and having fun. What scenes from the World Baseball Classic? Got a feel for these fans. Our guy Joe's McFly was in the arena. He went to their side of the stadium to celebrate with them. Ended up filming. Just heartbreak.
Oh my God, I feel so bad for Nicaragua. This crowd is stunned, bro.
As I said, this breakdown was brought to you by Shady Rays. Summer is coming. You need to protect.
He's in the tank here. Calls. A third of the pot remaining. Self-press is not representing like a crazy big value range. Pocket sixes, pocket tens. I think tens maybe jam free. Ace ten suited. Ace king jams free. Maybe some ace queen, but still a lot of like queen jack suited floats, king queen suited floats. Jams. Feels like one flop too late has like jacks, queens, or kings, or maybe like ace nine off that was bluffing pre. That's kind of what he's dealing with here. Having jacks would be brutal. You block all the bluffs from self press. I've got a mid hand emoji. Little gamesmanship in the online poker world. Is that chat? What do you make a read? Everyone in the chat's so good. Oh, we got 9,000 people here. Chat, is self press bluffing or does he have it? Is he bluffing or does he have it? I kind of think he might be bluffing here. Value hands are just sixes and like, I just don't. Maybe ace queen. Maybe ace jack. Deep tank here. You could use the full 11 minutes. A little 10% on the turn. I don't think he peels like 72 pretty or whatever. So his actually, I don't know. It's very tough to decide. Yeah, it gets it through. Nice hand. Might be a bluff. So there are two short stacks that have really emerged here. He says, phew. This shit's crazy. We got 9,000 people watching. I appreciate everybody watching. Can we get to 10,000? I think that's close. We're closing in on a viewer record. I think my live concurrent record is 10,000. But we have 6K on YouTube. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Raise a pretty snappy big 3-bet from the big blind by Ilya. Now, there's an 8 big blind stack here, 12 big blind stack. That increases the ICM. Santiago. I feel like there might be blood here. I don't know. I feel like maybe a cooler or something. Just like a kings versus queens. Jams it. I don't know. I have to pee, man. 15 minutes till break. This Starbucks is flowing through me. So 2 shorties have emerged, which is good for my final table game.
Final table.
Jamming all in. Rips it. Ilya's not really a tanker. Looks like they have a hand. the 15 million. Action, you guys. We, of course, are looking for blood. Fours. King 10. That's a set. Club. Green. No. Good games. Good games. Top 7. Oh, that's a juicy ladder. Get the ladders in the chat. $61,000 guaranteed. Oh my, that's a juicy ladder. Let's go. Massive. Top 7 in the monster stack. Nice call. Ilya went for it. No, Isildur is short. Top 7 guaranteed 61,000. That is juicy, but we're playing for a lot more. GG. So my stack is worth $130,000, 61K guaranteed. I'm in this for one bullet. I usually don't sell action. I have 100% myself. Top 7, baby. Bluff, bluff, bluff. Chat. Dude, I love chat. Big pop. King Jack, no good. Flick flag is a big one. We'll review that one in a second. What am I? Jack 4. I'm just going to walk it out. It's a pretty bad hand. Yeah, this was a big pot. It was raise. He just called ace king. Block one, check, check. The selfless went big bet on the turn. And then selfless bet was low. Yeah, it's well played by both. Well played by both. Top 7, baby. I got the church on the final table. Send it. Maximize fold equity. 3, 2, 1. Rip it. We're playing the power shove. My favorite hand, ace king offsuit. Snap call. Wow. We need runners. Wow. That's fucking heartbreaking. 2 games. Oh, he just says aces. That's so sad. It's just a stone cold cooler. Fuck. Oh, man. That's 23 blinds with ace king on the final table. Oh, he snaps with aces. He snaps with aces. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Damn it, dude. That's so brutal. He has that hand. That's so brutal. 7th. I'm so thankful for the score, but it's just like, that's a painful exit. It's an easy play to jam. It's an easy play to jam, but it's just so brutal. He just snaps and aces. Sick. Yeah. Can you 3-bet call it, but we're never doing that. We're just shoving. It's just, there's literally nothing I can do. Good games. Good games. Just right into the bullets. That's so sick. What a score, man. 61,354. We're having a nasty year. Oh, that is huge. That is massive. That sets us up for such a sick March. But fuck, it just was right there to... I feel really good about it, and I feel a little bit sick, you know? Man, thank you guys for the love. It's too bad it ends like that, but... I made the right play. It's just a little bit of a setup. Oh, the dude just has aces. Like, none of these guys are nits, you know? That guy could be opening a little tighter, but we're still always jamming this game. GG's. What a score. $62,000. 61,000. Oof. Let's take a look at the balance. I do make money from content, but we start with 83K here. We're absolutely crushing. Guys, hit the follow button.
Hey everybody, this is Randy Santel. Atlas and I am very, very excited tonight. I'm going for overall food challenge win number 1373. I'm coming off a very long, relaxing, awesome break. The last challenge that you guys actually watched at Jim's Cheesecakes in England, that massive English breakfast sandwich, that was filmed back on August 2nd. Today, as of filming this, it is Friday, November 7th. As you can see, I've lost weight since that last video. I'm hoping that my performance has now been hindered because I've got a lot of food to eat within just 30 minutes. I am down from Nashville. It's my first time in Scottsboro, Alabama. We've got lots of people here, which is much appreciated. We are all here at Scooter's Sports Grill. This challenge has been around for about 3 years. Nobody has been able to defeat it, so hopefully everybody will be able to watch me become the first person to dominate the Scooter Burger Challenge. Now, the main feature is this massive quadruple burger. There are 4 13-ounce hamburger patties. There are 4 fried eggs, which I got medium, just like the medium rare burgers. There's 4 slices of cheese. There's 4 pieces of bacon. And then if you're going to eat all this along with all these other fried foods, you've got to have some healthy vegetables. So on top, we've got pickles, lettuce, tomatoes, and onions. And then some people have gotten close to finishing the burger, but nobody's been able to finish all of the sides. There's 2 pounds of fries, which these are seasoned fries. And then there's 1 pound of their hand-dipped onion rings. I'm excited for all this. No drink requirements. If I fail within the 30-minute time limit, it is going to be $60. We do not want to pay that. If I do win, I will get my entire meal for free. I will get a sweet t-shirt down to my collection, and I will be the first person up on the Wall of Fame here at Scooter Sports Grill in Scottsboro, Alabama. Too many people here to disappoint. Let's shut up and eat and get this challenge started. As you can see, I've got a new hat. My old one that I wore for a few years was very worn and weathered. That means I'm going to dominate today. I'm feeling ready. Big thank you to the owners, Scooter and Melissa. They've had this place for quite a long time. Like I said, the challenge has been around for 3 years. No winners. Let's be the first on the Wall of Fame. 1, 2, 3. Boom. All right. Now cut ourselves. I'm going to say, ooh, wow, that's perfectly cooked beef. Okay. This is going to be delicious. Oh, wow. Those are double C thick. 3 minutes and 40 seconds in. We're done with 2 of the patties, 2 of the eggs, 2 bacon, 2 cheese. Half done with the burger. Let's finish the rest. I'm breaking in this new hat by getting it very sweaty. The meat sweats have begun. All right, done with patty number 3. Still under 6 minutes in. I've been off for a few months, so my body is getting back used to eating like a jackass again. We're having the fibrous vegetables last to help digest and push down all the food. I'm not sure what I weigh right now. I haven't weighed in a while, so I don't know how much I've lost since the last video. I am, of course, feeling a lot better, and this polo is a lot looser than it was the last time I wore it. All right, we're just past 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 seconds. We're all done with the very delicious Scooter Quadruple Bacon Cheeseburger. I already had some of the fries along the way, so I don't have the whole 2 pounds, but I know they did weigh it out. It is legit, and I'm happy these are thicker fries too, so they should go down just fine. We'll do all these and then the onion rings. I'm very, very excited to try those. Alright, we're 12, 14 in. It's very hard, but I'm trying my best to shut up and eat because you have to in order to get all this down in under 30 minutes. Am I making this look easy? Anybody going to be trying it later tonight? This is a lot of food.
sized meals. My body is struggling to process all of this, but we're getting it down slow instead. 16:45 in, we are done with the 2 pounds of very delicious fries.
Fuck.
I know probably some of you wanted me to use ketchup on those fries, but what I appreciate about the burger is that they didn't add a whole bunch of extra sauces like ketchup, mayonnaise, and all that stuff. So I was able to focus on enjoying the actual taste of the beef, which was very good. I guess the burgers are most popular, along with they've got some massive jumbo-sized chicken wings that they serve here, not just as appetizers, but as meals. And I don't think we're going to have room for any of those. We'll have to see about dessert. I don't know, but let's get this challenge done first. 18:08 in, 30-minute time limit. I don't know if I called these hand breaded earlier. I don't think I did, but these are definitely battered, and the batter is awesome. There's a reason that the Wall of Fame has been empty for the past 3 years. With all due respect, when I first got here to Scooter Sports Grill, I wondered where the hell I was at because this place seems very secluded. But let's just say it's on the outskirts of Scottsboro. Well worth making the trip here. Delicious food, and I really want to try the wings. I might have one after we're all done for dessert. I'm happy I'm having these onion rings last, but what I really should have done was have at least one of the onion rings with one of the burger patties. I bet these onion rings are really good on one of the burgers. No beer chug because right after this I'm heading down to Birmingham, Alabama for a challenge tomorrow in Irondale. It's going to be a barbecue pulled pork sandwich challenge. So no beer chug, so we'll just toast for this final onion ring. Thank you guys all for being here. A great first time in Scottsboro, Alabama. I am very happy with that time, especially since, like I said, it's Friday, November 7th, and my last challenge was on August 2nd. It's been a while since eating big, so I'm happy with the time. It is the new record because I'm the first person to win. 24 minutes and 10 seconds. Big thank you to Scooter and Melissa. They've had this place for a while. I guess Scooter and them, they also own a racetrack with like 90 miles per hour go-karts and stuff around here, which is crazy. Great to get here. It is, I guess there's lots of bikers that come here, I'm guessing, and it is especially a bar. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and it is a sports grill. There's lots of TVs all around with various games on, and there are so many people here, which you're all much appreciated. Thank you guys for coming. I cannot say enough about that quadruple Scooter bacon cheeseburger. Love the cheese and the bacon on that, along with the vegetables. The quality of the meat was outstanding. It was cooked perfectly, along with the 2 pounds of seasoned fries and then 1 pound of battered onion rings. It was overall food challenge win number 1,373. Even if you don't want to try the Scooter Burger Challenge, get here anyway. Like I said, they're well known for their burgers. They've got wings. They've got pizzas. They've got a whole bunch of stuff on the menu. You can't go wrong with whatever you order. That is it for this video. The next challenge will be down in Irondale at Golden Rule Barbecue. I'll be taking on their Big Pig Pulled Pork Sandwich Challenge. If you like this video, be sure to watch either this one or this one. Both past challenges I filmed here
I think maybe even Dirty Jersey Rat. Dirty Jersey. Yay! I will not be on Twitter all week. And I made that decision early afternoon yesterday before all the fireworks. So if you want to get a hold of me, it's either my Patreon or my Instagram. That's the only place I'm going to be. So if you're DMing me on Twitter, I deleted the app on my phone for the week. I wanted to do a full-out cleanse, and I'm glad I did. It was almost foreshadowing. I do that from time to time where I just want to focus on other things. All right, let's get into it, guys. A lot of questions, and I'm here with answers. I have tons of answers. The fact of the matter is I've been doing well as of late. I started to get my shit together. I was on the schedule, the program. I was really working it. I was getting back to my routine, and I was doing a good job. I wasn't drinking. I was eating clean. I was working out. And then some shit in my personal life came to fruition, stuff I have to deal with. And I know we all have problems, and we deal with shit. I get it. We all have problems. I'm not saying cry me a river. I'm not looking for sympathy. I didn't even tell anybody. I didn't even tell anybody anything about anything. So I'm dealing with personal problems, personal things in my life. And I was dealing with it this weekend. It was always good to do the show just to get away. And a nice little escape, just kind of get my mind off things. So it's always fun. And I do appreciate all the like-minded individuals in here, like Jesse Angel and everybody. My neighbors yesterday, the building over, they had like a block party. It was pretty sweet. Everybody in the neighborhood was over there, and I was taking out the trash, and they're like, "Hey, come on over, hang out." I'm like, "All right, let's do it." Hey, so Mark Norman came over. He's like, "Hey, comedy," and I started drinking some drinks during the afternoon. I kind of fell off the wagon. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. I have issues with drinking. Some of the, I'm just being honest. A lot of my problems in my real life have all been traced to drinking. And when I'm not drinking, I'm doing great. I can honestly say everything's great. When I'm very productive, I get things done. But it's a tug of war. And I do stupid shit when I drink. It's just a fact. I do make a concerted effort not to. I really do. So when I tell you I'm not drinking, I'm not drinking. Yesterday I was. And it was a good afternoon. It was a good escape. I was hanging out with my neighbors. We're having a good time. I forgot about all the personal shit that was going on. And it got away from me a little bit. You know, I don't know. I don't care how rich I am in this world. If it's free, give me 3. I'll always be that guy. I'll always be the guy who's looking for the budget, the cut, whatever that is. The Groupon, whatever that is. I'm looking for it. Anyways, I woke up, go to the bathroom, and I got the link from Kevin Brennan. It was in my email. Now, I wasn't watching Kevin's show. I didn't even know he was on. And I was still out of it. I was still a little tipsy, if you will. So I went on, I took the link. First thing I see is dumbass Gino. And of course, Gino can't help himself. He has to be combative right out of the gate. He has to come at me. Because he's a fucking lunatic. He's out of his fucking mind. And he just can't put things to rest. He can't just let well enough alone. He has to fight with everybody. Not just me, everyone. And during that, I started saying some shit. I was using words. His words. The words he uses on stage. The one him and Cumia screams out when they were at the Funny Stop and other venues. I took Gino's word and I just fired it back at him. That's all I was doing. I took his word and I shot it back at him.
His word.
The word that he says all the time. Non-stop. The comedy shows, the compound media. I took his favorite word and I shot it back at Gino. Was it the right call? No. Was it a good look? Absolutely not. Am I racist? Not at all. Not at all. At the end of the day, it is just a word. And I was weaponizing it and using it on Gino. If Cumia and Stuttering John are no longer around, it's going to be a better place. You have a dark energy about you. You're a fucking 65-year-old video game piece of shit who cheats on his girlfriend, has no loyalty to any, will stab anyone in the back for $1 or $1, throw people under the bus. You're just a dick. You literally were trying to get this trending to get me canceled. That's who you are. And let me remind everyone here, I'm not Bert Kreischer. I'm not Theo Vaughn. I'm not Louis C.K. Okay? I'm a guy in Florida with a Honda in a one-bedroom apartment. That's who I am. So good luck getting me canceled. You gonna take away my Honda? Last time I checked, Netflix isn't knocking on my door. But that's how you operate. That's how you operate. You want to weaponize it. So, Cumia, like, you can hide behind it. We hate Stuttering John all you want. You're a piece of shit, too. You would think you had that wake-up call when you almost lost your life. Your quadruple bypass. Remember texting Opie, I'm sorry, and then right when you're back to healthy, you're back to drinking, being a fucking dickhead again. Go fuck yourself, Cumia. Sorry your butt hurt. I don't kiss your ass, and I think you're a fucking douchebag. Oh, he's so talented on the mic. He's such a good broadcaster. Who gives a fuck? It only goes so far. I'm not impressed, okay? I'd rather have Artie Lang back in our lives than you. He's got a radio show on Sundays. Awesome. You're amazing. I'm going to suck you off like Carl. We're going to fly him into Hackamania first class because he's Anthony from Opie and Anthony. You're a fucking loser. A creep. But Mr. Free Speech Network, Mr. Voice of the Voiceless, you're a fucking fraud, dog. Everything around you is just dark. Negative. And I'm allowed to hate Stuttering John and I'm allowed to hate Anthony Cumia at this exact same time. Same with these tools. You don't have to choose a side. Call it like you see it. So, all you motherfuckers who are trying to cancel me, go fuck yourselves. I never made it. I'm not Whitney Cummings. What are you going to cancel me from? Seriously, what is your end game here? Ooh, he said a bad word. As soon as Gino started coming after me, I went to that cart. Was it a smart play? No, it wasn't. It was stupid. If I wasn't drinking, I would not have done that. But I knew Kevin was on Rumble. I went for the shock value. And I basically played Gino's hand. That's all I did. But you fucking little bitches tagging people in tweets. We're going to get Chad in trouble. Are ya? Are ya? I mean, if we want to, like, go after people's jobs, we can do that. That's fine. Because Kankles, I know where you work. Does anybody want that information? She's going after my work. And Kiki, don't even get me started with you. Kiki, you're a fucking open micer. That's what you are. Don't even act like you... I don't know where you get this confidence from, but you're the dumbest motherfucker talking. That's all I'm going to say. You're the dumbest motherfucker talking. And congratulations, Stuttering John. She turned on you, just like everybody. These are the most unlikable human beings I've ever come across, this world, this corner of the internet. They all suck. All of them. I want no part of them. Anything around Gino's negative, too. God, where have you been? But the whole queen who sucks off doormen is sniping. Oh, cool. This is I don't have content. That's all right. Because we're going to be striking you, bitch. You're getting struck. Kiki, you might want to shut down your stream. Have you talked to Godfrey yet? Yes. He's cool. He's fine. might need one Granny, that's my main.
You know what? You weren't. I know that your ass was not going to bring this up.
There's a reason. I'm going to get to that reason in a little bit. I want with all of you. So write your articles, issue your statements, email the White House, reach out for comments, okay? Say whatever it is you want to say about me. I want more with all of you. Because I know this isn't right. And there's no way you are going to convince me and the rest of the world that all of this is normal.
So, hey, if you want to know who's actually running the show, they're not trying to hide it. Max Blumenthal, former Israeli Defense Minister Benny Gantz, declares that he won't rule out American boots on the ground in Iran. Every U.S. service member needs to see this to understand who's calling the shots.
A need for boots on the ground?
I would not exclude it for those reasons or other, but let's just see how it goes forward.
And will that include Israeli boots on the ground, do you think?
I exclude nothing. We've been waiting for 47 years.
Fuck.
And we came to a point that every necessary means should be taken in order to achieve our goals.
There it is. We'll make that decision. Who? American? No. Clearly, he's telling you they're going to make the decision about whether or not there are boots on the ground in Iran. We waited 47 years to get somebody that we call fucking a tiger and a 12-year-old girl at the same time. And now we're going to squeeze it. Good. So enter the Center on Conscience and War, over 85 years helping U.S. service members and conscientious objectors. And they've been putting up a lot of stuff on X. So they are service members. If you agree Trump's war on Iran is wrong, you don't have to participate. We can help you explore your options. Call 1-800-379-2679. Once again, that is 800-379-2679. If you drop a conscientious objection package now, regulations require your command to accommodate your beliefs. This is just one of many options we can help you explore. This is perfectly legal. They're not telling you to do anything illegal. They're telling you what your rights are. Talk to a professional rights counselor now. It's free, secure, and anonymous. 1-800-379-2679. Don't wait until it's too late. Mike Preisner, who's the executive director here, put up not long after, X has just suspended our account for informing service members of their legal rights. They got suspended. This is interesting. They got suspended for 12 hours. Last I checked, they were back up. Last I looked. Cud's News.
This organization, sorry to cut you off, they've been around for 85 years. So it's not like some new shady group, right? I mean, they've been around through Vietnam, like, again.
Right.
You call the number to explore your legal options. They're not telling people to go AWOL or leave the country.
No.
Yeah.
Executive Director Mike Preisner says a growing number of U.S. troops and their families are contacting his organization to avoid deployment to the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. He wrote that phone has been ringing off the hook as soldiers seek help. Quote, I just spoke with the mother of a service member. He told his mom they were going boots on the ground tonight, he said, adding that the soldier claimed his commander said they were doing this to bring about the second coming of Christ. The last I heard, within 2 days of the war starting, there were over 200 complaints about commanders giving a religious justification to their troops for this war. Preisner noted the troops were not told this was a combat deployment until it was too late. We're hearing a lot of rumors that being told they're going on a training exercise. Surprise. Wyatt Reed, PSA, there's nothing cowardly about refusing to die for Israel. It's the most patriotic thing you can do. So here's another organization, Don't Die for Israel, become conscientious objectors, called the GI Rights Hotline. Again, totally legal to become a conscientious objector. They're not telling you to do anything illegal. Their hotline is 877-447-4487. Once again, 877-447-4487. That's the GI Rights hotline. This is really interesting. This is really interesting. Wade e pluribus regnum. Recently, one of the National Guard units in my state discharged 8 service members in the last 2 months for smoking marijuana. Almost none of them had ever smoked before. Most never will again. You know what none of them will be doing? Dying for Israel. Food for thought. That's interesting. That's
Yeah, you
interesting.
can also do little what is a one there? Little train.
Little snip snip.
Little
I mean, hey, if you just identify as, I wonder what they say about that.
I never understood, these trans people who are like, hey, it's a disgrace that we can't say. I'm like, shut the fuck up. That's my backup plan. That is like, you're ruining my last resort plan.
Yeah.
Okay?
You're out of the age.
We got a good thing going.
You're good. You're good. So Candace Owens got in on the conversation. Do not join or remain in the United States military. Trump has betrayed America and expects you to die for Israel. There is no honor in being led by dishonorable men to your death. Now, last I heard, that's what you call freedom of speech. That's freedom of speech. It's an opinion. It's freedom of speech.
Yeah. Don't join the military unless you want to die for Israel. That seems like decent advice at this point. Again, the cruelty of this is that, not to slow the segment down, an added cruelty of this that people say, well, when you join the military, this is what you sign up for. People who join the military, especially people who supported Trump and joined the military, a big part of why they supported Trump is because they trusted him not to do this to them. They trusted him not to send them to a fucking regime change hellhole.
Yep. Sondem. Yeah, S2FU, STFU, you effing traitor. Iran has the blood of thousands of American soldiers on their hands. I guess this guy never heard of the USS Liberty.
Well, also, I mean, if you feel this strongly about it, you can join. Like, Candace Owens isn't saying don't join at all. She's saying don't join unless you're prepared to die for Israel. So if you think this is a great cause, just go ahead, sign up.
Yeah,
sign up. It's free country. Go ahead. You're talking all this shit online. Why don't you go sign up?
And for 47 years, we've done nothing about it, especially over the last 2 decades. It's payback time.
Okay, great. So then you sign up. You feel
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The off-gridding. This is an attempt to weaken the U.S. military, probably funded by China. China sending checks to Candace Owens. Absolutely reported. Isn't it funny how they all turn into these hall monitors? They all turn into these cancel culture people, since Donald Trump went on his tirade of lawsuits, do you know how many people I see attacking us sometimes and others by threatening lawsuit? You should be sued. I hope he sues. I hope she sues. Isn't that what you people were supposed to be against? Wasn't that what you hated about the libs, the lawfare, right? They all turned into Tracy Flick very quickly.
Yep.
You can't help servicemen. They are enlisted. Really? So you can't help someone once they're enlisted. You can't help inform them of their legal rights. You want stats and want to disrupt from the inside. The FBI director, Cash Patel, the crazy eyes Cash, really needs to dig into your funding sources. This is espionage. If you look at Candace's numbers, she's doing just fine. She's doing just fine. She doesn't need any money from anybody else.
Also, I thought we weren't at war.
Pretty dedicated audience.
I thought we weren't at war. I thought this is just an operation.
It's an operation. Well, it was like Vietnam.
There's no ground troops, so we're not at war.
Was an action. Korea was an action too. But that was not all of the comments. I would say they split kind of half and half. Remember, this is X, which we'll get into a little more.
Mondo ARG, I have never supported you in the past, but thank you for your service. And he shared a meme of Vance saying, if you want your kid to go and fight in some stupid globalist war, vote for Joe Biden. Surprise! Surprise!
Really painful. It really is like painful to do the show tonight because of all this shit. Really horrible.
Let's cover the bride. The bride open. Christian Bale.
Yeah.
All right. So here's Candace Owens basically declaring war on freaking everybody.
All of you. Okay, all of you. And there's a reason. I'm going to get to that reason in a little bit. I want more with all of you. So write your articles, issue your statements, email the White House, reach out for comments. Okay, say whatever it is you want to say.
4 people
about
left.
me. I want more with all of you.
$500 bounty still in there.
I know this isn't right. And there's no way you are going to convince me and the rest of the world that all of this is normal.
Don't think I forgot about Brigitte Macron's penis. I have not.
She is not. It's not the only penis that comes up in this exchange. Laura Loomer. Candace Owens is now trying to weaken our U.S. military by telling Americans to not join the U.S. military anymore. She wants our nation to be susceptible to attacks from adversaries. All she does is scream into a microphone, and all you do is type into a propaganda social media platform.
Yeah.
She has never made any real sacrifices for America. Oh, unlike Laura Loomer.
Yeah, we're on the same business here, Laura.
Yeah. She splits her time between the U.S. and the U.K. All right. But Candace had a good comeback. You're a man of fighting age, right, Larry? Now, look, I don't know what this obsession is with Candace Owens accusing everyone of being trans, but we do know Laura Loomer has been known to cross-dress. So there might be some basis for that accusation.
Nerderotic.com. Oh, wait. Can you give just a 2-second recap of how, like, the first season ended for the losers like me who didn't watch it?
Foggy's dead.
What?
Foggy got killed in the first episode. Kingpin is now mayor. He's got an anti-vigilante task force. I forgot all
Take
about
out
that.
the vigilantes. Holy shit. Okay. Well, thank you.
And he's still cuffed. He's really cuffed.
Wait, did they address him with the green wagon? Was it at least regretful for him?
I can't even remember now.
They completely ignored any She-Hulk references in this show.
They
pretend like it didn't happen.
So I watched it, and I actually can't remember how the season ended.
Didn't this one end when he saved what's her name?
And he got shot?
Yeah.
Was that the ending?
Who fucking cares?
I remember a white tiger getting killed.
White Tiger gets killed. His niece is taking up the mantle.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm all expecting
the mantle.
I think my favorite scene was where Daredevil told a criminal that he shouldn't go to jail for his crimes because it harmed his ability to parasite off the state.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and he was just stealing because he wanted fucking like sugary cereal. It's not like he was stealing bread or something. Like they always try to, hey, he was stealing bread to feed. He was stealing a bunch of sugary snacks that he liked.
Yeah.
Fucking piece of shit.
They took Muse, one of the best modern villains of Daredevil, who like paints and blood, and who Daredevil through his echo sense can't see at all. So he's a great foil for Daredevil, and they just made him a fucking incel.
And he saved his girlfriend from Muse, and then she had a go at him for saving her life. But you never do anything for me. It's like,
Yeah, it was so dumb.
I can't believe you're violent to these people. He was about to murder you.
She saved herself.
And then they found out that what's her fucking name? Kingpin's wife, Vanessa. Vanessa is the one that hired Bullseye to have him kill Fogg or whatever. I still think Fogg is alive. Yeah, me too. The finale was like when Punisher came in, when like Karen called Punisher.
Yes.
Right, to like help protect him and get him out. And there was the massive fight sequence, and Punisher ends up getting stopped by all the cops who really love him and everything, and he's bitching them out for like, cops shouldn't love me, you're all pigs and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. So we got Shadowland costume Daredevil here. Let's take a look.
This has gotten so out of hand. Can you stop?
That's a good one's this bad.
Jessica Jones.
Wow, did he lose weight?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Looking gaunt.
He got Ozempic. No!
There's a shot of him.
Oh, never mind. No, he still looks smaller. He looks smaller.
It was an optical illusion.
He's not as big as he was. He's not as big as he was before.
Just pregnant.
Is he pushing his shoulders back to try and make himself look bigger?
Yeah,
maybe.
Probably.
Overmedicated. I don't know.
I was overrated. So what's next?
I'm gonna take this city back.
Bullseye's costumes. Shit. I fucking hate that costume, dude. So.
Why does it look cheap?
Yeah, his costume in the comics is awesome.
This should be tons of fun.
Jessica Jones.
Jessica
Is
Jones.
that the girl who, in Breaking Bad, died?
Yes.
Spoilers, Chrissy.
Oh, come on. I haven't seen Breaking Bad.
I mean, he was a dad.
We'll forget.
So, Jessica Jones season 1 was alright. Season 2.
Because of Tennant, though. It wasn't because of Jessica Jones.
Yeah. Purple Man.
That was great.
And so having her in this new season isn't a sell. Like, it's not making you interested.
Season 2 Jessica Jones sucked. Defenders pretty much sucked as well.
Huge. It was big disappointment.
Yeah.
Luke Cage season 2 sucked.
It did. Big time.
Ironheart did. I mean, no.
Iron Fist just
Iron
was
Fist.
horrible.
Same thing. Iron Fist sucked. It just
I
sucked.
had fun with it. Across the board.
It wasn't good, but I had fun. I like parts of Iron Fist. Yeah.
Oh, it's so boring.
It was rough.
But Netflix didn't do great with the other shows. But yeah, it's coming out in a couple weeks.
And this is the whole like cope surrounding Daredevil, because like the first season that we saw, basically they scrapped almost the entire thing. Well, they scrapped like half of it. They kept half of it. They reshot a bunch of stuff, and it was kind of this packed together thing. And that's been this big promise that it's like, well, we promise you, season 2 is not going to be like that. We've had one vision from the beginning for season 2. We'll see. It's tough because season 1 of Daredevil Born Again was certainly not the worst MCU project that we've seen on Disney Plus.
No.
But it is the one that we have such a direct comparison for how good this shit used to be
Yep.
to how it is now. And it's impossible to watch it with all the same actors, but when the tone feels different, when the writing feels different, when the actions feel different, and not just be like, God, this is just a lesser version in every single way.
They still do the endless continuous fight scene, like how they used to do them. The hallway.
Like the hallway scene.
Yeah.
They tried to do that in the beginning of Born Again with Bullseye coming in and killing Foggy. They tried to do a continuous shot, but
And it failed.
yeah, utterly.
Well,
and
you didn't have a whole lot of Daredevil. It was just mainly Matt Murdock.
Is the series called Daredevil?
Well, that's another thing.
Allegedly.
You know, that's my only criticism of season 3 is he's not in his costume the entire fucking season. He's just back in the costume from season 1, which bugs the shit out of me. But I still like it a lot.
It just seems like a massive issue to me. So, season 1, his friend dies, and his decision from that isn't to double down and save people so no one else goes through what he has. It's, I'm just going to let everybody die so everyone suffers like I did. It's such a...
Dark Knight Rises type of philosophy.
Well, that's why we needed, at the very least, a whole episode of Foggy, Karen, and Matt.
Yep.
So we can understand their current dynamic and what they're talking about. If you had a whole hour-long episode with them, maybe I could buy him being Daredevil and suiting up again is the reason Foggy dies or whatever. I could see him being like, okay, I'm done. This caused the death of my friend. But consider we got 5 minutes of just a couple memes and jokes in a bar, and then Foggy dies. That's not enough for me to be like, Matt would do this.
That's the further deconstruction of beloved characters because nobody cares about the source material.
Yeah.
It's the same complaint with all of this shit.
Well, you think it'd be over now because initially when Disney took over Marvel, but Marvel was in control of its own stuff, we were not going to get like Ben Affleck Daredevil, which honestly was better than Born Again, especially the director's cut. But you get something that's more in line with the comics because the studio that's affiliated with the comic company would respect their own material more. But that is over the last 2 phases just completely faded, and everybody's in like fucking, I don't know, like fucking motorcycle suits and shit. The costumes suck. Everybody's taking their masks off all the time. It's all like,
You know why?
Do you know why it's the motorcycle outfit? This actually, again, directly translates to Tumblr. Pinterest. Women fetishize the full motorcycle garb because that's their version of the mob. If you do any sort of cultured anime looking at things, you have Mob X, character. That's their version of a mob.
So they like Ice Agents.
Basically, yeah. No, they like a motorcyclist, and that became popular from a couple of anime series.
Dude, that's also a big fantasy right now. Is the whole thing with Little Woman in Ice Agents? It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, but predictable.
Yeah, it is.
Like, fight the patriarchy. Okay, now I'm just gonna go listen to. I'm gonna go listen to true crime where a man brutally rapes and murders a woman for 9 hours. Okay.
Ergorotic.com.
Go. Let's go. Peace. Yes, hold up. $5.25. Woo! Yeah, baby. 800. Woohoo. Woo. Let's go.